Chapter 1 Picking Up a Beautiful CEO. Chapter 1 Picking Up a Female CEO. Ah no, don't move, don't touch there. The beautiful woman in front of him was drunk and didn't hear a word Chin Tian said. Chin Tian only felt his throat tighten and his brain filled with blood, and the next moment his movements were no longer under his control. Half an hour ago, Chin Tian would never have thought that what happened next would be so crazy. Today is Chin Tian's first day at university. On the first night, he and the group of people in the dormitory drank a dozen rounds of different kinds of alcohol with each other. Only after everyone had willingly called Chin Tian dad did he send the three of them into the online taxi service. But before he could feel happy about having gained the highest status in the dormitory, he turned around and was thrown into the arms of a scantily clad, beautiful and seductive woman. That woman is the one who was now pressing Chin Tian under her. Frankly speaking, Chin Tian originally wanted to take the initiative, but the woman was unexpectedly strong and suppressed him the whole time. After a night of beautiful scenery, Chin Tian opened his eyes and glanced at the woman beside him. He had noticed last night that the woman was not in a good condition. Not only was she drunk, but someone had used some dirty things on her. He didn't mean to take advantage of someone's misfortune at that time. After just looking for a moment, Chin Tian's eyes moved away from that beautiful face. He put on his clothes quietly, prepared to buy some breakfast and come back, then wait for the woman to wake up to ask her what happened yesterday. But when he came back, the woman had disappeared. The air was still filled with her rich and pleasant scent, and the touch of red on the bedsheet was even more eye-catching. "Are you just leaving without even saying hello?" Chin Tian stuffed a bun in his mouth. Chin Tian's university life was just as he expected. The reputation he gained at the first drinking party at the beginning of the school year ensured his position as the boss of the dormitory. But the good times spent with brothers are always short-lived. Time quickly came to the day of graduation. "Boss, I see the corner icon on your computer is flashing. Is there any email? Take a look." The day before the farewell dinner, everyone was preparing for what was to come. No way. Nowadays, people still send emails when they have something to do, don't they just make phone calls? Chin Tian clicked the mouse, and there was indeed an email, which showed that it was sent from Luo Group. I looked at the phone I left in the dormitory and found that there was indeed a missed call. Chin Tian compared the number left on the email. Luo's Group is a well-known large enterprise in the whole W city, and even in the whole H province. Why would they suddenly invite me, an ordinary computer science student, to an interview? A scam? Chin Tian said. The brothers gathered together. Chen Shi, the smartest guy in the dormitory, came over to take a look and said faintly, "It doesn't look like it. You don't have any plans, so it's okay to go and take a look." The Luo Group is only a few subway stops away from W City University, and Chin Tian arrived there quickly. However, he didn't expect that as soon as he got downstairs and made a phone call, a beautiful woman in OL clothing came out to greet him. It seemed that the other party had been waiting for him for a while. What Chin Tian didn't know was that at this moment on the top floor, a beautiful and cold woman was staring at him, suppressing all her emotions under that face that looked so repulsive. She is Luo Shuyu, the woman who had a one-night stand with Chin Tian. But now she stood in front of Chin Tian, and Chin Tian couldn't recognize her. It's not just because of the changes in makeup and clothing. Luo Shuyu has experienced a lot in the past few years. It can even be said that he has become a completely different person. All her former childishness has faded away, leaving her looking hard and prickly. Is that him? Luo Shuyu clenched his right hand, placed it under his nose, and blew gently. At that time, she only remembered that her condition was very bad. Knowing that she was being set up, Luo Shuyu even refused Chin Tian's offer to send her to the hospital. Although this choice avoids some troubles, it also brings other troubles. That night, she became pregnant with this man's child. Luo Shuyu also thought about aborting the child, but for some reason, she made a stubborn choice that would have the greatest impact on herself. She gave birth to the child. As the little guy grew bigger, she suddenly thought of Chin Tian. Yes, Chin Tian, 22 years old, just graduated from W City University this year. He seems to have a good reputation. It is said that he is on the list of school idols. Luo Shuyu's personal assistant Guan Xiao held a simple information about Chin Tian. For some reason, Luo Shuyu felt a little unhappy when he heard that Chin Tian was very popular. After Chin Tian was taken upstairs, he looked at the sign of the president's office and walked in doubtfully. The first thing he saw was the woman who seemed to be murderous towards him. I don't know what Chin Tian was thinking when he blurted out. "Do we know each other?" Luo Shuyu suddenly felt like someone was grabbing the back of his neck. Was she recognized? No, why are you so nervous? This is not that morning, and she doesn't need to panic in her current position. Should we know each other? Luo Shuyu asked back. Qin Tian looked at Luo Shuyu carefully with a look that was carefree and without any distractions, and smiled naturally. I have a very good memory for beautiful women. If we have met before, I will definitely not forget it. But after hearing this, Luo Shuyu's face became even uglier. You said you would never forget her, but now you still don't recognize her? But since you asked me to come here, you must have something important to talk about. Qin Tian asked. Luo Shuyu suppressed the chaotic emotions in his heart and placed a contract in front of Qin Tian. Qin Tian opened it and looked at it with confusion, but after just a few glances, his expression became strange. Luo Shuyu asked him to be her contracted husband. Qin Tian had only seen this kind of thing in novels. When it really happened to him, he really didn't know what to do for a moment. It clearly states all the obligations you need to fulfill, as well as each of your remuneration. Luo Shuyu looked indifferent, as if Qin Tian's reaction didn't matter to her at all. This condescending attitude made Qin Tian a little annoyed. I'm sorry, I never planned to be a gigolo. Whether it's true or not, I would never do such a thing. Qin Tian's righteous refusal made Luo Shuyu become irritated. She suppressed her emotions. In her opinion, this was what Qin Tian should have done. Just when the atmosphere between the two was tense, Assistant Guan walked in with an anxious look on his face. She did not hesitate in front of Qin Tian and said directly, President, there is a problem at the villa. It's a child. Luo Shuyu became flustered. She stood up and prepared to leave, but before she took a few steps, she turned back and said to Qin Tian, You, follow me. Qin Tian didn't like her ugly face, but he felt that something urgent was going on, so he followed her subconsciously. Chapter 2 Let me comfort you. Luo Shuyu couldn't hide the anxiety on his face. As the two entered the back seat of the Maybach, the atmosphere in this relatively intimate space became extremely depressing. Qin Tian is still confused. What does it mean? Did this woman ask me to come here just to give her a bad look? Qin Tian never indulges anyone. Since you asked me to follow you, shouldn't you tell me what happened? Luo Shuyu turned a blind eye to Qin Tian's questions, which further aroused Qin Tian's rebellious psychology. In his current opinion, Luo Shuyu was a weird person. They were not familiar with each other, let alone knowing each other, yet she was acting like a spoiled brat in front of him. You'll know when you get there. I can't explain it to you. I really can't say it. Could it be that our daughter is sick? What Luo Shuyu has always hated most is having himself cut open for others to see, but now in front of Qin Tian, he inexplicably wants to tell the truth. No. Luo Shuyu shook his head to himself and made up his mind. Allowing Qin Tian to appear in his own world was already a crossing of the line. If he told everything now, who knew what would happen? They don't know each other yet. What if Qin Tian disgusts her in every way? What kind of impact will it have on a child if a man like this suddenly breaks into the child's world? After thinking it over again and again, Luo Shuyu became more determined in her decision. But there was something wrong with what she was thinking. She didn't dislike Qin Tian. Even now, when Qin Tian, with a puzzled look on his face, pressed closer to her and looked at her carefully, and their breaths were so close, she did not feel disgusted. Luo Shuyu could smell the pleasant scent of the sun on Qin Tian's body, which made her heart beat faster. We really don't know each other? Qin Tian moved closer. In the past, if someone had come so close, Luo Shuyu would have kicked him away. But now Qin Tian's face filled her eyes, and she just pushed Qin Tian away and said coldly, Mr. Qin, I've already said that we have never met and are not familiar with each other. I asked you to follow me this time because of the work you are going to do next. Like I said, you'll know when you get there. Qin Tian leaned back helplessly. While he glanced at Luo Shuyu from the corner of his eye, he already had some guesses in his mind. This woman may not underestimate him. After half an hour's quick drive, the two returned to Luo Shuyu's lakeside villa. As soon as he entered the room, Qin Tian saw several servants busy with making medicine and preparing ice packs. A little girl as white as snow was lying on the sofa in the living room. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were tightly closed, and she was babbling something. But everyone could see that she was not in good condition. The young lady was fine this morning, but suddenly became like this after taking a half-hour nap during her lunch break. The maid, Aunt Wu, was responsible for taking good care of the little girl. Luo Shuyu hurried forward and hugged the child, but even in her mother's arms, the little girl was still very restless. Yan Yan, Mom is here. Luo Shuyu softened himself. She patiently coaxed the child in paste in the living room. Xin Tian originally thought what he would see, but he didn't expect to see such a scene when he really arrived. A single mother, her child is already this big. You know, Luo Shuyu is a well-known figure in W City. She is beautiful and holds a high position. How come no one knows that she has a child? Xin Tian couldn't help but think, I really don't know who this scumbag is. A woman who could deceive Luo Shuyu must be pretty. He walked forward while thinking wildly, and said in a mysterious way, why don't you let me try to comfort him? The eyes of everyone present were immediately fixed on Xin Tian's face. Xin Tian didn't care about these gazes, and Luo Shuyu didn't care that Xin Tian was a stranger. Luo Shuyu handed over his daughter Luo Yanyan, and Xin Tian held the child in his arms stiffly, very carefully. When you get close to it, you can feel how cute this little guy is. At this moment, her chubby little face showed a bit of uneasiness. Her little hands, which had nowhere to put, grabbed Xin Tian's collar. As if she realized who the person in front of her was, she grabbed it hard, as if she was afraid that Xin Tian would slip away. Soon, the little girl calmed down and fell asleep in Xin Tian's arms. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with surprise, and Luo Shuyu, in addition to feeling surprised, also felt a little unwilling. I gave birth to this little thing alone and have taken care of her for more than 3 years, but in the end I am not as good as Xin Tian, the nominal father whom I have never met. Thinking of this, Luo Shuyu rolled his eyes at Xin Tian. Xin Tian noticed Luo Shuyu's eyes. Although he felt puzzled, he felt quite happy at this moment for some reason. Let's go to the hospital. Xin Tian said, although it's not a big deal, we can't be careless with such a young child. Luo Shuyu did not refute his point. The two went out together and were about to go to the hospital when an uninvited guest blocked the door. The woman was wearing gorgeous clothes, and even someone like Xin Tian who didn't understand luxury goods could feel the pile of luxury goods on her body. All the luxury goods of the season were randomly combined together. If Frankenstein is a monster made up of spliced limbs, then this woman is a luxury monster made up of spliced luxury goods. But this luxury goods freak walked towards Xin Tian and the others with an ugly attitude and didn't realize it. Who is this? Xin Tian asked. Zhu Yali, my stepmother. Luo Shuyu returned to his cold and icy look that could not be penetrated by swords or knives. Xin Tian understood in his heart that this woman would only become like this when facing someone she had difficulty dealing with. It turns out that every family has its own problems, and the family affairs of wealthy families are also a headache. Originally, Xin Tian thought that this matter had nothing to do with him. But Zhu Yali had no intention of attacking Luo Shuyu directly, but instead focused her attention on Xin Tian. Is this the stepfather you found for that bastard? He looks quite young, but I wonder if he's as unreliable as the bastard's father. Zhu Yali raised the corner of her mouth, full of arrogance. For some reason, Xin Tian felt like he was scolded twice. Zhu Yali, you should take care of yourself first. Don't forget how you paid back the money you owed to the casino's underground bank. Luo Shuyu stepped forward, all your IOUs are here with me. Zhu Yali's face suddenly changed, and she immediately started to curse, you little bitch, you gave birth to a bastard, and caused such a shameful thing for the Luo family, and you even dared to threaten me. I really don't know what that old man was thinking, handing over such a big business of the Luo family to you, a dirty bitch. Bang! With a crisp slap, Luo Shuyu raised his hand and slapped Zhu Yali in the face cleanly. The face that looked like it had been shaved with putty suddenly became red and swollen. This time, Zhu Yali became even crazier. Chapter 3 Acceptance Conditions. Zhu Yali was not an easy person to get along with. After being slapped by Luo Shuyu, she immediately wanted to grab Luo Shuyu's face. Xin Tian subconsciously wanted to step forward when he saw this, but Luo Shuyu was obviously not the first time to encounter such a situation, so she just kicked Zhu Yali in the stomach. The other person fell backwards in pain, sat on the ground, and then started crying loudly. Luo Shuyu, you are such a disrespectful person. I am your mother, how could you do this to me? Shut up, my mother died a long time ago, and you should know very well how she died. Luo Shuyu walked forward, and the feeling of oppression made Zhu Yali subconsciously shrink her neck. But this fear only lasted for a moment in her heart and was soon overwhelmed by her stupid instincts. I don't know what you are talking about. What does your mother's death have to do with me? I only know that you are an unruly woman. The Luo family will never allow a woman like you to inherit in the future. If Luo Shuyu wanted to, she could deal with Zhu Yali in any way, but she didn't have the time to do so now. Let's go, don't worry about her. Luo Shuyu signaled Qin Tian that he could leave. But when Zhu Yali saw that Luo Shuyu ignored her, she turned around and tried to pull Qin Tian. Qin Tian was holding the child, and as an outsider he had no scruples towards Zhu Yali, so he lowered his voice and scolded. Open! Zhu Yali felt like someone was holding a knife to her neck. In her impression, the now demented old man of the Luo family is not easy to deal with. When the old man looked at her, the gleam in his eyes seemed to be able to see through her. But the young man in front of him seemed even more terrifying than that old man. Before she could react, her body lost control and she stopped pulling Qin Tian. I don't want to see her here when I come back. Luo Shuyu walked ahead without looking back. On the way to the hospital, the atmosphere became silent again. Luo Shuyu didn't want Qin Tian to see what happened just now, and now he was even more unwilling to explain what had happened to their Luo family over the years. Qin Tian had some guesses in his mind, but he didn't want to ask more questions. Fortunately, after arriving at the hospital, Luo Yanyan just caught a cold, which was a minor problem. It's not a big problem, just take a good rest. The doctor gave simple instructions. You two are still young, and as new parents, you may accidentally make mistakes. Don't worry too much about blaming yourself. Qin Tian and the other person looked at each other, lowered their heads embarrassedly, but neither of them gave any explanation. After leaving the clinic, the two sat in the hospital lobby, and Qin Tian asked curiously. Shouldn't a family like yours have a private doctor? How come I haven't seen one? She went back to inherit the family business, and we haven't had time to find a new one, so there's this period of time. Luo Shuyu held the child, and now his heart was finally at ease. Although I know these are not what I should ask, I still want to know, you have not planned to disclose the identity of this child until today? Qin Tian knew that the upper circles were very concerned about these things. These people can have a lot of fun before getting married, or even after getting married, but having a child is not acceptable. What's more, Luo Shuyu is a woman. And to this day no one knows who the father of the child is. Her identity has not been released for her protection. Now, only people in their circle know about Luo Yanyan's existence, and at most they will only laugh at Luo Shuyu. But if the public knew about this, the harm caused to Luo Yanyan now and in the future would be enormous. So you want me to be your contracted husband and the father of your child? Qin Tian understood. Luo Shuyu nodded. It's all written in the contract, but you didn't see the back at that time. I know this may be hard for you to accept and may feel very strange. Luo Shuyu gritted his teeth. Ever since she met this man, she became very, very strange. She used to be decisive and ruthless in the business world, but now she made stupid moves one after another. And what's the point of her patiently explaining now? What's the point of this little woman's attitude? Perhaps it was because he saw how contented his daughter was in Qin Tian's arms that he knew they would get along very well. At this moment, Luo Shuyu felt that it might not be a big deal if he lowered his attitude. After all, in this environment, it would be very dangerous for you to become my husband and Yanyan's father. This can be considered a risk statement before joining the company. Although Luo Shuyu has never come into contact with any man other than Qin Tian, there are quite a few flies surrounding her on a daily basis. If those people set their sights on Qin Tian at that time, Qin Tian, an ordinary college student, might not be able to deal with it. What are you talking about? Qin Tian said sternly, the child is so young, how can he survive without a father? I'll take this job. But Luo Shuyu seemed to understand, 3 years, 100 million. But this matter should be settled as soon as possible. Qin Tian bent his arms, his biceps bulging. Look, if you encounter the same kind of thing again, there's no need for you to do it yourself. I can do it. Luo Shuyu watched Qin Tian performing Sichuan opera face-changing and wondered if this guy considered himself a bodyguard. But no matter what, Luo Shuyu was still very happy that he could show such a calm attitude. She also didn't think Qin Tian was really here for the commission. Thinking of this, Luo Shuyu turned around and looked at Qin Tian. Qin Tian was seen leaning on the back of the chair, looking up at the ceiling, laughing at something. His intermittent laughter made Luo Shuyu feel a chill. After a while, she heard Qin Tian whispering. From now on, I am also a rich man. Well, it seems that Luo Shuyu was wrong. No matter what, thank you for today. Luo Shuyu said. Qin Tian didn't know why he was being thanked, and he subconsciously said, the little guy is also very pitiful. He has not had his father by his side for all these years. It seems that you really met the wrong person at the beginning. Has there been no news from that man in all these years? Luo Shuyu, who had originally softened, suddenly became cold again. Qin Tian muttered to himself, this thing is like an air conditioner, it's constantly hot and cold. Luo Shuyu stood up holding the child and said, yes, that man is indeed a bastard. It has been several years. He may be dead. Having said that, she walked away. Qin Tian was completely confused and was about to follow when he heard Luo Shuyu say, you don't have to follow me. You should remember how to get to the villa tomorrow morning. Remember. After saying that, without even saying goodbye, the beautiful figure quickly disappeared from Qin Tian's sight. He let out a sigh. Too many things happened today. I'm afraid that my brothers won't believe what happened when we returned to the dormitory. Thinking of this, Qin Tian also got up and returned. Chapter 4, each going his own way. When Qin Tian returned to the dormitory, he brought a dozen beers and carried several takeout boxes filled with braised food. Open the door and everyone is there. What do you think, brother Tian? You are not lying, are you? What position does Luo's company want you to take? The first person to come up was Wang Chen, the cheerful boy in the dormitory. This guy often dressed in a sporty style and had a good relationship with everyone. In terms of popularity on campus, he is even more popular than people like Qin Tian. Everyone's evaluation of him is that he is very comfortable to be with. There are so many delicious foods. It seems like something good is going to happen. Wang Chen took the bag from his eldest brother, opened it, took out a box of his favorite duck neck, and started to eat it without any hesitation. The other two brothers also came over. It looks like something happened, but it's not necessarily a good thing. The second person to sit at the table and start eating was Shan Shixian. This kid usually likes to be alone and is quite mysterious. Except for Qin Tian, he doesn't listen to anyone and doesn't give face to anyone. I think it's something that's not convenient to tell us. Is there a confidentiality agreement? The last person to sit at the table was Chen Shi. Chen Shi's family is wealthy, but he is a very gentle person without any arrogance. Whenever the brothers have questions that they don't understand, they will subconsciously ask Chen Shi for his opinion. Qin Tian didn't know how to answer. If he told the truth, it would definitely be a harm to Luo Shuyu and the little girl. But he would never hide anything from these guys. You can think so, but maybe you will know it in a few days. Yes, maybe the whole W city will know about it in a few days. Everyone knows that Qin Tian is a gigolo. Will I be called a gigolo? Qin Tian had such doubts in his mind. Could it be that he was favored by the beautiful female CEO who was rumored to be the most beautiful in the whole W city? Even a duck neck couldn't stop Shan Shixian from talking. This kid used his imagination to the fullest and even sang and talked. It's just because I took one more look at you in the crowd I don't know where I saw Boss Qin, and then I was deeply fascinated by him and couldn't extricate myself. What a bold courtship this is. Qin Tian was speechless for a while, then coughed twice to clear his throat. Have you ever seen love letters sent via email, confessions made via corporate phone calls, and dates held in front of the president's desk? That's true, but what does this beautiful CEO look like? Can she compare to the most beautiful girl in our school? School beauty? It's not like Qin Tian hasn't seen that girl before, and he's even been introduced to her before, but if you really compare them, she's no match for Luo Shuyu. There are photos online, but they are all formal group photos of people attending major events. The ones you can find now basically cannot clearly see the people's faces. Chen Shi said. If the boss really becomes a Phoenix man, his image will be seriously damaged. Shan Shixian waved the half-eaten duck neck. But it's a pity that we're eating free food too late, otherwise we wouldn't have free midnight snacks every day. Even food can't stop you from talking? Chen Shi choked. A few people laughed and cursed at each other. Qin Tian opened a can of beer and drank it slowly. He waited until they finished arguing and calmed down before asking, "What are you guys going to do?" The three of them looked at each other, and Wang Chen spoke first. "My family has made arrangements in the city." Shan Shixian raised his left hand and said, "I have to go home. I haven't been home in the past few years. If I don't go back, something bad will happen. I'm also in W City, but I can't say for sure what will happen next." Chen Shi said. Several people also said to keep half and half. Then we'll go our separate ways from now on. Qin Tian raised his glass. The three of them followed his movements. Early the next morning, Qin Tian simply packed some of his luggage and took a taxi to Luo Shuyu's lakeside villa. Just as he got off the car and hadn't stood firmly, a heavy motorcycle brushed past Qin Tian's side, and was only a punch away from knocking him down. Qin Tian frowned and was about to speak when the other party stopped in front of him. The man took off his black helmet, revealing a face with dark eyeshadow and eyeliner, and lip and nose rings. The exaggerated yellow hair made Qin Tian stunned. This boy's outfit is so typical. He stopped in front of the villa door, shook his head at the door, stomped his feet and walked back and forth a few steps, and then his eyes fell on Qin Tian again. "Hey, you!" He walked towards Qin Tian aggressively. But when he stood in front of Qin Tian, he found that he was half a head shorter than him and could only look up at Qin Tian. He was not convinced, so he took a half step away and asked, "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others?" Qin Tian could see that this kid was not very smart. "Me? I saw you standing here and thought you were here to apply for a security guard position. Don't you know who the owner of the villa is?" Speaking of this, Huang Mao's face was full of pride. "I know, President Luo Shuyu Luo, a well-known successful person and a big beauty in W City." "Since you know her, but not me?" Qin Tian shook his head. "Then you don't have to come. Go back. You can't do this job anymore," Huang Mao said with a confident look. "And who are you?" "I am President Luo's younger brother, Luo Qiming. Everyone who works here must know me." Qin Tian shook his head. "I only know President Luo, not you. I'm here to work, so of course I only know some important things. I can't possibly know the color of the toilet gasket that President Luo uses." Luo Qiming was immediately furious. "What, you're comparing me to a toilet gasket? And if you're really that important, shouldn't someone open the door for you now?" Luo Qiming's car stalled. Yes, in fact Luo Qiming is very unwelcome here. It's not because he did anything wrong that was heinous to both humans and gods, but everyone simply felt that this kid's brain was not very good, and he would easily lead Luo Yanyan astray over time. "It's not your turn to criticize me. Look, no one is paying attention to you now. It means you haven't been selected at all." Luo Qiming rolled up his sleeves. "Look at you now. How can a security guard be so handsome? You must have bad intentions." Qin Tian was secretly complaining. "Is this scolding him? I advise you to go home early." Luo Qiming sat in front of the gate holding his helmet angrily, helping Qin Tian to back out. But at this moment, Aunt Wu came out. As soon as he saw Qin Tian, a smile immediately appeared on his face. She also saw what happened yesterday. The young lady was so close to Qin Tian, and the young lady looked like that. Anyone with a little insight could see that both mother and daughter were very satisfied with Qin Tian. No matter what happened to that scumbag before, it's good to have Qin Tian here now. "Auntie Wu, are you here to welcome me?" Luo Qiming stood up suddenly, as if pulling a carrot. Then Wu Ma said to Qin Tian with a smile, "Mr. Qin, you came so early. You haven't had breakfast yet. Breakfast is ready. Come and have it with Miss." Luo Qiming, who was standing aside, simply turned into air and stood there in a daze. Chapter 5 Secondary Injury. Qin Tian and the other man were almost going in when Luo Qiming reacted and grabbed the door. If he had been a little slower, his right hand would have been crushed into a pig's hoof. "Auntie Wu, you must be kidding. I'm a big living person here, and I haven't had breakfast yet. You can't just let a security guard in and not let me in." Even though Aunt Wu had said so much just now, this kid still didn't understand that Qin Tian was not here to be a security guard. Aunt Wu glanced at him and didn't care at all. As the most senior servant here at Luo Shuyu's place, Wu Ma followed Luo Shuyu's mother when she was still young. After Luo Shuyu's mother passed away, she was responsible for Luo Shuyu's daily life. Now he is responsible for taking care of Luo Yanyan. So it was normal for her to give Luo Qiming that kind of cold look. Even if Auntie Wu was really angry and wanted to beat him up, this kid would just cover his butt and run away. "I see that since he hasn't eaten either, let's eat something together." Just now, this kid was running close to Qin Tian and almost knocked Qin Tian to the ground. Although Qin Tian was not very angry, he couldn't let this kid get away with it so easily. He had to teach him a lesson. "Since Mr. Qin said so, then please come in, young master." Aunt Wu's eyes were full of disgust. Luo Qiming was a little confused and didn't quite understand why Qin Tian's words were so effective. But Qin Tian's next words made Luo Qiming jump up. After all, we will be a family in the future. Qin Tian reached out and patted Luo Qiming's left shoulder, saying with a smile, "Call me brother-in-law first." Luo Qiming's face suddenly turned very ugly. What happened to his sister always made him very annoyed. Although he knew that he was useless and could not help his sister, he had always been very restrained and never caused trouble for his sister in the circle. But even so, the thing that happened still happened. My sister became pregnant with someone unknown's child. Someone in the circle once made a joke about this matter in front of him, and as a result, Luo Qiming beat that person half to death. To this day, that kid will take a detour when he sees Luo Qiming. Take back what you just said. Luo Qiming angrily slapped away Qin Tian's hand on his shoulder. And Qin Tian just smiled. Oh. Yesterday's Zhu Yali made Qin Tian think that the Luo family must be full of bloody things and troublesome people, but now it seems that there is still such a person that people can like. I can see that you are very angry, but this is the fact. You will have to accept it sooner or later. Qin Tian still looked the same. But in Luo Qiming's eyes, he was becoming more and more deserving of a beating. I ask you to take back what you just said. I don't care who you are, you have no right to make fun of her. His fists were clenched so hard that they made crackling sounds, and his whole demeanor changed. This really made Qin Tian look at him with new eyes. Seeing that the situation was not good, Aunt Wu immediately ran in and asked Luo Shuyu to come out to mediate. And when a group of people ran out, it was just the time when Luo Qiming swung his punch at Qin Tian. Luo Qiming took a step forward, turned his body, and with all his strength, he punched Qin Tian in the face fiercely and accurately. Luo Qiming has some strength. In the early years, after Zhu Yali became the mistress, in order to make Luo Qiming, the legitimate heir, become a useless person, she tried every means to make Luo Qiming interested in all kinds of messy things. Learn this today and that tomorrow. Over time, he became a half-baked person at everything. But Luo Qiming is talented only in learning martial arts. It's a pity that when he was about to achieve academic success, Zhu Yali urgently stopped the matter, which resulted in Luo Qiming not being able to continue on this path. But with what he has learned, it is enough for him to fight 10 people alone. It was precisely because he knew Luo Qiming's skills that Luo Shuyu screamed in surprise the moment he saw this scene happening. Stop! But the punches and kicks moved too fast, there was no way they could be stopped. The punch went straight to Qin Tian's face, but the expected bruises did not occur. Qin Tian simply stretched out a hand and gently took the punch, which was easily blocked. Not bad, you have some basic skills. Qin Tian still had the same indifferent expression as before. But the more he did this, the more annoyed Luo Qiming became. Next he attacked like crazy, as ruthlessly as possible. But even though he tried his best, he still couldn't get hurt by Qin Tian. Just when he was exhausted, Qin Tian said, "Is it my turn now?" Luo Qiming's heart was beating fast, and then he felt his feet go empty, as if he had lost his balance. He fell to the ground with a thud, and his mouth was full of dust. Ahem! Qin Tian didn't use much force, he just kicked him down. Therefore Luo Qiming quickly got up. Under the gaze of everyone, he finally calmed down. Luo Shuyu's eyes were full of shock. She knows her younger brother best. Although he is cynical and has accomplished nothing, his skills are still worth mentioning. But just now he had no power to fight back in front of Qin Tian. He could still attack when Qin Tian didn't take action, but when Qin Tian fought back, he only needed one move to knock Luo Qiming down. Are you calm now? Luo Shuyu walked forward, with a look of blame and worry. Just now this kid said that he is my brother-in-law, and also said that we are a family from now on. Luo Qiming was very angry. But he also knew that he was no match for Qin Tian, so he shrank his neck and did not dare to look Qin Tian in the eye. He's right. He is indeed your brother-in-law. From today on, we are a family. Luo Shuyu did not intend to let more people know about the contract. What? Luo Qiming's pupils trembled, and it took him a long time to recover from this shocking news. But at this moment, Qin Tian was still looking at him with a smile on his face, as if he deserved a beating as much as he could. But you Luo Qiming wanted to think that this wouldn't be another scumbag. But he didn't say it in the end. He was afraid that bringing up those bad memories would hurt Luo Shuyu again. Of course, this idea is just his wishful thinking. Luo Shuyu doesn't have that much psychological trauma towards Qin Tian. Thinking of this, Luo Qiming patted his butt, stood up, and said, "Why are you so proud? When you meet my eldest niece later, if she doesn't like you, you will still have to." Luo Qiming hadn't even finished his words when he was slapped in the face. The little boy who usually called him uncle sweetly suddenly jumped to Qin Tian's feet and grabbed Qin Tian's calf. "Dad!" The soft and lovely voice almost melted Qin Tian's heart. Qin Tian originally thought that the little girl would need some time to adapt to him this time, but she didn't expect that she had already accepted the fact that Qin Tian, her father, suddenly appeared. The one who felt even worse was Luo Qiming. "It's so painful," he pointed at Qin Tian, his right hand kept shaking and twitching, and he almost passed out. Chapter 6 Big Brother. "Okay, stop messing around." Luo Shuyu kicked his silly brother. "It's time for breakfast." Qin Tian picked up his daughter, feeling very proud. Although it was only his second time holding a baby, Qin Tian's movements were already quite skillful. Xiao Yanyan hugged Qin Tian's neck and pinched his cheek curiously. When she was still groggy, she wanted to open her eyes to see what her father looked like, but she couldn't open her eyes no matter how hard she tried. So she held Qin Tian tightly from beginning to end, fearing that he would slip away. The corners of Qin Tian's mouth were pulled up by Xiao Yanyan, but he didn't feel annoyed. Instead, he smiled and said, "Is Dad's face rough?" "It pricks my hand," Xiao Yanyan said in a baby voice, then took her hand back. But Qin Tian wanted to tease her, so he took her snow-white and tender little hand and scratched her chin. The little girl was amused and giggled. Everyone was stunned, not only because Xiao Yanyan accepted it so easily, but also because Qin Tian acted so naturally. Everyone was wondering if Qin Tian was Xiao Yanyan's biological father. And for Luo Shuyu, this situation made her feel mixed emotions. She once doubted whether it was important for both parents to be present during a person's growth. She has been alone since she was young, so what's wrong with that now? But when he looked at the current scene again, Luo Shuyu's belief was shaken as expected. It must be better if both parents are around. The farce in front of the door in the early morning ended temporarily. The four of them sat at the dining table. Xiao Yanyan, who usually sat next to her mother, moved closer to Qin Tian. While drinking porridge, he stared at Qin Tian's movements without blinking. "I've never seen this little girl like this." Luo Qiming pouted. It had come to this point, and he had to accept it even if he didn't want to. Luo Qiming has watched his little niece grow up to her current age. When this little thing was just born, no one except her mother could hold her. When he was a little older, he was willing to accept Wu Ma's care. It took Luo Qiming quite a long time to become really close to her. But he has been running the business for so long, but he is not as good as Qin Tian in one day. Although he was unhappy, he was still very happy to see Xiao Yanyan so happy. After breakfast, Qin Tian played with the child for a while. In Qin Tian's previous understanding, children of this age would only cry and make a fuss, and were particularly clingy. But after getting along with Xiao Yanyan, he found that there was nothing wrong with her except that she was a little clingy. Qin Tian was sitting there dozing off, and Xiao Yanyan was reading some storybooks on the side. When she came across some words she didn't understand, she would run up to Qin Tian and point with her little hand. After getting the answer, he ran back to his original seat and sat down to continue watching. The two little feet shake from time to time, which is very cute. Qin Tian just sat there, feeling like he could just watch like this all day without any problem. Luo Qiming finally figured it out. He walked up to Qin Tian shyly and said, "It's impossible for me to call you brother-in-law for the time being, but I am willing to respectfully call you big brother." As he said this, the boy clasped his fists and said, "Big brother." Qin Tian joked, "That's great, then you can call your sister sister-in-law from now on." Luo Qiming was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Just spent half a day leisurely like this. Although Luo Shuyu was resting today, she was not idle. Her hands were placed on the laptop keyboard and she frowned from time to time. Qin Tian felt that her seriousness was cute and he always wanted to go up and pinch her cheek. But given the relationship between them, he didn't think he could do that casually. "Qin Tian, come with me." After a while, Luo Shuyu put down the work in his hands and took Qin Tian to the study on the second floor. She took out the contract again. "I've thought about it too. It's normal for you to refuse under the previous circumstances." Luo Shuyu looked into Qin Tian's eyes and asked seriously. "Now I ask you seriously, are you willing to accept becoming a contract couple with me?" Qin Tian sat up straight at once, and even wanted to reach out to adjust his non-existent tie. The two were clearly discussing business, so why did it seem like I was being proposed to? "I do. It has come to this point, and it would be rude to hesitate any further." Okay, sign these pages and the contract will be established. Luo Shuyu seemed to have regained his businessman's face all of a sudden, making Qin Tian feel like he was being cheated. But even so, Qin Tian didn't look at it for long. He just wrote his name on the pages that needed to be signed, and then pushed the contract and the pen back. Okay, Mr. Qin, our relationship is officially established. Luo Shuyu said. Then what should I call you? Qin Tian touched his chin, looking very conflicted. Should I call you wife? Or baby? Dear? Honey? Hearing Qin Tian's disgusting name, Luo Shuyu felt his ears burning. I couldn't hold back the look I had just shown. She subconsciously shifted her gaze, then cleared her throat and said in a serious tone, just call me Shuyu. Okay. Qin Tian pinched his throat and said in a low voice, Shuyu wife. Luo Shuyu got goosebumps all over his body. But I have to say, even if Qin Tian really called her wife now, she didn't seem to feel embarrassed. By the way, there is one more thing. Qin Tian seemed to suddenly remember something. Can you give me an internship certificate for this job? Luo Shuyu had never felt so speechless before. After a while, she said, don't worry, I'll ask Assistant Guan to help you. Do you have any other questions? Qin Tian looked at Luo Shuyu's eyebrows that were almost knotted because of anger, and said with a smile, there's nothing else, but can I make lunch today? 50 minutes later, at the dining table in the lakeside villa, Luo Qiming was wolfing down his food while praising Qin Tian's cooking skills. Brother, your cooking skills are amazing. I used to think that Auntie Wu's dishes were the best in the world, but now after eating the food you cook, I just feel. He hadn't gotten the second half of his sentence out yet when he sensed Wu Ma's murderous gaze. He forced himself to hold it back. Eat more if you like. I, your big brother, don't cook often. As Qin Tian spoke, he observed Xiao Yanyan's movements. Luo Shuyu's parenting philosophy is to let children learn to be independent at a very young age, so even though Luo Yanyan is only 3 years old now and there are so many servants at home, she still picks up food and eats by herself. Well, I don't eat coriander or ginger, but I like spicy food. He has the same habits as her. On the other hand, Luo Shuyu, as a mother, loves to eat coriander, and the dish she picks up the most is fried pork with ginger. She will simply avoid chopsticks with a little chili on them. That's right, Qin Tian was not just cooking, he was verifying something. While eating, Luo Qiming couldn't stop talking. Sister, this is what we call being smart after falling into a trap. Look at my elder brother, he is much better than that ex-brother-in-law who I don't know who he is. As he was speaking, everyone stopped what they were doing. Realizing that he had said something wrong, Luo Qiming swallowed the food in his mouth with a gulp before he finished chewing it, almost choking to death. He immediately turned around and looked for water to drink. Chapter 7, Against All Odds. Will saying less suffocate you? Yes. Luo Qiming swallowed a mouthful of water and felt as if he had swallowed a stone. His stomach ached for a while, but soon it subsided. In fact, the so-called ex-brother-in-law has never been a taboo topic for Luo Shuyu. Especially between siblings. But now that Qin Tian is here, maybe it's better to say less? Luo Qiming noticed this and decided not to mention this matter again from now on. But the birth of this little girl caused quite a stir in our family. Luo Qiming said. That was the critical period when the old man of the Luo family retired and the successor took over. At that time, Luo Shuyu had just returned not long ago. Although he was young, he had outstanding abilities and was placed with high hopes. But I didn't expect that this kind of thing would happen as soon as I turned around. That period was the time when Luo Qiming hated himself for being useless the most. Although he had only lived with Luo Shuyu for a few years since childhood, and was under the influence of Zhu Yali for a long time afterwards, the person he was closest to in his heart was still this sister who was born to the same mother. At that time, my sister's position as heir was almost taken away by that boy. The so-called boy is Luo Shuyu's half-brother, Luo Tianqin. Although he is Zhu Yali's child, he is not a complete fool like Zhu Yali. Luo Tianqin is vicious, cunning, capable, and at the same time arrogant. Luo Qiming once suffered a great loss at the hands of his half-brother. Judging from the situation at the time, Luo Tianqin was capable and had proven his ability. Moreover, he was the only male in the family and had a legitimate right of inheritance in the family. At the same time, although Luo Shuyu is excellent, the scandal she caused is undoubtedly a huge blow to her status as heir. But in the end, Mr. Luo stood up against all odds and made Luo Shuyu the heir. Fortunately, Grandpa finally decided to let my sister inherit Luo's company, but after the equity transfer was completed, Grandpa suffered from Alzheimer's disease. Mr. Luo is still in a private nursing home in the suburbs, and is cared for by dozens of caregivers every day. However, it was precisely because of this decision that Luo Shuyu became the target of public criticism. Fortunately, she is indeed capable. In just 4 years, she has led Luo's company to take a step further and become the leading enterprise in W City and even the entire H province. Qin Tian looked at her. How could such a small woman burst out with such powerful strength? And what is the cost of doing all this? Qin Tian's gaze fell on Xiao Yanyan again. At this moment, she was concentrating on picking up the rice grains in the bowl and eating very seriously. Last night Qin Tian also learned some information about the Luo family. The father of Luo Shuyu and his sister was an incompetent man, a typically useless man. So when the two siblings were very young, Mr. Luo started to train his grandchildren to inherit the family business in the future. But between the two sisters, he chose Luo Shuyu. The result was that Luo Shuyu was sent outside to be raised for many years. What Qin Tian didn't know was that Luo Shuyu's mother died when she was 2 years old, the year she gave birth to Luo Qiming. At the end of that year, when Luo Qiming was 3 months old, Luo's father brought back a woman, the young Zhu Yali. Zhu Yali was holding a 1-year-old baby in her arms. As for the baby, it was Luo Tianqin. If a couple has an affair and the mistress takes over, the illegitimate child will become his younger brother in a legitimate way. Even though Luo Shuyu was only 2 years old at that time, she already knew a lot of things. And that incident happened the year she came back. At the first cocktail party she attended after returning to W City, someone poisoned her. She left through the back door while she was still conscious. She did not call the driver sent by the Luo family because she knew that these people had teamed up to plot against her. After that, he met the drunk Qin Tian, and those things happened. Speaking of which, shouldn't you take some time to visit Grandpa so that he can feel more at ease? Luo Qiming said. Although Grandpa may not know who is who now. I'll go when I'm free. Now that Qin Tian is here, some things have to be gradually made public. Luo Shuyu pulled out a chair, walked behind Qin Tian, and put his hand on his shoulder. Qin Tian also took Luo Shuyu's soft and white little hand and squeezed it gently, as if to comfort her. Don't worry, from now on, no matter what happens, I will be with you. Luo Shuyu's body stiffened and he pulled his hand away calmly. Qin Tian was secretly proud. This woman is not only hot and cold, but also likes to play this trick on him. Look, it's a pity that she has low attack and zero defense, so she was subdued by his counterattack, right? After lunch, the afternoon is even more leisurely. Qin Tian accompanied the children in the garden to swing and feed the koi, while Luo Shuyu continued to sit aside and handle the company's affairs. This is really treating your buddy as a babysitter. Although he didn't want to think so, Qin Tian felt that he was indeed like a nanny now. Perhaps Luo Shuyu's real trouble has not yet come. At this time, Xiao Yanyan raised a handful of fish food, which fell into the water with a rustling sound. Suddenly, the golden and red colors in the pond merged into one, which looked very beautiful. The little girl felt much better. After the afternoon fun, it was soon time for dinner. Luo Qiming had already returned home, and after lunch, Wu Ma prepared with 120% of her effort. Therefore, Qin Tian and the other two were very supportive, fearing that they would hurt Wu Ma's feelings. After digesting the food for a while, Qin Tian watched cartoons with his children. As a result, he was still watching with some interest when the child fell asleep. She had a lot of fun today and must be tired. Aunt Wu came over and wanted to take Xiao Yanyan to her own room as usual. But the little girl used the same trick again and grabbed Qin Tian's clothes and refused to let go. There was no other choice but to wake her up, wash her up, and then coax her back to sleep. But when the little girl put on her pajamas, she started to make a fuss about sleeping with Qin Tian. Mother Wu felt that this was inappropriate, but she didn't know what to say. So she could only look to Luo Shuyu for help. Luo Shuyu nodded, holding the child, and knocked on Qin Tian's guest room door. Qin Tian had just washed up and changed into pajamas, and there was still a slight dampness on his body. Dad! As soon as the door was opened, Xiao Yanyan leaned on him. This is? She wants to sleep with you at night. Luo Shuyu said calmly. Isn't this inappropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it. Just think of yourself as a confinement nanny or babysitter. Remember to take good care of the child at night. That's it. After saying that, Luo Shuyu slammed the door shut. The father and daughter were left looking at each other in bewilderment in the room. You won't wet the bed at night, will you? To be honest, Qin Tian was a little scared. Xiao Yanyan smiled embarrassedly, probably not. Chapter 8, Ungrateful. The little girl didn't wet the bed, but her sleeping posture was extremely bad. She had to get up once during the night, but luckily Qin Tian only needed to carry the little girl to the bathroom door and she would go to the toilet by herself. On the other side, Luo Shuyu had already finished breakfast and was ready to go to the company. Xiaoyan, haven't you gotten up yet today? Luo Shuyu asked Aunt Wu while drinking porridge. Maybe he was tired from playing yesterday. It's normal for children to like to sleep in. Mother Wu explained. I'll go and take a look. Luo Shuyu was a little curious for a moment. It is easy to take care of a child during the day. Luo Yanyan is used to playing by himself, so he is very easy to take care of. But it's not certain tonight. If he cries and makes a fuss, she doesn't think Qin Tian, a first-time father, will be able to do a good job. In fact, she was trying to cause trouble for Qin Tian by asking him to take care of the child last night. But when Luo Shuyu quietly pushed open the door, the father and daughter were still sleeping soundly. Qin Tian's sleeping posture is always very peaceful. He is in the same position when he wakes up this morning as he was when he fell asleep last night. But the little girl's sleeping posture is not very good. She kicked Qin Tian in the face, leaving a red mark with her little foot. She then lay sideways on the bed, looking as ugly as could be while sleeping. Frankly speaking, Luo Shuyu seldom takes care of the children herself, and for some reason, Xiao Yanyan always sleeps very lightly when sleeping with her. As long as she wakes up in the morning, the little girl will naturally wake up as well. Then, as if he realized someone had come in, Qin Tian opened his eyes and sat up. He rubbed his cheek and felt his face was a little swollen. Good morning. Qin Tian greeted. Come with me to the company. I'll wait for you downstairs. Luo Shuyu closed the door and walked out. By the time Qin Tian finished washing up and came downstairs, the footprints on his face had faded a lot. While eating breakfast, the little girl stared at Qin Tian's profile and kept stealing glances at him. Obviously a little embarrassed. It's okay, it's okay. It should be fine after a while. Qin Tian comforted her. Overall, Qin Tian had a good rest last night. After breakfast, Qin Tian followed Luo Shuyu to the company. Just after sitting down for a while, he received a bank transfer note with salary in it. That's 50%. Luo Shuyu explained. According to the contract signed by the two, Luo Shuyu will pay Qin Tian half of the remuneration at the beginning, and the remaining half will be paid after the matter is completely over. Looking at the transfers of both small and large amounts, Qin Tiankai finally began to feel the reality of the matter. This is his salary after paying taxes, and he is now indeed Luo Shuyu's contracted husband. Putting those jokes aside, in just over a day of getting along, Qin Tian has already noticed something. Although Xiao Yanyan looks like her mother, her expressions and actions are very similar to Qin Tian, and some of her living habits are exactly the same as Qin Tian. The strangest thing is that the mother and daughter inexplicably trust him, a stranger. Thinking of this, Qin Tian looked at Luo Shuyu again. However, this time there was a bit of scrutiny in his eyes, which made Luo Shuyu feel inexplicably uneasy. What's wrong? Any other questions? No. Qin Tian shook his head. No problem. Since she doesn't want to say it, Qin Tian can only wait until the day she is willing to say it. I have made an appointment with Xiao Yanyan to feed the fish, so I won't stay here any longer. Qin Tian got up and left. After taking the elevator downstairs, Qin Tian was still thinking about taking a taxi back or something. Just as he took out his mobile phone, opened the map, and entered the address of the lakeside villa, he felt a dark mass in front of him and several people surrounded him. Qin Tian raised his head and several people looked at him unfriendlily. The man in the lead was not tall, probably only reaching Qin Tian's chest. Qin Tian could smell the pungent scent of men's perfume on him from a distance. But if you say this guy is very refined, he is not that sophisticated. Qin Tian could even see his nose hairs that were about to escape from the nostril. Do I know you? It doesn't take much thought to know that these guys are here to cause trouble. But since entering the university campus, Qin Tian has become much more well-behaved, and it has been a long time since he encountered such a person who came to him on his own initiative. That's good. Maybe I can stretch my muscles for a long time to come. You don't know us, but we know you. The man in the lead looked a bit like a nouveau riche from his attire. You little brat, you're still so arrogant even when you're about to die. Watch carefully and remember, the person standing in front of you is young Master Zhou Xiaodang. Zhou Xiaodeng didn't need to introduce himself, the professional henchmen around him completed the process naturally. No need to remember. First, my memory has never been very good. Second, I don't have the habit of using my brain as a toilet. Qin Tian glanced at Zhou Xiaodeng. But I think your head is big enough, maybe it's suitable for use as a toilet. What did you say? Zhou Xiaodeng was furious. What he hated most since he was a child was people saying that he had a big head. When he was born, his head was too big and he was almost suffocated by difficult labor. He was later born naturally, but his brain became damaged due to lack of oxygen during birth. This has always been his pain point. Go ahead, beat him to death. The 5 thugs rolled up their sleeves, eager to give it a try. Wait a minute. Isn't it enough that I'm scared? Qin Tian spread his hands, signaling the other party to calm down. Although I don't know you, you know me. You see, I am a person with limited knowledge. I just want to hear how you know me. I can also thank the person who helped me promote me, right? If Qin Tian wanted to get rid of these people in front of him, it would be too easy. But these people obviously came to cause trouble because he became Luo Shuyu's man. This problem will never be solved unless the real mastermind is found. You are a sensible kid. But don't you look at your status? With your status, can you be Mr. Luo's man? For some reason, Qin Tian felt a little numb when he heard him say this. I'll tell you the truth. Luo Shuyu is the woman that young Master Zhang likes. Even if I don't come to find you today, someone else will come to find you later. I advise you to get out of here, or you'll die without knowing how. Qin Tian pretended to shudder, with a look of fear on his face. Really, big brother? Why don't we go over there and talk about it? He pointed to a corner of the park, the gap between 2 green belts. If you explain it to me clearly, I will understand what is going on. At this moment, Qin Tian's face was full of smiles, and people couldn't tell what he was planning in his mind. Even Zhou Xiaodeng felt that this boy was really sensible. But when they followed Qin Tian to a deserted place, Zhou Xiaodeng felt a sharp pain in his knee at the first moment and immediately fell to his knees. Chapter 9. A huge number of suitors. You. Zhou Xiaodeng didn't see it carefully just now, but he could also tell that Qin Tian had kicked him quickly and directly on the knee. This made him lose all his strength and fall to his knees. You're looking for death. Come on. With Zhou Xiaodeng's walnut-like brain, of course he didn't realize that Qin Tian was an opponent they couldn't afford to offend. But the guys around here understand. Qin Tian's speed just now was too fast. If they really wanted to attack, Qin Tian would probably only need a moment to deal with the 5 of them. But if I don't go up? These things are done for money, how can we survive in the future? Ah! One of them shouted loudly and waved his turtle fist to attack Qin Tian, but Qin Tian just slapped him in the face and he fell down. His eyes rolled back, he was foaming at the mouth, and there were bright red marks of 5 fingers and a palm on his face, as if they were tattooed on. Looking at Qin Tian again, there was no trace of the humble look he had just now. He looked arrogant and unrestrained, looking at Zhou Xiaodeng and the others as if they were a few ants that could be crushed to death at any time. At this point, there is nothing Zhou Xiaodeng doesn't understand. Since you are willing to serve as the vanguard for that young Master Zhang, you must be prepared to be the first to be killed. Qin Tian's murderous eyes enveloped Zhou Xiaodeng's entire body. Frankly speaking, Zhou Xiaodeng was almost scared to death if he hadn't drunk any water in the morning. He had only seen this kind of terrifying look from Jiang Shao before. But isn't this Qin Tian just an ordinary college graduate? Why is he so scary? Who is he? Do you think your head will explode if I punch you with this punch? Qin Tian clenched his fists. With a loud bang, the fist actually hit the air and made a loud noise. Looking at the camphor tree next to it, it was pierced through by a punch. Yes, of course. Zhou Xiaodeng hugged his head tightly, fearing that he would be hit through by Qin Tian's punch. Go away. Next time you come, bring a few more people with you, otherwise it won't be fun enough. Qin Tian clapped his hands and kicked Zhou Xiaodeng on the butt. This guy was afraid that Qin Tian would really punch him in the head, so he stuck his butt out. Seeing this guy who only cared about the head and not the butt, Qin Tian had no interest in doing anything to him. This small character is not even an appetizer. After all, my wife is so beautiful and capable, it's normal that she has so many suitors. Qin Tian said with pride. But for a loser like you who can't even admit that you like someone, you'd better stay away from him. Zhou Xiaodeng's heart sank when he heard what was said. He really likes Luo Shuyu. Frankly speaking, who in this circle doesn't like Luo Shuyu? But he was indeed a coward and could only be Jiang Shao's dog and watch from a distance. Even if he had some fantasies in his heart, he only thought about whether he could lick the bowl after Jiang Shao ate the meat. Please tell them something. From today on, anyone who comes to cause trouble is welcome. I say that. After saying that, Qin Tian walked away, leaving behind a tall figure behind them. Although Zhou Xiaoding's IQ was not high, he instinctively felt that this man might be much more terrifying than Jiang Shao and the illegitimate son of the Luo family. Moreover, the terrifying nature of Jiang Shao and Luo Tianqin is obvious. One is in a high position and naturally exudes intimidation, while the other is sinister and vicious, making people afraid to approach him. But Qin Tian is like the sun. When you press towards him, he will be soft and gentle, and even retreat 3 feet to let you go. But when you want to look him in the eye, your eyes will be burned to ashes in a moment. Help me up. Zhou Xiaoding stood up by himself, but when he exerted force, he found that his right leg had been broken by Qin Tian. As soon as he was helped up, a Rolls-Royce stopped nearby. Get in the car. The car window opened a crack, and Zhou Xiaoding saw a familiar face. The man in the car is the so-called young Master Jiang. The Jiang family is a family that is equally powerful as the Luo family in W City, and Jiang Rulong's ability is no worse than Luo Shuyu. Even before Luo Yanyan was born, most people thought that Jiang Rulong was the best candidate for Luo Shuyu's husband. Of course, everyone knows what happened later. Luo Yanyan's birth dealt a fatal blow to Luo Shuyu's reputation. Even if Jiang Rulong himself didn't care about it, the elders of the Jiang family would not agree. On the other hand, Luo Shuyu inherited the Luo group, which made marriage impossible. The marriage between the two leaders has brought negative impacts to both companies. But even so, Jiang Rulong has always treated Luo Shuyu as his own property and does not allow any man to get close to her. But someone still passed through this gap and walked to Luo Shuyu. It seems that he is not the same as I learned from the information. Jiang Rulong checked all the information about Qin Tian as soon as Qin Tian appeared in Luo's. The information shows that Qin Tian's past couldn't be more ordinary. He was a young man who grew up in a family of 3, under the care of his parents. He had a good appearance and had won a few awards since he was a child. Perhaps he was outstanding among ordinary people. Jiang Rulong admitted all this. However, everyone in his office has such a resume and is top-notch among people of the same age. Qin Tian is no better than them. Jiang Rulong looked at Zhou Xiaoding's broken leg. It seems that it would be really impolite to continue testing Qin Tian in this way. From today on, don't worry about Qin Tian. I will deal with him naturally. Yes. Zhou Xiaoding agreed readily. On the other side, after Qin Tian returned home, he played with Xia Yanyan for half a day and then took a nap. Aunt Wu was also worried that Qin Tian would get bored of taking care of the child like this all the time. The child was so young. Qin Tian and Luo Shuyu were only 22 or 23 years old. How could they have the patience to coax a little baby all day long? Sure enough, in the afternoon Qin Tian no longer followed Xia Yanyan, but let her play by herself. Not only that, he also told Wu Ma not to follow him. Isn't this a bit dangerous? Aunt Wu was a little worried. There are still some places in the villa that are dangerous for children. But it turned out that her worries were unnecessary. Whenever Xia Yanyan really encountered any danger, Qin Tian would always miraculously appear by her side. His movements were so fast that Wu Ma wondered if he used to be a magician. Do you know now? The balcony is very dangerous for you now. Were you scared just now? Qin Tian picked up his daughter and reminded her in a gentle voice. Yeah. Xia Yanyan looked down and was a little scared. Qin Tian thought about it and realized that this is how he was brought up since he was a child. His unreliable father often sleeps soundly at home, but when Qin Tian is in danger, he always arrives at the last moment. Therefore, Qin Tian is always impressed by those dangerous things. Chapter 10 Jealous Again. Qin Tian remembered that his father always said in a tone that deserved a beating, if you don't scare him, he will dare to do it next time. To be honest, this kind of parenting method has both advantages and disadvantages. If you are not careful, the child may really get into trouble. However, in Qin Tian's impression, the old man and his family had never failed once. How could I be worse than him? Qin Tian thought. Mother Wu didn't know whether she should talk about Qin Tian. Maybe the lady herself doesn't care, and she shouldn't care too much. By the way, there will be a new nanny coming later. Aunt Wu mentioned. Although Qin Tian now takes time out to take care of Xia Yanyan, he can't be free all the time, at least that's what Wu Ma thinks. Moreover, some of the servants here are already old, and many have retired and left. Considering that someone needs to accompany Luo Yanyan as he grows up, Wu Ma and Luo Shuyu discussed it last night and decided to recruit a few new people. It seems like it's almost time. As he was speaking, Qin Tian saw from the balcony a thin girl dragging a suitcase and standing outside the gate of the villa. She looked inside cautiously, then took out a second-hand mobile phone with a broken screen and checked the WeChat messages restlessly. I think she is waiting for your reply. Aunt Wu, check your phone. Has she sent you a message? Qin Tian pointed outside the door. Mother Wu took out her cell phone, but couldn't see it clearly when she got close to it. Then she stretched out her arm and moved it further away before she could see the message clearly. Then the reply came with 2 words and a smiling emoticon. The figure in front of the gate now calmed down a little. After a while, when Qin Xia came downstairs, the girl who came to apply for the job was already sitting there uncomfortably, being interviewed by Wu Ma. My God, you have such a rich experience. Aunt Wu exclaimed sincerely. Cook certificate, florist, you are also proficient in Chinese and Western pastries, right? Yes, these are nothing. Hearing so many titles and seeing a bunch of skill certificates and the like, Qin Tian couldn't help but look over. Seeing Qin Tian coming over, Aunt Wu introduced him. This is Mr. Qin, the male owner of this house. This is Xiaoyu, she's here to apply for a job today. Qin Tian was not very interested in these and said, hello. Hello, Mr. Qin. Xiaoyu stood there politely. Although she could still cope with it, she became obviously nervous after Qin Tian appeared. Overall, Wu Ma is very satisfied with Xiaoyu. She is capable and experienced. After a deep conversation, Wu Ma also understood why Xiaoyu has so much work experience and skill certificates. Xiaoyu's father was a compulsive gambler. He left behind more than 1 million in gambling debts when he died 10 years ago. Xiaoyu started to pay back this 1 million yuan 10 years ago. Despite her young age, she worked several jobs at the same time and finally paid off the debt recently. Listening to these words, Mother Wu felt distressed but also understood. No wonder this girl is so thin. She is in her 20s, but her height is still like a high school student. Good boy, you won't have so many troubles from now on, said Aunt Wu. Follow me for the next 2 days to get used to it. I will then assign you some work. There isn't much work here. You just need to use your abilities well. Xiaoyu nodded heavily. Then Aunt Wu took her to a room on the first floor. Although it was right next to the utility room, the living environment was much better than the dormitory she had lived in before. After settling down, Xiaoyu changed her clothes and looked much more energetic. When she came to the living room, Qin Tian and his daughter were watching TV. We changed the program today, and Xia Yanyan finally showed some interest. Mr. Qin, are you taking a day off today? Xiaoyu wanted to know more about the situation of this family in order to avoid accidentally breaking any taboos. No, my job is to take care of the children at home. Qin Tian answered naturally. Xiaoyu was a little confused. Generally speaking, for this kind of family and house, shouldn't the male owner be the kind of successful and domineering CEO in novels? Qin Tian does look like him. Don't doubt it, I am just a gigolo in this family. You should be able to meet your real employer soon, Qin Tian said. As he was speaking, Luo Shuyu had already returned. But for some reason, her eyes kept wandering over Qin Tian and Xiaoyu, as if she wanted to find out something fishy. Mom! Xiaoyan walked barefoot on the ground and ran towards Luo Shuyu. Luo Shuyu picked up his daughter and felt that all the fatigue in his body was gone. You've just recovered from your illness, and now you're thinking about catching a cold, right? Luo Shuyu gently scratched Xiaoyan's nose, then put on shoes for her. Who is this? Luo Shuyu looked at Xiaoyu with an icy expression. Xiaoyu immediately stood at attention and didn't move. She wanted to speak, but her teeth and tongue were talking. Luo Shuyu, on the other hand, seemed to be waiting for Qin Tian's answer and was suddenly in a stalemate. But Qin Tian looked at his nose and his heart, and had no intention of answering Luo Shuyu at all. Can't he see it? Luo Shuyu was obviously upset. Originally, Qin Tian thought that his icy wife was very confident in him, but he didn't expect that a new girl could make her jealous. Okay, the more this is the case, the better Qin Tian will tease her. Qin Tian? Luo Shuyu called him by his name, trying to intimidate Qin Tian. But Qin Tian shamelessly approached her, put his hands on Luo Shuyu's shoulders and squeezed them gently. What's wrong, dear? You've worked hard today too. Come, sit down, let me massage your shoulders. As he spoke, Qin Tian pressed Luo Shuyu down on the sofa and began to massage his wife's shoulders with great skill. At first Luo Shuyu felt a little uncomfortable, but she soon adapted, relaxed her whole body, and began to enjoy Qin Tian's service. Qin Tian gave Xiaoyu a look, and then he carried the little girl away. Little Yan Yan hadn't figured out what was going on yet, so she just said half-heartedly, "Mom, why are your ears red? Are you feeling unwell?" Now, not only Luo Shuyu's ears were red, but his whole face was red. Okay. She raised her voice. Did you run into trouble downstairs at the company today? Qin Tian didn't listen to her and didn't stop his hands. No, it's no trouble. Qin Tian didn't care much. It's just that someone has a few words to say to me. If you get into any trouble, I will help you. Luo Shuyu promised. Okay, when I meet those troublesome people, I will hide behind you and definitely won't show up. Qin Tian said with a smile. Now you're not going to ask who that little girl was? Having his thoughts exposed, Luo Shuyu suddenly became anxious and stood up and said, "Don't get too close to other women. It's all written in the contract." Qin Tian raised his hands, looking so innocent. I haven't said more to her than you have to her. In fact, Luo Shuyu knew why Xiaoyu came here, but she was not quite sure why she lost control so much at that time. Chapter 11, Nightmares. Really? Luo Shuyu raised his eyebrows. Of course, she is not 1/10 as beautiful as my wife. Qin Tian said these words without feeling ashamed at all. Okay, stop pinching. At least they are husband and wife in name only, and Luo Shuyu hopes that Qin Tian will always pay attention to this. In fact, she didn't have any other thoughts in her mind. She just looked at Qin Tian's face and thought about the way he usually got along with others, and she always felt a little uneasy. It's hard to explain where this uneasiness comes from. Qin Tian loosened his hand at the right time, and when Luo Shuyu moved his shoulders, he indeed felt a lot more relaxed. Your massage technique is quite professional. Have you learned it? I learned it from my dad. Qin Tian confessed, he used to massage my mom's shoulders, and then he taught me, saying that he would massage my wife's shoulders when I have one in the future. What he said was true, but Luo Shuyu glared at Qin Tian fiercely after hearing it. Why are you angry again? I didn't say anything nonsense. In just a day or two, Qin Tian got used to it. Although this big president is prone to losing her temper, she is also surprisingly easy to coax. Sometimes if you leave her alone for a while, she will naturally calm down. Another day ended, Luo Shuyu lay in bed alone, feeling empty inside. Today, my daughter still sleeps with Qin Tian. Luo Shuyu clutched the corner of the quilt tightly, and imagined scenes emerged in her mind. At the same time, Assistant Guan's words kept echoing in my ears. Qin Tian is a school idol in school. Many girls must like him. Yes, although it seems that Qin Tian does not have much appeal to people of Luo Shuyu's level, if he is in front of those little girls, how much damage can this guy cause? He is handsome, has a good personality, and looks very gullible. Could it be that Qin Tian actually had a lot of emotional experiences before this? Could it be that she was the only one who thought that Qin Tian was just like her, having been alone for the past 4 years? It's so annoying. Luo Shuyu kicked off the quilt and crossed his arms across his chest in a huff. He got angry when he thought of Qin Tian's smiling face every day. After being angry for a while, he calmed down again. She touched the phone on the bedside table and asked Assistant Guan to help her check Qin Tian's emotional experience in school. If I had known that I would feel so regretful now, I should have found Qin Tian earlier. Luo Shuyu had a very poor rest that night. She had a dream. In the dream, her life with Qin Tian continued like this, and the relationship between them became closer and closer. But after they really got married, Qin Tian suddenly became like a different person. The women who had been with him before popped up like mushrooms after a rain. The most terrifying thing was that the children surrounded Qin Tian and called him Dad, Dad. Xiao Yanyan was pushed aside, and the mother and daughter hugged each other and hid in the corner trembling. Don't want. Luo Shuyu woke up with a start, and after realizing that what just happened was just a dream, she closed her eyes and tried to force herself to continue sleeping. But I just felt bored and couldn't fall asleep no matter how much I tossed and turned. There was nothing I could do but turn on my phone again to see if Assistant Guan had replied to my message. Of course there was no response in the middle of the night. Even if she is a big boss, she can't really pull someone out of bed at 1 in the morning to continue working. As you can imagine, Luo Shuyu hardly slept during the second half of the night. The next morning, when the father and daughter were already sitting at the dining table, Luo Shuyu had just gotten up. When she came over, both the father and daughter were startled. No matter how busy you are at work, you can't skip a rest at night. Qin Tian pulled out a chair for her and served her a bowl of porridge. Luo Shuyu held the spoon, looking uninterested. She swirled the spoon around in the porridge bowl several times but didn't take a sip. No appetite? Qin Tian was a little worried when he saw her like this. You should eat something. But Luo Shuyu didn't respond, and for a moment Qin Tian was not sure what she was thinking. There was no choice but for Qin Tian to sit back in his original seat. But as soon as his butt touched the chair, Luo Shuyu asked, I want to ask you. She paused halfway through her words. Originally Luo Shuyu wanted to ask Qin Tian if he felt any regret after coming here, but when he opened his mouth it became, Are you getting used to it here? Qin Tian immediately replied, I'm adapting. I'm doing fine here. If possible, I want to stay here forever. Luo Shuyu was stunned, obviously not expecting Qin Tian to give such a straightforward answer. It was at this moment that her cell phone vibrated. When she opened it, she saw Assistant Guan had replied with 4 words. A blank. In fact, Qin Tian was indeed very popular on campus, but because of the incident at the beginning, he always had some thoughts in his heart, thinking that he would meet that woman one day. So no matter who pursued him, he refused. Although he also participated in some activities, they were all for drinking and singing. In the end, after a long time, everyone knew that Qin Tian was not easy to pursue. In Qin Tian's opinion, being recognized by everyone as having high standards is a good thing, which can save a lot of trouble. Luo Shuyu's tense little face finally relaxed. She scooped up the porridge and ate it slowly in small mouthfuls. After finishing her meal quickly, she kissed Xiao Yanyan's forehead and said, Okay, I'm leaving first. Qin Tian, remember to send her to kindergarten later. Aunt Wu will tell you the address. Kindergarten? Qin Tian was shocked. Such a little thing, is it going to go to school? Qin Tian only remembered that when he was very young, he played all day long, and he went directly to primary school when he was 5 or 6 years old. It's just some necessary preschool education, only 1 day a week. Luo Shuyu explained. In fact, it was to provide Luo Yanyan with an environment where she could get to know children of the same class from an early age. If nothing unexpected happened, these playmates in kindergarten would become her lifelong friends and partners. Hearing this, Qin Tian glanced at the little girl. It seemed that she had no objection to going to school. Got it. Be careful on the road. After giving the instructions, Luo Shuyu went to the company, and the father and daughter packed up and prepared to leave. It was not until he opened the garage door that Qin Tian had an understanding of Luo Shuyu's family background. Dozens of luxury cars were lined up in 2 rows in the garage. Which one should I drive? Qin Tian reached out and grabbed the key to a Mercedes-AMG 1. The car lights flashed, and after Qin Tian confirmed that it was this car, he felt a little headache. This is a mass-produced, civilian-grade sports car based on the Mercedes-Benz F1 racing car, with terrifying performance data. What Qin Tian can be sure of is that if this car drives to the kindergarten, it should be quite fast. But does this thing have a child seat? Qin Tian walked over. Although it was incongruous, Luo Shuyu did install a child seat in the car. It seems that we should not underestimate Mr. Luo's ability. Just like that, Qin Tian sent his child away driving this eye-catching supercar. Chapter 12, Ambush on the Road. The kindergarten is located in a closed mountain villa with very complete security around it. Originally, Qin Tian was a little worried before sending the child here. Xiao Yanyan's identity has been hidden since childhood, and he wondered if he would be bullied by other children. But when I really got there, I realized that not only did no one bully Xiao Yanyan, she was even the darling of this group of little guys. As soon as we got off the car, a few little kids came running over with their short legs in front of the gate and hugged Xiao Yanyan. Luo Yanyan, everyone came to my house to play a few days ago, why didn't you come? A little girl in a goose-yellow princess dress stood with her hands on her hips, questioning Xiao Yanyan. Qin Tian stood aside, wanting to see what was going on. I originally thought that this little girl was here to call for an explanation. But the next moment Luo Yanyan lowered his head and said embarrassedly, I was sick a few days ago. Ah? The little girl stretched out her voice and ran directly to Luo Yanyan. She touched her forehead in a very serious manner and asked with concern. Are you okay now? Xia Yanyan patted his chest and said, I'm fine now, let's go. Qin Tian, who had watched the whole process, burst out laughing. He had thought that with Xiao Yanyan's identity, she would encounter some troubles, but he didn't expect that not only would there be no troubles, but there would also be so many children caring for her. Oh, by the way. Luo Yanyan suddenly stopped and said. That's my dad over there. He's handsome, isn't he? The children looked at Qin Tian. Hearing this, Qin Tian became more serious and waved to say hello. Oh. All the children showed an expression of understanding. Of course they don't care much about who Qin Tian is, but since he is Luo Yanyan's father, the situation is different. The attention to Qin Tian only lasted for a moment, and soon all the children walked in. After sending the child off, Qin Tian also returned home. When he came, because there were children in the car, he didn't use the full potential of the car. He was the only one in the car now, so of course he went at full speed. The AMG one was speeding on the mountain road. Fortunately, the nearby roads were well built, allowing the car to fully unleash its potential. Wu Qin Tian screamed. The feeling of speeding at high speed was so great. After coming down the mountain road and about to enter the city road, Qin Tian began to slow down. When passing an intersection, 2 cars drove out from the blind spot behind him and quickly caught up with him. Qin Tian was extremely alert. When he realized he was being followed, he wanted to use his speed advantage to escape, but a semi-trailer suddenly rushed out from the intersection ahead. Now Qin Tian had to slow down and stop next to the semi-trailer. But the chasing car behind didn't slow down at all and headed straight for the back of Qin Tian's supercar. It was obvious that the other party was not trying to kill Qin Tian. They just used their car to block the AMG one in the middle, and then 8 people got out of the 3 cars in front and behind and surrounded the driving seat of the sports car. Qin Tian didn't want to be passive, so he got out of the car directly. This group of people have some tattoos on their bodies, and looking at the weapons in their hands, they are either machetes or baseball bats. It is obvious that they are all local gangsters. It seems that what happened yesterday was just a minor incident, and what happened today is serious. It was spring and the temperature in W City was very unstable. Qin Tian was still wearing a coat when he went out in the morning, but now he had taken off his coat and was left with only a white shirt. The group of people in front of him were all wearing short-sleeved vests, which made them look even more ferocious against the backdrop of the scars on their bodies. I think there won't be any traditional robbery these days, right? Hey guys, take whatever you want. Qin Tian said this, as if he was surrendering and begging for mercy, seeking another way out. But these people on the road did not see any real fear from Qin Tian. Unlike those street thugs yesterday, these guys could tell at a glance that Qin Tian was teasing them. It seems like we have underestimated you. But no matter whether you are afraid or not, you will die here today. As they spoke, the 8 people came towards Qin Tian from different directions. The road section here is located in the handicraft factory area between the road that leads to the villa and the urban road. Ever since the business people nearby lost a lot of money and moved away, it has been basically deserted. If we take action here now, if Qin Tian really dies, his body will not be discovered until at least the afternoon. It can be seen that several of them have been drinking. It seems that the person who ordered this matter behind the scenes has made all the preparations. If Qin Tian dies, 1 or more of these 8 people will take responsibility for this matter. I have no more plays to perform. Qin Tian felt helpless. I originally wanted to tease these people for fun. The 2 sides stopped talking and one of them drew his knife and slashed at Qin Tian's face with great force and ferocity. If this knife had hit directly, needless to say, the head would have been lost. But when the blade of the machete was still 1 punch away from Qin Tian's head, Qin Tian punched from top to bottom and easily broke the man's elbow. Then he snatched the machete and hit the man on the cheek with the blade, knocking him unconscious. The move was so clean and neat that the remaining 7 people looked at each other in bewilderment, hesitating to step forward. But they were hired killers after all, so they had to go. 7 people surrounded him together, but Qin Tian did not panic at all. He picked up the 40-centimeter-long machete and knocked them all to the ground one by one. Everyone who was hit felt a burning pain on their face, followed by a buzzing in their ears, and then they lost their balance and fell to the ground. Qin Tian fought against 8 people alone in just a moment. He put 1 foot on one of them's back and said, I don't know if you guys are drunk or just really stupid. If you wanted to kill me, why didn't you just run into me? Or do you actually value your life? Are you afraid that you'll earn money but not live to spend it? With a swish, Qin Tian inserted the machete into the asphalt road. Those who were still conscious saw that the knife was inserted 2/3 of the way in. What kind of monster could do such a thing? Aren't they here to kill an ordinary male college student? I've always been reasonable. You don't have to tell me who sent you here, and I won't do anything to you. Of course, the damage to your body has already been done. I just need you to tell me where I can go to find someone to compensate for the damage to this car. As he spoke, Qin Tian pulled out the machete again. Baoju Club, in Baoju Club. We took the job there, but we really don't know who was there at the time. We didn't see anyone, we just took the deposit there. Qin Tian nodded. If the other party really does things that roughly, it would be boring. Okay, move out of the way and don't delay my return home. After the semi-trailer was moved away, Qin Tian went home. The sports car was rear-ended and the entire rear end was smashed and deformed. The car, which is worth nearly 20 million yuan, looked really ugly at this time. He contacted the insurance company. Since this type of car was hit and they had purchased special insurance, the damage assessment and compensation process was different from the usual process, so Qin Tian didn't have to worry about anything being exposed. It's just that the text message from the insurance company was naturally sent to Luo Shuyu. Chapter 13, Worrying about Gains and Losses. What's going on? Are you okay? It was not yet time to get off work, but Luo Shuyu rushed back. She received a text message from the insurance company at noon and immediately thought that something must have happened to Qin Tian. She came back directly without making any phone calls. I'm fine, I just got rear-ended on the way back. Qin Tian laughed, looking heartless. Luo Shuyu didn't like him like this. Be serious. If something really happened, would you still be able to laugh now? She had walked that mountain road several times, and she had the impression that there should be very few cars on that road. How could she be rear-ended at this time? Seeing Qin Tian's expression, she had no choice but to believe it. But you care about me a lot. Shouldn't you ask Xia Yanyan if she's okay first? Qin Tian asked. I'm just concerned that if you die, my money will be wasted. Luo Shuyu snorted and turned to leave. Bye. Qin Tian waved and said goodbye. But this time Luo Shuyu became even angrier. Her high heels made a tapping sound on the floor, and just from the sound of her footsteps one could tell that she was unhappy. You come back and leave again, and pretend that you don't care. Qin Tian complained in his heart. But it's better this way. Luo Shuyu doesn't know what happened at that time, so she can stay away from those troubles. Since Qin Tian is now in the position of Luo Shuyu's husband, some problems need to be solved by him. Otherwise, wouldn't the salary be wasted? Thinking of this, Qin Tian whistled and began his leisurely rest time. Thinking that he had settled down and was stable now, Qin Tian opened his phone and took a look at the group chat. There aren't many messages in the small group of 4 people. If you look back, they are all messages asking for food and money transfers. Recently, only one person sent a few messages. Qin Tian took a look and found that Wang Chen, this kid, somehow, actually worked in the police station. Shan Shixian sent a photo of his hometown. Qin Tian took a look and found that he had returned to his hometown in Yanjing. Moreover, this kid's home was actually a courtyard house, which looked quite impressive. As for Chen Shi, he only sent a photo of a desk piled with documents, but judging from the material of the desk and the area of the office, this guy is not an ordinary employee. After thinking about it, Qin Tian turned on the TV and took a photo and sent it to the group. After a while, the phone vibrated. Shan Shixian sent a message, Boss Qin, you are not really living alone at the home of the female CEO, are you? Send us your location to see where you are now? Wang Chen was on duty. He was recently transferred to the Chengdong police station in W City to do some civilian work. He had nothing to do and was very idle. When he saw the message in the group, he immediately followed someone. You're awesome, boss. You retired right after graduation. Otherwise, you'd still be the same. It was followed by a thumbs up emoticon. Qin Tian did not reply to the message. It was not until Luo Shuyu returned home that Qin Tian received the message from Chen Shi. He sent a message in the group, if you need any help recently, just let me know. This kid. It's only been a few days and Chen Shi has seen through me? Because there was an accident in the morning due to a rear-end collision, Luo Shuyu asked the driver to go to the kindergarten in the afternoon and bring Xiao Yanyan back. When the little girl saw that it wasn't her father coming to pick her up, her lips pouted so much that an oil bottle could be hung on them. Luo Shuyu felt that this heartless little girl was abominable, but he patiently explained to her, "Your father was hit this morning." Luo Yanyan was completely stunned and almost scared to death. Well, it's good to be scared. At this moment, Luo Shuyu, the mother, felt a little gloating and waited for a while before speaking. But fortunately nothing happened, only the car was damaged. The little girl let out a sigh of relief. When the mother and daughter returned home, Qin Tian had fallen asleep leaning on the sofa, looking so peaceful and sweet in his sleep. Looking at his face buried in the sofa, Luo Shuyu couldn't move her eyes away for some reason. The more she looked, the more she wanted to see. She wanted to see Qin Tian clearly, but the harder she tried, the less clear she could see. In this way, no one disturbed him until dinner time when Wu Ma woke Qin Tian up. Today's dinner was Xiao Yu's cooking. Although it's not as appetizing as Qin Tian's, it's also pretty good. Ever since she saw Qin Tian and his partner's intimate behavior that day, Xiao Yu always liked to peek at the couple in the corner. She had never done such a thing before, but now, whenever she saw Qin Tian teasing Luo Shuyu, or Luo Shuyu getting angry at Qin Tian and Qin Tian looking completely indifferent, she felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. Very excited. Of course, she didn't know that she had become the CP leader of these two people, but she just felt really happy here. Grandpa's 60th birthday is coming up in a few days. Please accompany me then. Oh, and here's our marriage certificate. Although it's just a show, the credentials are still required. The property notarization and other things have been completed. Now the two of them just need to find time to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to confirm their status as husband and wife. I will make our relationship and Yin Yan's existence public at the birthday party. Luo Shuyu has made the decision. She had thought these through carefully. Qin Tian had no objection to these arrangements. He just nodded in agreement and continued eating. Don't you have anything to say? Luo Shuyu put down his chopsticks and said seriously. No, isn't this good enough? Since you have arranged everything, what do I have to worry about? Qin Tian didn't care much. This is a marriage after all, a major life event. Shouldn't your parents know? Have you ever thought about whether they would care? By the way, Qin Tian didn't mention his parents. Luo Shuyu didn't know why he suddenly felt worried. Don't worry, my parents don't care about these things. Our family is like this. As long as they don't die outside, that's enough. Qin Tian said calmly. And if my parents knew that I found such a capable and beautiful wife, they would be very happy. What's more, I have such a lovely granddaughter. They must love her very much, right? Qin Tian turned his head and smiled at Xiao Yanyan. I want to see my grandparents. The little girl suddenly became very interested. Yes, her nominal grandparents are ugly, so it is understandable that she wants to see them. There's a chance. Qin Tian suppressed his excitement. Just a chance? Luo Shuyu thought that the two of them had a contractual marriage. Now we are bound by the contract, but what about 3 years later? Will Xiao Yanyan be able to accept it by then? When it comes to Qin Tian, she never seems to have any confidence, and even appears to be very anxious and fearful. By the way, do you want to prepare any gifts for the birthday party? Qin Tian asked. I'll prepare everything. Luo Shuyu will take care of everything. Dinner time is over and the little girl is sleeping at her mother's place today. Qin Tian, who had taken a nap during the day, glanced at his phone. 11:30. It's time to ask for the repair bill. Chapter 14 Vehicle Compensation. Qin Tian suddenly sat up from the bed, put on his clothes quietly, put on a mask and a black baseball cap, then pushed a bicycle that Luo Shuyu usually used for exercise in the corner of the garage and headed straight for the Baozhu Club in the city center. The Baozhu Club has a very long history in W City. It has existed since the 1970s. It has undergone more than a dozen renovations over the past few decades and has always been the most lively place among all the clubs and bars in W City. When Qin Tiankai arrived at the door, he found that there was a threshold to enter. If he was not invited, he had to have some status or look decent. Wait, do you have an invitation? Qin Tian was stopped by a burly man who was a head taller than him, nearly 1.9 meters tall. Although the other party's tone was cold and hard, he was still very polite. No, besides being invited, is there any other way to get in? Qin Tian asked. I'm the campus hunk at W City University. As he said that, the boy tore off his black mask, revealing his face. Well, it does look good, and many rich women like this style. Go in, and remember to get an invitation. You won't be able to get in by face value next time. Chin Tian nodded and walked in. The interior of the club underwent a major renovation 3 years ago. The middle area is now a large bar where you can order drinks. There are relatively private booths nearby, and on the second floor are rows of private rooms hidden behind one-way glass. Taking a quick glance at the lobby on the first floor, Chin Tian actually saw quite a few familiar faces. Some internet celebrity anchors and some small-time stars. Chin Tian sat down at the bar. A glass of tequila. The bartender poured Chin Tian a glass of tequila, and at the same time looked curiously at the guest who was wearing black clothes and a black hat, and wearing a mask to cover his face. Thanks. Chin Tian took the glass of tequila and shook it, then looked at the woman next to him. The woman was half drunk, holding a lady's cigarette between her fingers. She didn't smoke it, but just let the cigarette burn. Why are you looking at me? The woman looked at Chin Tian. 99% of the people who come to this place have ulterior motives. Except for the group of people sitting upstairs, hiding behind the one-way glass, everyone downstairs is hoping to get something in return by using this face. But the boy in front of me had his face covered. Could it be some big star? I want to borrow the cigarette in your hand. Chin Tian stretched out his hand. Of course you can, but you have to show me what you look like. Chin Tian didn't hesitate and pulled down his mask to give her a look. A flash of surprise flashed across her face, and then she handed the cigarette in her hand to Chin Tian. But Chin Tian didn't want to smoke this cigarette. He picked up the glass and poured the whole glass of tequila onto the bar counter, then blew on the cigarette butt and put it into the drink. Suddenly, a fire broke out. What are you doing? The bartender was about to step forward to put out the fire, but Chin Tian held his head and pushed him aside, causing him to fall out. Then Chin Tian picked up the half bottle of cognac at hand and poured it on the flame. The fire spread along with the wine. At first, the crowd did not react and remained indifferent. But when everyone noticed the raging fire in the center of the first floor, they all just tried to escape. In the private room on the second floor, Zhang Rulong crossed his legs and watched the show with great interest. It seems that he really keeps his word and is a worthy opponent. Zhang Rulong praised sincerely. However, this also further proves that Chin Tian is not as simple as he knows. Luo Tianqin, who was standing aside, had a gloomy expression on his face. If you look closely, this boy looks somewhat similar to Luo Shuyu, but overall he looks more like his mistress's mother. At this moment, he was also staring at Chin Tian's movements without saying a word. Chin Tian's sudden appearance was indeed beyond their expectations and disrupted all their plans. Most of the people downstairs had already dispersed, and at the same time, security personnel had rushed in and surrounded Chin Tian. At this time, Chin Tian himself was standing calmly and coolly at the bar, walking back and forth. It's you, kid. The security guard who let Chin Tian in just now regretted it so much. So you're here to mess things up? No, that's not right. Chin Tian said as he kicked the wine rack hard. I'm here to ask for compensation. With a loud bang, all the wine worth millions poured out to the ground, and the ground was covered with yellow soup. What are you still standing there for? Go get him. The security guards rushed forward. But Chin Tian just dodged on the bar, and these people had no way to deal with him. This kid is like a slippery loach, and it's impossible to catch him no matter how hard you try. At the same time, on the second floor, the door of Zhang Rulong's private room was also knocked. Mr. Jiang, I'm so sorry. We didn't expect something like this to happen and we're sorry to bother you. The manager bent over, fearing that the boss would lose his temper. Unlike the Luo family, which started from scratch and rose to its current position, the Jiang family was originally the largest society in City W. Although they started a legitimate business after being cleansed, they still retain their original power to this day. It's okay. This guy was originally coming for me. I'm the one who caused you trouble. Zhang Rulong smiled indifferently. Looking downstairs, Chin Tian kicked down several wine racks in succession, making a mess. The amount of loss was as high as 5 million. Those big security guards couldn't even last a single round against Chin Tian. They were either kicked away or knocked unconscious by a punch and lay dead on the ground. As the situation became more and more chaotic, beads of sweat appeared on the manager's head. Have you called the police? Zhang Rulong suddenly asked. Call the police? When they encounter such a thing, they actually need to call the police to resolve it? Call the police immediately. Zhang Rulong took 3 deep breaths and suppressed the anger in his heart. He admitted that he really had no way to deal with Qin Tian now. These idiots under his command could deal with ordinary people, but they were just appetizers in front of Qin Tian. When an accident happens in such a large area, the police response is of course very fast. Qin Tian downstairs seemed to have sensed something. He picked up a bottle of wine and threw it directly towards the box where Zhang Rulong was. With a bang, the wine and broken glass shattered and then slid down. Qin Tian gave him the middle finger and ran away. No one in the audience could stop him. Go retrieve the surveillance footage, Zhang Rulong ordered. Okay, I'll go right away. The manager checked the surveillance footage as instructed, but he was surprised to find that no camera could capture the scene of Qin Tian pulling down his mask to reveal his true face. When the police arrived, they could only collect simple evidence. According to everyone here, they only know that it was done by a man dressed in black. But who is this person? Why don't you just tell these people what you're thinking? Why don't you mention Qin Tian's name? Luo Tianqin asked with a smile. Why? He has a perfect alibi. Your good sister will definitely say that they were sleeping together in the same bed when the incident happened. Zhang Rulong's face was distorted. Don't worry, young Master Jiang. Since force cannot conquer him, just destroy his beliefs. I believe Luo Shuyu won't really care about him that much. Luo Tianqin looked determined to win. At the Luo family banquet in a few days, I will make him feel ashamed and get out of the Luo family on his own. Chapter 15 The Hard-Talking Woman. When Qin Tian returned to the lakeside villa, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. He took a route that avoided all surveillance cameras and returned to his room. After lying on the bed, Qin Tian let out a sigh of relief. He was not stupid enough to think that he could run up to Zhang Rulong and confront him directly, but since that guy liked to do all kinds of things to disgust him, Qin Tian didn't mind returning the favor tenfold. Nothing happened in the second half of the night, and the police were unable to find any more clues. The case was put on hold, and nothing came of it afterwards. What happened tonight was absolutely unexpected for Zhang Rulong and others. They knew that Qin Tian was not easy to mess with, but they never thought that Qin Tian would take the initiative to attack and cause such a big commotion directly on their territory. When Luo Shuyu and her friends woke up early the next morning, they had no idea what had happened yesterday. She only saw the news when the morning news was pushed. Baozhu Club is Zhang Rulong's property. How could someone have the guts to cause trouble on his territory? Luo Shuyu couldn't believe it. What's wrong? Qin Tian asked curiously. Someone caused a big scene in the Baozhu Club, causing millions of dollars in losses, and it seems that he got away with it. Speaking of this, Luo Shuyu felt a little happy. On the surface, Zhang Rulong was her suitor, but secretly Zhang Rulong and Luo Tianqin were in cahoots with each other and caused her a lot of trouble. In this case, the more chaotic Zhang Rulong's situation is, the happier Luo Shuyu will be. This is not something that ordinary people can do. In W City, few people would take the initiative to offend the Zhang family. But this troublemaker not only did this, he also slipped away. Does this mean that a larger force has appeared here? Luo Shuyu didn't feel uneasy. In her eyes, everything is moving in a good direction, and she feels refreshed every morning when she wakes up. Let these people make whatever trouble they want, as long as it has nothing to do with their family. After breakfast, everything went on as usual. Before Luo Shuyu left, he mentioned that they would go take ID photos this afternoon and get the marriage certificate settled. Qin Tian nodded and agreed. In the morning, the father and daughter felt that there was basically nothing to do at home, so Qin Tian decided to teach Xiao Yanyan some basic martial arts. Let's start with the horse stance. Qin Tian demonstrated and took a steady horse stance. Qin Tian has been like this since he was a child at home. At first, his father would take him to catch fish and shrimps when he had time, but later, when he got tired of these, he began to teach him some basic skills. At that time, Qin Tian was also curious. How could his father, a farmer who usually did odd jobs to supplement the family income, know martial arts? But later he gradually understood that his father really had something. You don't have to grit your teeth and persevere. If you feel uncomfortable, you can take a break. Qin Tian stood aside and did horse stance to accompany her. But to his surprise, Xiao Yanyan persisted in the horse stance for 10 minutes the first time. And the little girl's flexibility is also exaggerated. This is very similar to Qin Tian when he was a child. At that time, he was much stronger than ordinary people in his first basic training. Later, after he formally entered the systematic training, his recovery speed was even more amazing. The day before he felt sore all over and had difficulty moving, but the next day he was full of energy again. It seems that this little guy has inherited some of this talent. When Luo Shuyu returned home at noon, he saw this scene. Qin Tian was supervising on the side in a sports suit, while Xiao Yanyan was doing some basic training. Because the child was still young, he was just trying it out casually. "What are you doing?" Luo Shuyu asked curiously. "I plan to teach her some self-defense skills. Although the child is still young, it is always good for girls to learn a little," Qin Tian explained. What's more, W City is so dangerous that Qin Tian will always be unprepared. Luo Shuyu understood, then he remembered and asked, "I also saw you at the door that day. You are very good at fighting. Have you learned it before?" "Me? I only have mediocre skills." Qin Tian scratched his head. Luo Qiming trained under a master. 3 or 5 ordinary people could not defeat him, but you knocked him down with just one move. Luo Shuyu crossed his arms and looked at Qin Tian, his eyes full of suspicion. "Make it up, it depends on how you make it up. That can only mean that the master is not that good. I learned these moves from my old man. He is a farmer and only knows some basic martial arts routines." "Did you learn this from your father?" Luo Shuyu was becoming more and more curious about Qin Tian. "It's already this late, shouldn't we get down to business?" Qin Tian wiped the sweat off his face, gently patted Xiao Yanyan on the back, and asked her to ask Aunt Wu to help her change clothes and take a shower. There were not many people in the Civil Affairs Bureau in the afternoon. After waiting for a while, the two began to fill out forms, take photos and provide materials. This combination of handsome men and beautiful women attracted some attention. The staff looked at them with a smile. Generally, people your age want to book a good date when they want to get married, because there will be more people there. Today is obviously not a day with any special meaning, nor is it any anniversary for the two of them. Luo Shuyu is very busy and is currently in the final stages of a big project, so it is not easy for him to spare half a day. Now that she was reminded of this, she suddenly looked at Qin Tian. Qin Tian smiled and said, "Since today has been chosen, then today will be the most special day for both of us." Qin Tian looked at the date and it was March 31st. Then he edited the words "wedding anniversary" on his phone. The staff member glanced at Qin Tian and smiled knowingly. And Qin Tian's words kept echoing in Luo Shuyu's mind: "Today will be the most special day." She hadn't recovered from her shock until the photo was taken. When Qin Tian gently pressed her shoulders, she suddenly smiled. That smile made Qin Tian stunned again. "Sorry, can you take the photo again? I seem to be distracted just now," Qin Tian said. When he finally got the certificate, Qin Tian looked at it several times and always felt a little regretful. "What's wrong? You look unhappy?" Luo Shuyu asked. "It's nothing. I just feel a little guilty for wasting the best moment," Qin Tian said. "Don't worry too much. Our marriage is just a fake one, and it's only temporary." Luo Shuyu said this, but she didn't throw the marriage certificate in her hand to Qin Tian. Instead, she put it carefully in her handbag. "Take a taxi and go back. I still need to go back to the company." Having said that, he left Qin Tian with his back. A stubborn woman. Qin Tian understood and immediately took a taxi back home. Chapter 16: Bearing Witness. After getting the marriage certificate, the situation at home did not change much. Qin Tian had only been in the lakeside villa for a few days, but he felt as if he had lived there for half his life. There were some items that even Luo Shuyu didn't know about, but Qin Tian knew exactly where each one was. He has an amazing memory and amazing powers of observation. Luo Shuyu noticed this quickly. "It seems that you have only lived here for a few days, but you know this place better than even me, the owner. When I was a kid, I often played this game with my dad. He would take me to an unfamiliar place and give me about 3 minutes, after which he would randomly ask questions about things in the previous scene." Qin Tian recalled that time with vivid memories. "If you answer correctly, you will get a reward. If you answer incorrectly, you will have to squat for an extra half an hour." It doesn't sound like an ordinary game, but more like a kind of training. The more Luo Shuyu spent time with Qin Tian, the more interested she became in him. However, she had very little time lately, so she only touched on a few topics briefly. The time soon came to the birthday party of the old man of the Luo family, and Qin Tian was still taking care of the children at home as usual. Today's training ends here. Qin Tian looked at the stopwatch and watched Xiao Yanyan's condition. This little thing is even more talented than he was when he was a child, and his adaptability to training is among the best of the best. During this period, Luo Shuyu also arranged for people in W City to spread the news that she was married and had a child. What followed was naturally the exposure of Qin Tian's identity, but it is not yet at the point where all of Qin Tian's information has been dug out. It's just said that the head of the Luo family married a college graduate, and it is said that this guy is the campus idol of W City University. But people in the industry have different views on this matter. As a daughter who was raised outside since childhood, Luo Shuyu did not actually have many close friends in the upper circles of W City, and the only one who could be called a close friend was Lu Qinghan. This girl had established a deep friendship with Luo Shuyu when she was very young, but she was sent abroad for getting into trouble a year ago, and has only now been released from confinement and has come back. But the first thing he did after returning to his hometown was not to see his parents, but to go straight to Luo Shuyu's lakeside villa. She was so excited to see her lovely best friend, but her happiness didn't last long as it was extinguished by a piece of news. What? Luo Shuyu is married? Lu Qinghan shouted in the taxi. Little girl, you have also seen the news. I heard that President Luo is quite young and he said he found a college student. The driver usually doesn't pay much attention to this news. But he still found it quite interesting. In the past, rich men would look for campus beauties, but now it's the other way around. These days, it's popular to live off someone who doesn't like you. It's a skill to be able to do that. Although there's no photo of that college student online, I think he should be pretty good looking. Lu Qinghan didn't say a word in response. Her face was extremely gloomy. After only being away for a year, has Luo Shuyu been fooled again? The master talked all the way and Lu Qinghan gave him 20 more yuan when he got off the car, saying it was for money. But just as she arrived at the gate of the villa and was about to lose her temper, the laughter of a child attracted her. Run faster, run faster. A pink butterfly kite rose up, and soon two figures, one big and one small, came into Lu Qinghan's sight. At this moment, Xiao Yanyan was sitting on Qin Tian's shoulders, holding the kite and letting out the string, while Qin Tian was running over from the other end. Lu Qinghan felt that all the anger in his body was extinguished at once. Is that your mother's friend? Qin Tian asked, looking at the guest at the door. What a nasty guy. Xiao Yanyan turned her head away and didn't look at Lu Qinghan, who was waving and greeting at the door. This little girl is giving me the cold shoulder again. Lu Qinghan gritted his teeth and whispered, then said to Qin Tian, Hey, can you open the door for me? I'm Shuyu's friend, and I just returned home today. Oh, then please wait a moment. Qin Tian took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Wuma, asking her to come and open the door. I'm sorry, I've always felt that the door of the villa is not very smart and can't be controlled remotely. Don't worry, someone will come to open the door for you soon. Lu Qinghan's right hand, which was still waving at him, stopped in midair, and the smile on his face froze. These two, one big and one small, are so annoying in the same way. Soon, Wuma came over and opened the door, and Lu Qinghan walked in. After a brief greeting with Wuma, she found the father and daughter running around the courtyard. Before coming here, she had thought about what kind of man Qin Tian would be, but when she saw the scene, she seemed to feel that those messy things were no longer important. Luo Yanyan liked him very much, they were like a real father and daughter. The father and daughter played for a while, and Lu Qinghan sat beside them and watched for a while, until Xiao Yanyan rubbed her eyes and felt tired, then he stopped. After letting his daughter go to bed, Qin Tian made some black tea and brought it over. It looks like there's some conflict between you two. Qin Tian was referring to the little girl and Lu Qinghan. No, it's just that I like to tease her. Maybe she doesn't like my pranks, just like her mother when she was a child. Lu Qinghan said. I don't know your name yet. Qin Tian. In front of people other than Luo Shuyu, Qin Tian always behaved restrained and decent. Lu Qinghan, Luo Shuyu's old friend. Qin Tian nodded, picked up the teacup and took a sip. To be honest, when I first came here, I wanted to make things difficult for you. Lu Qinghan said embarrassedly. Not surprising at all. Qin Tian replied. Shuyu and I have known each other since we were very young. At that time, she was the smartest among our generation. I still remember that when I approached her at the beginning, she was very resistant. It took a long time for her to be willing to be friends with me. But I didn't expect that something bad happened to the Luo family. After Shuyu was sent away, I haven't seen her for more than 10 years. I wanted to pick her up the day she returned to W City, but I had a car accident that day. By the time Lu Qinghan had treated the wounds caused by the car accident, everything had already happened. I accompanied her to the hospital for a checkup. How could she feel at ease when having sex with a strange man? After all, Luo Shuyu didn't know at that time that it was also Qin Tian's first time. After I found out she was pregnant, I also advised her to abort the child, said Lu Qinghan. From my perspective at the time, keeping the child would not do her any good. Perhaps because of this, the little girl heard me asking her mother to abort her every day in her belly, so she didn't like me after she was born. Qin Tian smiled when he heard that. These words sounded easy to say afterwards, but at the time, the blow to Luo Shuyu was devastating. No wonder Luo Shuyu's current image is so different from the image Qin Tian knew at the beginning. So you trust me? Qin Tian asked. Of course I can't believe you so easily. Lu Qinghan stood up and immediately retorted. I'll keep a close eye on your family. As if she realized something, she continued. Isn't this a bit perverted? Qin Tian didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Lu Qinghan confessed here because she knew that Luo Shuyu had already told Qin Tian everything. She said this just because she hoped that Luo Shuyu would not be let down. Then please be a witness. Chapter 17 The birthday banquet begins. When Luo Shuyu returned home later, an adult and a child were playing in the living room. Lu Qinghan grabbed Xiao Yanyan's little feet and kept scratching the soles of her feet. Are you convinced? I asked you if you are convinced. I don't accept it. Xiao Yanyan laughed until tears came out, but she just didn't accept it. Not convinced? Lu Qinghan then changed his action, held the little girl in his arms, and kept rubbing her little round face. Roll it into a ball and then flatten it. Qinghan? You're back. Luo Shuyu's call woke Lu Qinghan up. She put the child down and ran towards Luo Shuyu barefoot. The two hugged each other, and Lu Qinghan burst into tears. Shuyu, you don't know, the food outside is so terrible. I miss the food cooked by Wu Ma. Look at how little you have accomplished. It's almost time for dinner. You need to eat more. Luo Shuyu originally wanted to say that the food outside was bad and that people should lose weight, but when she touched her just now, she clearly felt that Lu Qinghan was much fuller than before. It was soon dinner time, and today's table was particularly lively. Now it's time for dinner, and the two, big and small, have finally stopped making noise. Although they had introduced themselves to each other before, Luo Shuyu still introduced Qin Tian and Lu Qinghan seriously. Both of them looked indifferent and just greeted each other politely. The entire dinner time was filled with Lu Qinghan's crying and laughing. Her emotions were so rich that Qin Tian felt that she could watch it as a soap opera while eating. After dinner time was over, Lu Qinghan packed his luggage and went home. Don't you live here? Luo Shuyu asked. For a long time, Lu Qinghan lived in a lakeside villa. No, I have to deal with the mess at home. Lu Qinghan waved her hand. She couldn't be the only one who never grew up. What's more, if she stayed here all the time, Luo Shuyu and Qin Tian would not be able to make any progress at all. Let's go. I'll come back to play with you guys after I've sorted out all the mess. Lu Qinghan tilted her head and said, Xiao Yanyan, Auntie is leaving soon. Aren't you going to say goodbye? Luo Yanyan was open about her dislike for Lu Qinghan, but now that they were really about to part, she still stood up, waved her hand, and said in a childish voice, goodbye. Little brat. After borrowing a car from Luo Shuyu, Lu Qinghan drove all the way home. Qin Tian and his family also turned around and walked into the villa. As soon as he saw his friend off, Luo Shuyu took out his cell phone and kept replying to messages. Although the birthday party did not require her to oversee and personally organize it, she still had to be asked about many details, so starting 3 days ago, Luo Shuyu began to reply to these messages whenever she had free time. By the way, some tailors will come tomorrow to take your measurements and make you some clothes. They will be needed for the birthday party. Qin Tian didn't really have anything decent to wear for formal occasions. It was the same for Xiao Yanyan, who didn't have a set of formal clothes. These past few days, Luo Shuyu went out early and came back late, so the father and daughter rarely saw her. However, Luo Shuyu was still there when they were measuring the sizes of the two people. Almost all the staff of the studio dedicated to serving Luo Shuyu were mobilized, because usually they only handle Luo Shuyu's business, so they did not have a men's clothing designer. This time, knowing that they had to design clothes for the president's husband, they also rented a designer from a studio abroad. It was the first time that Qin Tian faced this kind of scene. He was fiddled with by people and felt dizzy. Let's use black, and match it with red, and use blackbird patterns for decoration. You decide the pattern and embroidery method. Luo Shuyu had a basic plan for what Qin Tian should wear, and the overall design was to match what she was wearing. Luo Shuyu spent more time thinking about choosing clothing styles for Xia Yanyan, and in the end, the family's clothes were all traditional. Neither a suit nor a dress was chosen, both were red or black and red in color, not ostentatious. Although the Luo family is a large family in this area, 3 generations ago the Luo family were still laborers at the dock. Later, after Grandpa Luo worked hard and achieved success, the old man only asked the family members to behave themselves, guard against arrogance and impatience, and did not set too many rules. After returning to the studio, we started working quickly and the required clothes were delivered quickly. And time soon arrived on Mr. Luo's 60th birthday. When Qin Tian changed his clothes and appeared in front of Luo Shuyu again, Luo Shuyu admitted that his heart was beating a little fast. Qin Tian usually dresses casually at home. Although he is not sloppy, he is too casual. But now, Qin Tian just stood there, making people feel that he was exposed. He was no longer the house husband who took care of the children leisurely on weekdays. How is it? Not bad, right? Qin Tian has never really understood this aspect. The only thing he cares about when wearing clothes is whether they fit him well and are comfortable. Very good, it suits you very well. Luo Shuyu was wearing a red cheongsam with her long hair tied up behind her head, revealing her graceful figure, making it difficult for people to look away. She is really beautiful. Qin Tian looked at Luo Shuyu in a trance for a while without any distractions. Luo Shuyu had already walked some distance away with Xia Yanyan. What are you doing? We should leave now. It was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and most of the other guests had already arrived, just waiting for Luo Shuyu to arrive and then welcome the old man out to celebrate his birthday. In the car, Xia Yanyan seemed to notice that Qin Tian's eyes were always on Luo Shuyu, so she asked, Dad, does this dress look good on me? The little girl wore a red short jacket with a front opening, a red skirt with a horse-faced pattern on the lower body, and a pair of black cloth shoes decorated with 2 little tiger heads, which was very cute. Not only that, her clothes were all embroidered with gold thread. Just because we were in a hurry to finish it, the pattern is not that complicated. It looks good, of course it looks good. Qin Tian reached out and touched the little girl's soft hair. Before this, all those troubles were easy to deal with. If someone punched Qin Tian once, he would just punch back 10 times. But the situation we are facing next is different. The next group of people he will face are related to Luo Shuyu. Qin Tian couldn't help but wonder, what would Luo Shuyu's attitude be when facing that group of people besieging him? I want to tell you some basic things before you go in. Luo Shuyu's expression was indifferent, as if Qin Tian could listen to or not listen to what followed. The main branch of the Luo family is only my father, and the rest are brothers and sisters from the side branches. There are quite a lot of these people, and most of them have idle positions in the Luo family. You don't have to care about them. We just need to deal with Grandpa's guests. Qin Tian nodded. It didn't sound like it would be a difficult task. Luo Shuyu's Rolls-Royce drove into the private nursing home. Because the old man was in poor health, the birthday party was held here. Almost at the same time, everyone's attention was focused on him. Everyone was curious about what the newly graduated male college student who was living off his wife looked like. Chapter 18. Are you a member of the Luo family? As a man himself, Qin Tian didn't care about these gazes at all. He just opened the car door and got out, then led his wife and children down in a gentlemanly manner. But this basic etiquette is seen by everyone as complete servility. Look, this is a gigolo. With this attitude, he really doesn't think he is disgusting at all. Of course, Qin Tian didn't know that these people had so many thoughts in their minds. He just held the child's hand and walked a little behind Luo Shuyu. Then some guests who were on good terms with the old man came up to greet him. These are basically all business partners of Luo's. As outsiders, they certainly don't care what happens in Luo's or Luo Shuyu's own family. What they care about is business and who has the real say in Luo's. So even though she knew that Luo Shuyu had found such a man, she still smiled and praised Qin Tian. This must be the legendary Mr. Qin, right? He is indeed a handsome man, and a perfect match for Mr. Luo. Yes, you two are a match made in heaven. Luo Shuyu responded with a smile. She knew very well that these were just polite words, but when she really heard the continuous compliments, she still felt genuinely happy. It is a happy thing to be blessed by others. Looking at Qin Tian again, he didn't look embarrassed at all. He responded here and there and shook hands with everyone. Although everyone more or less looked down on gigolos in their hearts, they still gave them face and said enough polite words. In comparison, these people give less praise to their children, but their praise is more sincere. Xiao Yanyan is really cute, and she was not at all stage frightened even when appearing in front of so many people for the first time. Luo Shuyu is now the helmsman of Luo's company, and judging from the overall momentum of Luo's development, it will only become stronger in the future. Then there would be no problem in building a good relationship with this little first choice for heir. After greeting all the outside guests, it was the Luo family's turn. Xin Tian took a quick glance and saw nearly 30 of them, which was not a small number. Except for Zhuyali, who had gone to the lakeside villa and shouted before and was slapped away by Luo Shuyu, he didn't recognize any of the others. But as expected, none of these people had a friendly expression towards him. Xin Tian looked at them and smiled. But after the smile, the expressions on these people's faces became more complicated, and several of them looked as if they couldn't wait to rush up and eat Xin Tianqing alive. This group of people is really interesting. They all rely on his wives to survive and are basically blood-sucking bugs. However, they look down on Xin Tian, a gigolo. Okay, please let Grandpa come out. Luo Shuyu greeted the staff. After a while, the old man in the wheelchair was pushed out. Xin Tian looked at the old man carefully. He was wearing a tang suit that the nurse had put on him, and he looked like he was celebrating his birthday. But his expression was dull and his eyes were empty. From the moment the old man appeared, Xin Tian caught looks of resentment in the eyes of at least 20 members of the Luo family. It seems that most people inside are not satisfied with giving the helmsman position to Luo Shuyu. But why? Xin Tian searched the crowd and found his target, Luo Tianqin, in the back corner. Today is my grandfather's 60th birthday. Everyone here is my grandfather's former close friends and partners. It's a pity that my grandfather can't recognize you today. I will toast to you all on behalf of my grandfather. Luo Shuyu picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The people in front of her included business tycoons and the top figures in various departments, but even so, Luo Shuyu was not at all inferior to them. Xin Tian knew very well that this woman was much more powerful than he had imagined. After everyone drank, they gave gifts and took their seats, and soon the birthday party entered its second half. At this relatively quiet and peaceful moment, someone started a disturbance under the pretext of being drunk. Why did the Luo family let Luo Shuyu inherit the family? Doesn't she know that she is a stain on the entire Luo family? A man who looked like an uncle stood up and said loudly. Say less, say less. Someone at the side whispered. Why should I say less? It's Luo Shuyu who has no self-control. It was fine before, but now she's playing with a male college student. And everyone in the city knows about it. Does she have any shame? When this person was yelling, it was as if Luo Shuyu was not there at all. Xin Yan smiled and looked towards the direction where the noise came from. Interesting, he has become Luo Shuyu's toy again. Some people were pretending to dissuade them, while others were laughing on the side. It was obvious that all of this was well rehearsed. They wanted to undermine Luo Shuyu's prestige when so many guests were present, and at the same time they wanted to do something to Xin Tian. But Luo Shuyu is not the kind of person who values the so-called family. All she cares about is the small home she is in now. As for these distant relatives, they were completely dispensable to her. Besides, is she so easy to be manipulated? Luo Shuyu did not show the slightest bit of anger, she just stared coldly at the person who was speaking. When the other party saw Luo Shuyu looking at him, he still looked ignorant of the danger and even brought the topic to Xiao Yanyan. Xin Tian had a premonition and covered the little girl's ears. And the bastard she gave birth to, will she be the heir of the Luo family in the future, or will it be this child named Xin something? As he said this, he pointed at Xin Tian. This old guy doesn't understand that some things can be said, but some things cannot be said. He turned the topic to Xiao Yanyan, and even the king of hell would be worried for him. Excuse me, what's your name? Luo Shuyu turned around and asked casually. My name is. Before the uncle could speak, Luo Shuyu said, I remember there is no such person in the Luo family, right? Her voice was cold, gentle, and pleasant, but to this uncle's ears it sounded like a death knell. Please ask this guest who somehow got in to go to the swimming pool outside to sober up. As soon as Luo Shuyu finished speaking, two strong men grabbed the uncle and threw him out. There is no swimming pool outside, just a fountain. A moment later there was a huge splash. I think he should be awake now. Luo Shuyu said with a faint smile. The remaining relatives of the Luo family only felt a chill on the back of their necks. They all knew very well that once Luo Shuyu did not recognize their identities, their good days would basically be over. The guests pretended not to have seen anything and just continued drinking and partying. Luo Shuyu could easily deal with these people from the side branches, but there was one person present whom Luo Shuyu could not deal with casually. That's right, this person is Luo Shuyu's father, Luo Dongshan. Enough. Aren't you ashamed of yourself for making such a fuss? Luo Dongshan slammed his hand on the table and glared at Luo Shuyu. Chapter 19 Banquet Farce. As Mr. Luo's eldest son and a former candidate for successor, Luo Dongshan still has some respect both inside and outside the family. Although he had done more ridiculous things, people in this circle were generally more tolerant of male heirs. Making a fuss? But in front of Luo Shuyu, he had no dignity at all. When his mother was on the verge of life and death due to the double torture of body and mind, this man was fooling around with Zhu. When he was plotted against, he was the first to jump out and say that his own daughter was dirty and not worthy of being the face of the family. Now, he jumped out again. If his grandfather hadn't told him not to be too harsh on these people, none of them would be here today. Who is making trouble? There are so many guests here. Are you so eager to challenge my position in this family? Luo Shuyu spoke bluntly. Asshole. I'm your father. Is it you? Luo Shuyu did not give in at all and directly retorted. Thinking about how the uncle was thrown out because Luo Shuyu didn't recognize his identity, Luo Dongshan stood up, kicked away the chair, ran towards Luo Shuyu aggressively, and slapped him cleanly without hesitation. At this moment Luo Shuyu did not move, she could have dodged it. But just like she didn't dodge the slap from Luo Dongshan 4 years ago. That slap in the face made her determined to take over Luo's business and run it herself. And after the slap today, Luo Shuyu will make drastic reforms within the Luo family and get all these annoying parasites out of the Luo family. Luo Dongshan had no idea what these 2 slaps that seemed to be a relief would bring. However, some people think that even if these parasites must be driven away, they don't necessarily have to receive a slap in the face. The moment Luo Dongshan's hand fell, Qin Tian stretched out his right hand and clamped him firmly. You! Luo Dongshan's hand stopped in mid-air, his wrist seemed to be clamped by an iron clamp. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move forward or backward at all. Today is the old man's birthday. Father-in-law, Lao Taishan, weren't you a little impulsive? Qin Tian smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Even someone like Luo Dongshan could see the murderous intent in Qin Tian's eyes. Brother, today is the first time that your brother-in-law meets you. What? Are we no longer a family? Qin Tian stood up and let go gently. Luo Dongshan suddenly lost his balance and sat down on the ground. His entire wrist was red, and his palms and fingers were dark purple. Luo Shuyu had not expected Qin Tian to stop her, but at this moment, compared to 4 years ago, having such a person standing in front of her and helping her to withstand those attacks, this feeling did bring her a great touch. Then Qin Tian's eyes were fixed on Luo Tianqin. Luo Tianqin, who was hiding behind the crowd, suddenly felt like a thorn in his back and could only pick up a glass of wine and walk forward. This is the biggest difference between them and Qin Tian. Qin Tian is not a member of this circle, so he doesn't need to abide by their rules all the time. So many times they were unable to withstand Qin Tian's counterattack. Just like now. Luo Tianqin knew that Qin Tian had no good intentions, but he still had to step forward. The reason is obvious. He needs to give face to Luo Shuyu, the head of the family, and also needs to give some face to Qin Tian, the nominal partner of the head of the family. There were so many people here just now. I'm sorry, brother-in-law. I see you have been very busy. Luo Tianqin apologized with a smile. If you don't know what this kid has done behind his back, it's easy to misunderstand him as a cheerful boy. It's okay. Your sister and I feel relieved that you are so sensible. Qin Tian patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly in the tone of an elder. Look over there, those are your parents, right? Qin Tian pointed at Luo Dongshan and Zhu Yali. Luo Tianqin looked at his parents, who had angry faces but didn't say a word, and cursed in his heart. He had already made all the arrangements. He just needed to attack Qin Tian at the banquet, but these rubbish insisted on focusing on Luo Shuyu. The result is just like what is happening now. After being made an example of by Luo Shuyu, no one dares to speak again. Give them good advice in daily life. Now that they are old, they should stop giving orders and just enjoy their retirement. Qin Tian came closer and lowered his voice. Also, tell your friend that the score from last time has not been settled yet, so tell him not to sleep so soundly at night. After saying that, Qin Tian patted Luo Tianqin on the shoulder and said, "Go back." When the guests saw this scene, what was there that they could not understand? Luo Tianqin and his gang were still harboring evil intentions, but they couldn't even raise their heads in front of Qin Tian and his wife. It's almost time. Excuse me, everyone. I still have something to say to Grandpa. Luo Shuyu stood up and took Qin Tian's arm. The family of three pushed the old man's wheelchair and left the banquet. As soon as the host left, the guests naturally left as well. The remaining uncles and aunts from the Luo family side branches and Luo Dongshan and the other two could only feel helpless and furious for a while. Why did you hit her just now? Luo Tianqin seemed like a different person in front of Luo Dongshan. She is now the boss of the Luo group. Don't you understand what will happen if you hit her? There are so many people here. I have already told you that you can only talk, not take action. Luo Dongshan was indignant. You saw how dead she was just now. How could she still have me as her father in her heart? And that kid named Qin is just a bastard. Although he spoke so arrogantly, Luo Dongshan was really scared when he faced Qin Tian just now. On the other side, Luo Shuyu pushed the old man himself, while Qin Tian walked on the side holding the child. Starting today, I plan to clean up the Luo family from top to bottom. Luo Shuyu suddenly said this as he walked. It was said to Grandpa Luo in the wheelchair, and also to Qin Tian. I've given them too many chances, but they still don't repent. Luo Shuyu's patience is limited. After that, I will deal with them according to the evidence I have collected. That's right, over the years, Luo's uncles and aunts have not only been sucking blood from the family business. The old man sitting in the wheelchair suddenly raised his head and looked at Luo Shuyu. The cloudy eyes became clear for a moment. Luo Shuyu stopped and squatted in front of the wheelchair. She always felt that the old man was going to say something. But no. The old man just slowly grabbed Luo Shuyu's wrist and handed it to Qin Tian. After the two of them held hands tightly, he slowly patted the back of Qin Tian's hand, and then looked at Qin Tian straight for a long time. From that look, Qin Tian saw trust and entrustment. At the same time, Qin Tian's pure eyes had helped him to answer the old man. Chapter 20. This is just an intimate exercise. On the way home, the family of three seemed a little silent. Luo Shuyu actually wanted to thank Qin Tian for helping him out, but as soon as he opened his mouth, it became, "You shouldn't have come forward at that time." Qin Tian smiled indifferently and nodded in response, "Yes, I really didn't want to get involved at the time, but I can't watch my wife's face be red and swollen for the next few days. That looks really detrimental to my mood." Luo Shuyu didn't take these jokes seriously. "I'm serious. Even though they are stupid, they will surely seek revenge on you as soon as they know what I'm going to do next." Luo Shuyu looked worried. "If I'm careless, you could be in danger." Qin Tian thought that he had already encountered troublemakers several times, so it wouldn't matter if there were more. But he still agreed, I definitely know that safety comes first, nothing will happen." In fact, Luo Shuyu was not afraid of getting into trouble, she was just afraid that something would really happen to Qin Tian. You see, these so-called uncles and aunts are basically puppets of others. They have no ideas of their own and have no idea who is supporting them. What kind of sensible plans can they come up with? Qin Tian said. Speaking of Luo Tianqin, I originally thought that this guy should have some ability, but now it seems that he is just a damp rat who can only squeak in the corner. How can one overthrow Luo Shuyu's position in the Luo family? Public opinion? Or rely on winning over those idiots of the Luo family? Although Luos can still be considered a family business of the Luo family these days, if you want to take that position, you still have to pass the test of shareholders. Luo Shuyu has already proved that he has this ability. As for Luo Tianqin, he was just a manager of a small department, and at most he was related by blood. Why should shareholders trust such a person? What's more, Luo Shuyu himself holds the shares obtained from Grandpa Luo, which gives him absolute say. Indeed, I have never considered him as my opponent. Luo Shuyu agreed with Qin Tian's point of view. However, these three people from Luo Dongshan are relatively close to her after all. Unless they do anything truly harmful or really threaten Luo Shuyu, it is not easy to take action against them. However, judging by Luo Dongshan's crazy look at the banquet today, I'm afraid that day is not too far away. Don't worry, since we are husband and wife, I will represent your face outside. We can't really let them manipulate you. I know what I'm doing. Qin Tian said this to comfort Luo Shuyu. In fact, Luo Shuyu also understood. After spending half a month together, she had already realized that Qin Tian was not an ordinary person at all. Maybe I should try to trust him a little more. Luo Shuyu thought so. Soon the family of three returned home. As it was still early, Qin Tian changed his clothes and sat in the living room checking messages on his phone. Soon Luo Shuyu sat beside him with a gust of fragrant wind. Qin Tian could smell the faint scent of lilies on Luo Shuyu. The fragrance is not pungent, but it rushes into the nasal cavity with every breath, making people feel intoxicated. Usually at this time Luo Shuyu would have gone to bed, but today for some reason he was still in the living room, sitting next to Qin Tian. To ask why. In fact, Luo Shuyu himself didn't know. According to her usual habit, she should have rested after washing up, but today, after she sneaked around and saw Qin Tian alone in the living room, she suddenly turned a corner and went downstairs, then sat down only an arm's length away from Qin Tian. Out of nowhere, Luo Shuyu suddenly felt a little dizzy, and the distance between them seemed to be getting closer and farther. What's going on? Luo Shuyu questioned himself in his heart. Luo Shuyu. Are you embarrassed now? The two have been together for nearly half a month, but they have very little time to be alone together. There was a voice in her heart that kept tempting Luo Shuyu to do something to Qin Tian. Bang! Suddenly Luo Shuyu stretched out his hand and grabbed Qin Tian's right hand with one claw. Qin Tian froze. He turned around and looked at Luo Shuyu as if seeking an answer. What are you looking at? Didn't Grandpa ask you to hold my hand? If you don't practice now, your movements will be so stiff that Grandpa will see through you at once. Luo Shuyu said this in a very low voice, with his head almost buried in his knees. Practice? What did you say about not letting Grandpa find out? Can Grandpa see? Qin Tian understood. He gently grasped Luo Shuyu's soft and tender little hand, moved a little, and sat beside her. Isn't this more convenient? Just practice. Yeah. Luo Shuyu agreed and glanced at Qin Tian out of the corner of his eye. Although the female president in front of me is already a mother of a 3-year-old child, she still acts like a little girl and I feel embarrassed to hold her hand. There is no conflict though. Qin Tian thought. That night, Luo Shuyu kept scratching until her hands were sweaty before she slowly fell asleep. Qin Tian carried her back to the bedroom upstairs and gently pulled his hand out of hers. As if he felt that the person he was holding had left, Luo Shuyu moved, and after hugging the quilt, he felt more at ease and fell into a deep sleep. Qin Tian now knew who the little girl inherited that sleeping posture from. But she must be very tired, as so many things have happened during this period of time. Nothing happened that night and the next day came quickly. Luo Shuyu whispered something in Xiao Yanyan's ear that morning, and the little girl suddenly became very happy. Then he ran to Qin Tian, shook his arm, jumped up and down, and said happily, Dad, Mom said we should go to the amusement park today. Qin Tian put down the bowl of porridge. Obviously he did not expect Luo Shuyu to make such an arrangement. Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to? Qin Tian stopped talking halfway. Didn't Luo Shuyu say yesterday that he wanted to deal with those parasites from the Luo family's side branches? How come he still has time to go to the amusement park today? I'll let Assistant Guan handle those matters. Luo Shuyu said. She couldn't get directly involved in dealing with this matter involving her family. So Luo Shuyu has become more idle recently and has less things to do. Okay, let's have breakfast and get ready to go. Qin Tian said. Sometimes Luo Shuyu really feels that he doesn't give his children enough care and love. In terms of material things, Luo Yanyan is undoubtedly rich, but in terms of spirit he is too poor. But it doesn't matter. Now that Qin Tian has appeared, things will get better and better. After all, this is Qin Tian's job. Chapter 21, Conspiracy. Before going out, the family chose more casual clothes and borrowed Wu Ma's car to drive out. The weather is pretty good today, the sun is not too strong, so the temperature is not too high. In addition, there is a breeze from time to time, which makes people feel happy. The whole family was in high spirits. After playing for most of the day, Luo Shuyu and the little girl didn't even complain of being tired. Moreover, the mother and daughter were incredibly brave. Other children would scream in fear when riding a roller coaster, but Xiao Yanyan was not afraid at all. She even stretched out her hands to block the wind. Luo Shuyu became even calmer. The fact that this woman has a performance beast like AMG1 in her garage and she has driven it herself proves that she is definitely not some young lady who likes to play the piano and arrange flowers in her spare time. Fortunately, today is not a weekend, nor is it a holiday, so our family of 3 can have fun very leisurely. In a blink of an eye, it was noon and the temperature rose slightly. Qin Tian was holding the coats of the 3 people in his hands and was dragged by Xiao Yan to the front of the ice cream stand. I want these 2 colors. The little girl asked for a double combo, but it was not the vanilla strawberry or chocolate flavors that most children have, but pepper and chili. Luo Shuyu frowned as he watched from a distance. But this little thing really likes these 2 flavors and finished them all in a short while. Yan's taste wasn't so strange before you came. Luo Shuyu complained. Qin Tian shook his head, disagreeing with her statement. Is it possible that she already liked it, but she just didn't have the chance to get in touch with it before I came? Qin Tian would take photos of the mother and daughter after each activity, and he had taken dozens of photos in the morning. In front of Luo Shuyu, Qin Tian set his phone lock screen and desktop wallpaper to pictures of the mother and daughter laughing happily. It was really not easy to capture this moment. Turning his head to the side, seeing Luo Shuyu's strange look, Qin Tian immediately explained, "What's wrong? Just do the whole act. Otherwise, if Grandpa wants to look at my phone one day, it will be exposed." Hearing this, Luo Shuyu felt even more unhappy. This guy was obviously mocking what she said last night. What a stingy man. Let's go. What shall we play next? Qin Tian naturally grabbed Luo Shuyu's hand and then picked up the child from the side. Cart. I want to fight you to the death. Luo Shuyu gradually began to get used to Qin Tian's closeness. You look so confident. You don't think you can beat me, do you? Qin Tian felt that he was undoubtedly being looked down upon. If we don't compare, who will know? The go-kart track in the amusement park is open to visitors over the age of 12, but because there were few people today, there was no one on the track. Should we drive together or compete in lap times? Luo Shuyu was very confident and decided to let Qin Tian choose. Let's test the lap time. Qin Tian felt that if they were competing on the same field, he might not be able to bring himself to do it. Good. Luo Shuyu came first. Looking at her posture, the line she chose when turning and the position of the braking point, Qin Tian could tell that she was indeed quite capable. I can't say I've reached the level of a racing driver, but I've reached the level of an ordinary fan. After completing 1 lap, Luo Shuyu took 35 seconds and his name was recorded on the record board on the side. She handed the helmet to Qin Tian. Qin Tian took it confidently and started his circle. If Luo Shuyu just now was at the amateur level, then Qin Tian could undoubtedly reach the threshold of a racing driver. His braking timing was so precise and his line was so accurate that Luo Shuyu realized that he had already lost when he was only halfway through the race. Qin Tian took 34.3 seconds to complete the last lap, and it seemed that he let off a little too much pressure. Since you are so capable, how come you got rear-ended? And in such a remote place? Luo Shuyu was dissatisfied and talked about what happened before. These are 2 different things. Qin Tian responded with a laugh. While this family was having fun, Luo Tianqin found Zhang Rulong on the other side. The first time the 2 of them tried to deal with Qin Tian was on the 2nd floor of Baozhu Club. The first time they went after that loser Zhou Xiaodang, they ended up not getting any advantage but also losing the loyalty of a good dog. The second time, Zhang Rulong arranged a group of people from the lower societies to deal with Qin Tian, and then a group of people were beaten black and blue. Half of them still have tinnitus to this day, and may be permanently deaf. In order to maintain his prestige in the community, Zhang Rulong had to give this group of people some medical expenses. Then what? Then the entire club was turned upside down by Qin Tian, and millions of dollars worth of liquor were flushed into the sewer. After that day, the bar on the 1st floor of Baozhu Club was replaced with wine racks fixed to the ground. He would no longer use the previous flashy ebony wine racks. Now they are discussing how to deal with Qin Tian here for the 3rd time. The ones I sent out before were all top fighters in the society, and many of them have been famous in the underworld for many years. Zhang Rulong implied that it would be difficult to send someone to deal with Qin Tian directly. I'm afraid this is not the worst. The worst thing is that Luo Shuyu seems to have really fallen in love with that boy. He defended him in public at the old man's birthday party. As long as Luo Shuyu has a close relationship with Qin Tian, this is really a bit difficult to understand. What do you think? These days are different from the past. It's easy to find a few people to kill him, but if we can't kill him, the price will be high. If it is really easy to run a gang and the underground business can still be done, the Jiang family will certainly not switch to legitimate business. And someone has been keeping an eye on our Jiang family, so we can't make too much noise here, Zhang Rulong said. Since there is no way to get rid of him directly, let us ruin his reputation, Luo Tianqin said. As long as his reputation is ruined, we can put some pressure on him through public opinion, and Luo Shuyu will have to give up on him. Then we can slowly make plans. Qin Tian's appearance did disrupt everything, otherwise they could have chosen a more radical plan to deal with Luo Shuyu. For example, kidnapping or silencing. Of course, this kind of thing is difficult to put into practice. How to ruin his reputation? Zhang Rulong said, I checked. This kid's background is clean. His family is farmers. His parents are small-town villagers. They would hand over $10 they found to the roadside patrolman if they lived their whole lives. Don't worry, now that I said so, there is naturally a way. Luo Tianqin waved his hand to signal his younger brother to come over, then leaned over and said something in his ear, and then pointed to an 18-year-old internet celebrity downstairs who was wearing a pure makeup and a white dress. Everything has been arranged here, but we still need some connections from you, young Master Jiang, to complete this task. Chapter 22 Slander. Of course, Qin Tian had no idea that he had been plotted against. The family was exhausted after a day of playing and went to wash up and rest early. Lying in bed and flipping through the photos taken during the day, Qin Tian felt a sense of unreality. There was a time when Qin Tian dreamed of Luo Shuyu. He also thought that the two of them would meet again, with both romantic and bloody versions. For example, two people meet again in a sea of flowers, pass each other by each other, and then turn around and find that it is each other. Or Luo Shuyu would come to him with a big belly, scold the scumbag and ask him to take responsibility. But no matter which dream it is, Qin Tian will not give up the responsibilities he should bear. What kind of version is this now? The gigolo version? Qin Tian laughed at himself in a low voice. But I have to say, this soft rice is quite delicious. Recently, Xia Yanyan started sleeping in her own room, and Qin Tian's place became much quieter. Sometimes when he opened his eyes in the morning, he would imagine Luo Shuyu sleeping next to his pillow. What he didn't know was that Luo Shuyu wasn't asleep either. At this moment, Luo Shuyu stretched out her hand and grabbed in the air. The scene of Qin Tian holding her hand and running around during the day seemed to be right in front of her. She placed her palms on her chest and suddenly felt much calmer. What's wrong with me? Luo Shuyu also murmured, Qin Tian, are you too approachable? Time quickly came to the next morning. Qin Tian got up early and prepared breakfast himself. When I was little at home, my father would fry an egg for me and my mother every breakfast. Qin Tian placed the plate in front of Xia Yanyan and Luo Shuyu. Millet porridge, poached eggs, and a small dish of pickles. Just an ordinary breakfast. But after hearing Qin Tian say that these were the things he ate when he was a child, Xia Yanyan's eyes suddenly lit up. Eat quickly. It's time to send you to kindergarten again today. Qin Tian put the car keys next to him and started drinking porridge. After breakfast, Luo Shuyu worked at home like he did in the previous few days, while Qin Tian drove Xia Yanyan to kindergarten. The AMG one that was previously damaged was sent back to Europe for repair, so Qin Tian changed to a McLaren Senna for transportation. This time, Qin Tian was familiar with the route and quickly dropped the child off. After giving a few words of instruction, he returned home. Although he was ambushed once on this road last time, Qin Tian didn't care and still chose the same road. There is no trouble this time. Qin Tian just said this when he saw out of the corner of his eye a group of big men gathered in the alley on the right. They looked very happy. Qin Tian drove slower and glanced around. This area is basically the old city and industrial area. Apart from these old and dilapidated residential buildings, there are factory areas. Or should we just pretend we didn't see it and just leave? In fact, Qin Tian could have just left, but others have already plotted against you. If you really don't want to fall into the trap, then what's the point? The most interesting thing is that someone digs a mud pit for you and you step into it. At this time, a few people jumped out and laughed, but when you took out your feet, the shoes were still white. After backing up the car and stopping the car and opening the door, Qin Tian heard the disgusting laughter of the group of people. Scream, no one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Ha, shout louder. Qin Tian couldn't see what the girl surrounded by them looked like. He could only see that a corner of her white skirt was stained with blood, her left hand with distinct knuckles dug into the ground, and her arm, as thin as a twig, kept shaking. "Stop!" Chin Tian roared, then rushed forward at an accelerated speed. Normally speaking, there are 7 or 8 of these people. Wouldn't it be easy for them to deal with Chin Tian alone? But after Chin Tian roared, this group of people ran away directly, without any intention of competing with Chin Tian. "What do you mean, just ran away?" Chin Tian walked towards the girl. The girl in the white dress was covered in dirt, with bruises on both sides of her arms. The dress was torn to tatters. There were 2 tear marks on the pretty and childish face. When she raised her head and looked at Chin Tian, her eyes were full of helplessness. "It's okay, they've all run away. I'll call the police for you." Chin Tian reached for his cell phone. But at this moment, the girl burst out with strength from nowhere, pounced on Chin Tian, then smeared his body randomly, and then directly tore his sleeves. In fact, Chin Tian could react, but he really wanted to see this woman's subsequent acting skills. So he didn't hide. "Help! Help!" the girl screamed, crying even harder than before. At this moment, a group of workers who had just started work passed by here. When they heard the shouting, they immediately gathered over. From their perspective, it seemed that Chin Tian was going to do something bad. "Look at this car parked on the side of the road. Wow, it's great to be rich." Someone immediately took out his cell phone to call the police. "Hey, what are you doing?" The workers surrounded Chin Tian, but they were reasonable and did not come up and punch Chin Tian twice. After all, judging from the situation at the scene, Chin Tian's attempt should have failed. "But this is not okay, can rich people do evil?" Chin Tian raised his hand and pushed it out, saying calmly, "Misunderstanding, this is all misunderstanding, I just passed by here, this is not what I did." He acted very calmly at this moment, giving people the feeling that it really had nothing to do with him. That can only prove that either it has nothing to do with this kid, or he is a repeat offender. Everyone stared at Chin Tian with half belief and half doubt, but the girl just kept crying and wiping her tears. She didn't explain, but insisted that Chin Tian did everything. In this situation, even if Chin Tian was an ordinary person, he would suffer immeasurable attacks from public opinion as long as the incident was exposed. What's more, he is Luo Shuyu's husband. This is a good idea, Chin Tian thought. Unfortunately, he had already stuck his phone in the car to record the scene before getting out. "No matter whether you did it or not, we'll find out when we get to the police station." The workers were not too excited. After all, this guy was driving such a good car. If he really had some strength, it would be bad for anyone if he was retaliated against. Besides, they are about to start work, so let the police handle it. Although this place is far away from the central city, the police response speed is not slow at all. 10 minutes later, Chin Tian was detained in the police car, but before that he used the excuse of finding someone to drive back and got his cell phone. Then he and the girl were sent back to the center of W City in 2 separate cars. The girl kept crying all the way and acted as if she was extremely frightened. No matter what was asked, she was unwilling to answer. Chin Tian, on his part, remained calm and composed, not showing any sign of nervousness from beginning to end. As Chin Tian got off the car, he noticed that there were many black vans parked around. They seemed to be media paparazzi arranged by Zhang Rulong. Chapter 23, Revenge. Chin Tian understood in his heart. Now he has absolute evidence in his hands. No matter how many problems arise in the process, the final result can only be that Zhang Rulong's evil plan will be shattered. However, it is difficult for Chin Tian to know what kind of farce will occur in the process. After being taken to the police station, Chin Tian was pushed into the interrogation room to take a statement. Because he was very calm and cooperative from beginning to end, the interrogators were very gentle. At 9:10 this morning, someone reported that you assaulted a girl in the alley between the residential buildings at number 35, Qingjiu Industrial Avenue. How do you explain this now? Chin Tian sat upright, full of righteousness. I left home at 8 o'clock this morning to send my daughter to kindergarten. When I passed by there on my way back, I saw 8 people surrounding the girl. She was all dirty and her dress was torn. I heard her calling for help and stepped forward. This is reasonable, isn't it? Chin Tian said. Maybe you can ask her? Was she so frightened that she couldn't figure out who was the good guy and who was the bad guy? If that's the explanation, I can accept it. Also, there is a record in my car that shows that it took less than 3 minutes from the time I got out of the car to the time I called the police. It happened very suddenly. The two interrogating police officers looked at each other and nodded. According to the normal process, as long as we check the driving records Qin Tian mentioned and infer the time, we can naturally prove Qin Tian's innocence. But at this moment, two people walked in. Judging from their expressions and attire, they were obviously people of higher status. Okay, you can go out now, leave this to us. After looking at each other, the two people who had interrogated him earlier walked out with confusion on their faces. However, the attitudes of the two people who just came in towards Qin Tian were very different. After they sat down, they crossed their legs, blew on the thermos, took 2 sips, made sure they were done, turned off the camera to record, and then cast their contemptuous gazes on Qin Tian. "Do you want to admit it yourself, or do you want us to help you?" said the square-faced man on the left. "What do you mean? Why don't I understand?" Qin Tian also leaned back and smiled calmly. "You're still pretending to be ignorant." The fat man on the left slammed the table and said fiercely, "There were so many witnesses at the time, and they can all prove that you wanted to violate that girl. There were few surveillance cameras where the incident happened, but there were so many eyewitnesses present. Even if there is a video in Qin Tian's car, those people can testify directly. In addition, once public opinion fermented, he really had a hard time defending himself." Qin Tian looked at the two of them carefully and said arrogantly, "Don't you know that my wife is the president of Luo's group? She can easily help me settle this little matter. So what if more people know about it?" Qin Tian behaved normally before these two people came in, but now he looks like a brainless and arrogant gigolo. "Humph, we've all heard that you're just a toy of President Luo. In recent years, the Luo family has been most concerned about its reputation. What do you think President Luo will do with you if today's events spread all over the world overnight?" Hearing this, Qin Tian's face showed a thoughtful look. Of course, he wasn't really thinking about it. "You have no evidence, and you can convict me just by relying on those few screwdrivers?" Qin Tian's momentum weakened a little when he spoke. "You still don't understand. This matter doesn't require any evidence. All it takes is for the media to take some photos and send out a few articles. Tomorrow, the entire W city will know that there is a scum like you." The stronger the opponent's momentum, the weaker Qin Tian appeared. How could this happen? He held his head in his hands. "What should I do? What should I do now? I have finally been able to live like this." Seeing that his emotions had almost settled, the other party turned on the video. "As long as you admit it, we can keep this matter secret." Hearing this, Qin Tian leaned back in despair and said, I admit that I saw young Master Jiang Rulong at that time. He was in that alley at the time. As soon as I went there, he left." Bang! The square-faced man kicked over the video equipment and shouted angrily, "Boy, you dare to play tricks on me." Qin Tian stared at him like a fool and laughed. "This Jiang Rulong is really a talent. Where did he find you two idiots?" The two men were furious. The fat man came up and stretched out his hand, wanting to grab Qin Tian's collar to show him how powerful he was. But Qin Tian just stretched out 2 fingers and tapped lightly, and the fat man fell to the ground and rolled around in pain. "Ouch, my stomach hurts." The square-faced man stepped back doubtfully and went to help the fat man. The noise in the interrogation room finally attracted the attention of everyone outside, but when the door opened, Qin Tian saw a familiar face. "Wang Chen?" Qin Tian said in surprise as he looked at Wang Chen's face, which was gradually becoming gloomy. "It seems that some people have not only been restless recently, but have also started to make trouble among us." Wang Chen was very angry. He walked in and looked at the square-faced man and the fat man. A sense of majesty of a superior emanated from him, which Qin Tian had never seen before. In his impression, his little brother has always been a cheerful boy, but in less than half a month, he seems to have changed a lot. "You two, get out of here right now. I'll give you a chance to explain the whole thing and I'll give you a lenient punishment." When the two saw Wang Chen appear here, their faces turned pale. "Wang, Master Wang, we must tell the truth, we must tell the truth." He said this tremblingly, and then the two of them ran out with their tails between their legs. As a result, Qin Tian and Wang Chen were the only ones left in the interrogation room. Wang Chen sighed, held his forehead and said, "Brother Tian, don't you want to explain it to me?" "What do you want to explain?" Qin Tian asked back. "If you want to explain, you should explain it first. Aren't you doing a sinecure here? Sinecures? Of course that's bullshit. The Wang family has had this political status for generations, but when it came to Wang Chen's generation, his family fulfilled his wish and let him choose the university he liked. But in the end he had to obey his family's arrangements and start working in some local front-line departments. I admit that this is not a leisurely job. Wang Chen pulled a stool and sat opposite Qin Tian. It is a job arranged by my family. It seems that none of us told the truth at that time. Qin Tian said. I was indeed noticed by President Luo, and I am her husband now. Wang Chen had a look of understanding. So, the person Zhang Rulong is targeting recently is you, boss? Certainly. With the relationship with Wang Chen and the video that Qin Tian produced, he was quickly released. The paparazzi at the door had all been cleared away by Wang Chen. When he came out, Qin Tian was alone, and he didn't intend to reveal his relationship with Wang Chen for the time being. Mr. Zhang, we have fought several times, but I have never seen you. Qin Tian knew that Zhang Rulong was sitting in a car nearby, so he raised his right hand and gave him the middle finger. You know, I will take revenge. Chapter 24, Top Experts Hired at High Prices. He is mocking me. How dare he mock me? Zhang Rulong was furious. What are those two idiots doing? What do they eat? But before he could vent all his anger, his subordinate handed him the phone with trembling hands. Master Zhang, it's the old man calling. As mentioned before, the Zhang family, as one of the top families in W City, has some characteristics. In addition to being whitewashed from black, another major characteristic of them is that there are many people in the family who are involved in core affairs. On the surface, Zhang Rulong is the helmsman and is responsible for the operation of all Zhang family companies, but in fact most of the decisions still have to go through Zhang Rulong's father Zhang Beizhao. Father. Zhang Rulong suppressed his anger and became respectful the moment he answered the phone. I've asked you to take care of family affairs these years, but what have you done? You've mobilized so many people to deal with a gigolo, and you've always suffered at his hands. Zhang Beizhao was furious. You're just a waste. As a descendant of the Zhang family from the old times, Zhang Beizhao still has a strong sense of the underworld. In his opinion, face is the most important thing. Even if you suffer a loss, you can't lose face. My father taught me that. The two people you were looking for have all confessed, and the Zhang family and their related people have also been arrested. Now the secret line we spent 20 years arranging has been uprooted. Can you use your brain next time? I understand, father. Zhang Rulong still just responded, but he felt uneasy in his heart. Recently, apart from Qin Tian, he always felt that someone was against him. But no matter how hard he checked, he couldn't find out who the other person was. Okay, that's all. Take care of yourself. Having said that, before Zhang Rulong could respond, the phone was hung up. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Rulong showed a sinister look on his face, notify Luo Tianqin and ask him to bring the ancient martial arts master he found. We will meet at the Baozhu Club. The last time they discussed how to deal with Qin Tian, Luo Tianqin prepared 2 plans in total. One of the plans is the smear campaign that has already been implemented and failed. Another plan is to let a real master intercept and kill Qin Tian. As a man in the underworld, Zhang Rulong has always heard some legends. It is said that some people, after training, can reach a level that ordinary people cannot reach. Those people can even fight 10 or even 100 people at once. Some legendary masters are not even afraid of attacks from hot weapons such as guns and cannons. Zhang Rulong used to think such things were just jokes. But after seeing Qin Tian's skills, he realized that such a person really existed. So he asked Luo Tianqin to look for such masters everywhere, and contact those who were willing to take action, preparing to have them kill Qin Tian. Later, several people met at Baozhu Club. As soon as they entered the private room they often used, Zhang Rulong saw a wild man wearing training clothes with wildly growing hair and beard. The man sat in his seat and counted the money without any hesitation. The total price of this operation was 10 million, and the box containing the 5 million deposit was placed in front of the big man. He counted the number lightly and laughed. Zhang Rulong couldn't help but frown. How could a man like this, who looked like a homeless person on the street, be a master? As if he had sensed Zhang Rulong's disdainful look, the sturdy man turned around, his eyes wide open. You're the one who asked me to kill someone? At that moment, even though the two were nearly 3 meters apart, Zhang Rulong felt as if his throat was being strangled and he had difficulty breathing. Mr. Zhang, relax a little. Luo Tianqin stood up and stood beside Zhang Rulong. Only after the sturdy man's momentum was withdrawn did Zhang Rulong feel that his breathing became smoother. Let me introduce you. This is Tai Zhang, a master who was ranked among the best in the entire W City. Compared with him, people of Qin Tian's level are just trash. Luo Tianqin boasted about this master he had just found a few days ago. Are you sure this is the person? Zhang Rulong still had some doubts in his heart. Humph, you don't believe it? Iron Palm stomped his foot lightly, and the marble floor tiles under his feet shattered into pieces. Everyone was amazed when they saw this scene. Next, the Iron Palm was even more exaggerated. He just stood up and slapped the tempered glass wall in front of him. Immediately, dense lines appeared on the entire glass curtain wall. If this palm were to hit a person, would there be a chance of survival? Okay. Zhang Rulong shouted, expressing all his recent resentment in this roar. Make sure he dies without a burial place. After the task is completed, come and get the other half of the reward. On the other side, Qin Tian returned to the lakeside villa after experiencing all those things. Since the previous events happened very quickly and in secret, Luo Shuyu knew nothing about it. But the car was driven back by the driver, which made Luo Shuyu a little confused. What happened this morning? Luo Shuyu looked at Qin Tian. It's nothing, I just had a friend ask me out, so I called your driver and asked him to drive back. Isn't he doing nothing recently? Qin Tian didn't tell the truth. You are hiding something from me. Luo Shuyu's face turned cold. What appeared before Qin Tian was an icy face that had not appeared for nearly half a month. I really miss it a bit. However, this is not the first time Qin Tian has faced this situation, so he will not feel at a loss now. He walked forward slowly, gently held Luo Shuyu's right hand, and said, believe me, it's not a dangerous thing. Besides, I will tell you everything about these recent events when the dust settles. Luo Shuyu's expression softened a little, but it still didn't look very good. She was unwilling to admit that she was worried about Qin Tian's safety, but only showed anger because Qin Tian did not tell the truth. Is it Zhang Rulong? Luo Shuyu actually guessed a little. She in turn grabbed Qin Tian's hand. He is not a good person. There are many shady forces behind the Zhang family. I know you are very skilled, but there will always be times when you fail. Her worry was written on her face. Don't worry, it won't happen. Qin Tian comforted again. Perhaps just like Qin Tian chose to trust Luo Shuyu and followed her to the villa, Luo Shuyu was now willing to give Qin Tian such trust and believed that he could really handle it all. Okay, I understand. I've been waiting for you to tell me all this. Luo Shuyu's expression finally relaxed a little. The following days were only peaceful for 2 days. When Qin Tian went out for a morning run one morning, the person who came to kill him finally showed up. 20 steps away, Qin Tian slowed down his pace, then took off his headphones and looked at the unkempt man. Chapter 25 Warrior's Momentum. The opponent locked onto Qin Tian directly from more than 10 meters away, and wanted to overwhelm Qin Tian in terms of aura and momentum, but Qin Tian's eyes did not send out any hostile signals from beginning to end. This left the master somewhat puzzled. Hey, you. The big man looked at Qin Tian and said arrogantly, since you know what I'm here for, why don't you fight me seriously? This person is quite interesting. Seeing that Qin Tian didn't take him seriously, he became anxious. Seeing this, Qin Tian wanted to tease him and said, what are you talking about? I don't know why you are here. I was just curious when I saw your appearance just now. There are expensive Lakeview villas around here, and it's rare to see someone dressed so casually as you. The implication is that the big man is a beggar. If he still can't tell that Qin Tian is teasing him after all this, then there is no need for him to continue practicing martial arts. Listen, I don't care what tricks you are playing, just remember, I am here to take your life today. The big man suddenly attacked and rushed towards Qin Tian. This is what happens when you offend young Master Jiang. Also, remember, my name is Iron Fist. Iron Fist's attack was extremely fierce. As soon as he moved, he was in front of Qin Tian in the first moment. Judging from his confident expression, Taekwon must have believed that this punch would 100% kill Qin Tian, so he neither prepared any follow-up moves nor defended himself. When this punch came, the center gate was wide open. Qin Tian just stood there and watched him rush over so foolishly, then kicked Taekwon directly in the chest. His legs were longer than his arms, so before Iron Fist's attack could take effect, he flew out. It didn't stop until it hit the fence near the lake. At this time, Qin Tian did not pursue him, but just stood there and hooked his finger at Taekwon with contempt. Before this, Qin Tian had never fought with anyone who could truly be called a warrior. Taekwon was the first. So Qin Tian wanted to know more about the warrior instead of just killing him with one punch. That's easy, but also boring. What did you just do? Taekwon felt like his whole body was about to fall apart. The most terrifying thing for him was that he did not see Chin Tian's movements clearly. But when this question was asked in reverse, Chin Tian didn't know what to say. He originally thought that the person Zhang Rulong hired to kill him should be quite capable, but it turned out that he couldn't even see how he made his move. It seems you are no match for me, Chin Tian said. I'm giving you one more chance to attack now, come at me with all your strength. No warrior can accept this kind of provocation. What's more important is that in Iron Fist's eyes now, Chin Tian has no aura at all and is no different from an ordinary person. Among warriors, this means not releasing any aura and not taking the opponent seriously at all. I admit that you are strong, but you are too arrogant. Taekwon was furious, and his aura surged. It was at this moment that Chin Tian seemed to see the aura around Iron Fist turning into substance. Those things were floating away like steam. Before this, Chin Tian had never seen this kind of essence of chi, which is called momentum. As the aura around Iron Fist surged, Chin Tian was able to observe some changes in his body, such as his muscles becoming engorged, making him look stronger, his eyes flashing with brilliance, and it seemed that his 5 senses had become much more sensitive. But even so, Chin Tian still didn't feel threatened by Taekwon. Prepare to die. As soon as these words were spoken, Taekwon launched a second attack on Chin Tian. This time the speed is obviously much faster than the last time. And during this attack, Iron Fist paid more attention to defense and was no longer as vulnerable as before. The front of his attack was built to be airtight and had almost no flaws, but in Chin Tian's eyes, he could still see the easiest place to break through at a glance. Knee. As if giving a preview, Chin Tian spoke at the same time he attacked. He kicked Taekwon on the knee, and then Taekwon rolled on the ground several times, eating a mouthful of dust, and then lay on the ground with a distorted expression, his face covered with cold sweat from the pain. How so? Things have come to this point, there is nothing Iron Fist is unwilling to believe. He had already realized that he was completely powerless against Chin Tian. But he didn't understand. Why can't I feel your aura? Taekwon lay on the ground, looking at Chin Tian with despair in his eyes. I would like to tell you why, but unfortunately I am not very clear myself. Chin Tian sat on the edge of the flower bed and looked at Taekwon. Today was even the first time I fought against a warrior, and the first time I saw what the so-called momentum was. Taekwon's expression became increasingly ugly as he listened to Chin Tian's calm statement. As a member of the Martial Arts Association and a veteran who had made a name for himself in the ancient martial arts world for more than 30 years, he actually lost to a young boy who didn't even understand the theory of martial arts. Who taught you? Who is your master? Taekwon roared. I don't have a master. My old man taught me everything. Your father? Chin Tian nodded. Although I just saw the warrior's aura today, I seem to have known how to use it a long time ago. As he spoke, Taekwon's eyes widened. He saw the blood-red aura around Chin Tian, like a living thing, baring its teeth and claws and showing off to him. Then, as Chin Tian locked his sights on him, those things pounced directly at him. Help! Taekwon subconsciously raised his hands to protect his head. But the expected attack did not occur the next moment, and Chin Tian did nothing to him. The Iron Fist slowly opened its fingers, and the sight appeared from between the fingers. Looking down, he saw that his pants were wet. Is it that exaggerated? Chin Tian asked, puzzled. Iron Fist is in tears. How about we switch bodies, and you try to see if you would be scared to death if you were overwhelmed by this kind of momentum? You're already scared to death before I even make a move. If I really make a move, won't you be scared to death? Chin Tian raised his right hand and punched down. Now, Taekwon didn't feel any momentum, nor could he sense that Chin Tian was going to throw this punch. So he just felt his whole face sunken, then his eyes went black, and he completely lost consciousness. After knocking Taekwon unconscious, Chin Tian immediately called Wang Chen. Send someone to me so I can finish this. About 10 minutes later, Wang Chen's men followed the location and came to Chin Tian. After tying up Taekwon and putting him in the car, Chin Tian drove directly home to the address Wang Chen gave him. That is the address where Zhang Rulong is now. Ever since Chin Tian came out of the police station last time, Wang Chen's men have been monitoring Zhang Rulong 24 hours a day. Chapter 26: Paying Debts. Wang Chen's first mission in W City is to obtain evidence of the Zhang family's crimes and send all of this still very restless family to prison. Now he has obtained most of the evidence about the Zhang family's crimes, and his final target falls on Zhang Rulong, the current leader. He is now in the Zhang family's Zhangtan Manor, probably waiting for good news from this iron fist. Wang Chen's efficiency is very high, which can be said to have impressed Qin Tian. When we lived in the same dormitory, he was lazy all day long, and sometimes he didn't even bother to go out to buy lunch. But now that he has graduated and has only worked for less than a month, he is like a completely different person. I understand. Regarding this iron fist, can you find out his identity? Qin Tian drove directly to the Zhang family's manor and asked about the identity of the iron fist. I looked for this person in the system but couldn't find him. But I asked my dad and he said this group of people is managed by a special department, so I can't find any information here, Wang Chen replied. Normally warriors are managed by a special department, and most of the time their activities need to be supervised by this department. But there are always unexpected situations. What's more, this group of people respects strength, and those strong people cannot be easily controlled. Furthermore, most of the time when warriors take action, their targets are also warriors. Even if this is a dispute within their special group, it does not matter as long as it does not cause too much impact on the general public. After half an hour's drive, Qin Tian arrived at the gate of Zhang's manor. After taking a look at the tightly closed door and the patrolling guards at the door, Qin Tian stepped on the accelerator and drove straight in. With a loud bang, the iron gate collapsed. Immediately afterwards, 5 people surrounded him. Qin Tian kicked open the car door, then grabbed the nearest person by the collar and stuffed him into the car, then closed the door and locked him in. Then he punched them one by one, and the 4 men were knocked down in a moment. Seeing more and more people rushing towards him, Qin Tian was not panicked at all. No one could last a single round with him. He knocked them down with just 1 punch and 1 kick. Soon he arrived at the door of Zhang Rulong's room. Qin Tian kicked the door over, and the whole door fell off the doorframe and hit the tea table in front of Zhang Rulong, knocking over the messy tea sets. Then something flew towards him. It was not until it landed in front of him that Zhang Rulong saw clearly that it was the iron fist he had sent out. What? You think you can kill me by finding a jerk with mediocre kung fu? Qin Tian stated calmly, the first time you asked Zhou Xiaodeng to cause trouble for me, you failed. The second time you asked your thugs to cause trouble for me, you also failed. The third time, I admit you were a little creative and found a woman to slander me, but unfortunately you still failed. Things never happen more than 3 times, do you understand? Zhang Rulong felt scared inside, but he had to pretend to be calm on the surface. I admit that I lost. You can kill me or chop me up as you like. At this moment, Zhang Rulong believed that his heroic performance should be able to retain a trace of dignity for himself in the end. But obviously he was overthinking it. Good. Very good. Qin Tian shouted, releasing all the momentum in his body. Zhang Rulong was not a warrior, and could not see the terrifying aura surrounding Qin Tian, but he could feel that something terrifying was coming towards him. Zhang Rulong was so frightened by this that he peed his pants, just like Taekwon. What's even more embarrassing is that he fainted. Want to faint? No way. Qin Tian walked forward and punched Zhang Rulong directly in the eye socket. As soon as the awakening technique was used, Zhang Rulong gasped and then woke up quickly. Who made you faint? I'm going to cut you into pieces now. Are you ready? As he said that, Qin Tian smashed the hard crystal coffee table with 1 punch, and stabbed Zhang Rulong with a piece of the debris. Zhang Rulong trembled with fear, and was like a dead dog in Qin Tian's hands, allowing Qin Tian to grab his collar and not move. But just before he was about to stab it in, Qin Tian stopped. I still like your previous arrogant look, the eldest son of the Zhang family. As he said that, Qin Tian stepped on Zhang Rulong's arm, and the whole arm made a crisp sound and broke. Ah! Beads of sweat suddenly appeared on Zhang Rulong's forehead. Qin Tian was just trying to scare him before, but now that the kick had really landed, Zhang Rulong felt like he was half dead. Qin Tian, you are a lunatic. Zhang Rulong seemed to have made up his mind that even if he died today, he would scold Qin Tian severely. You are just a nobody. You should have stayed away from Luo Shuyu the first time I warned you. You are a useless gigolo. The insignificant words did not cause any harm to Qin Tian. So, before I showed up, you really coveted my wife? Qin Tian raised his foot and rolled over Zhang Rulong's other arm. Ah! Another scream. Zhang Rulong almost fainted from the pain, but Qin Tian just held him like that, not giving him any chance to faint. Guess what, did I know that the incident 4 years ago was not only planned by Luo Tianqin, but also had something to do with you? Qin Tian calmly said something that made Zhang Rulong feel scared. And am I the one who ruined your good deed 4 years ago? Impossible, absolutely impossible, how could such a coincidence happen in this world? Zhang Rulong couldn't believe it. He always thought that Qin Tian's appearance was accidental. But now it seems that it was actually arranged by Luo Shuyu. Shu, keep your voice down. I have to pretend I know nothing at home. Qin Tian said with a smile. By the way, these two arms, even if it's the debt of gratitude and resentment between us during this period, it can be written off now. Qin Tian spoke frankly, and in Zhang Rulong's opinion, it seemed that Qin Tian really didn't want to pursue anything anymore. But when he relaxed a little, Qin Tian kicked him twice and broke his legs. This time Zhang Rulong couldn't even shout even with his mouth open. His neck and head were red and the pain overwhelmed all his consciousness. But I haven't settled the score with you for what you did to my wife. Let me take charge and settle it all together. Qin Tian squatted in front of Zhang Rulong, still smiling, like a devil. You will not have a good ending. Everything you did today was recorded by the surveillance camera. If you don't kill me today, I will make sure you die without a burial. Zhang Rulong's voice gradually became weak. Don't get excited. There's one thing I forgot to tell you. Half an hour ago, all the core members of your Zhang family were arrested. You should thank me for being here. Qin Tian patted Zhang Rulong's face. Wang Chen, I'll leave him to you. As he spoke, Wang Chen walked in from outside and said expressionlessly, Zhang Rulong, come back with me and tell me what you want to say. Zhang Rulong closed his eyes, his heart filled with despair. Chapter 27 The Truth. The speed at which the Zhang family fell was far beyond imagination. At the same time, Qin Tian also realized the powerful forces behind Wang Chen. After capturing Zhang Rulong, the two found a noodle shop and ordered 2 large bowls of hot dry noodles. Qin Tian used chopsticks to stir the noodles and seasonings while sighing. Originally I thought you only had a few connections and could find a leisurely job after graduation, but now it seems that's not the case at all. Aren't you telling the truth too? Wang Chen took a big bite and looked up at Qin Tian. And I don't have much to say about these. They are just some family relationships. Wang Chen's words were very sincere. His original idea of making friends with Qin Tian and the others was indeed very simple, and he never thought of involving these family relationships. But now it seems that having such a relationship might actually be a good thing. Besides, you've never said you were a warrior, have you? Wang Chen asked Qin Tian in return. Is it possible that I don't even know that I am a warrior? Qin Tian said. Before yesterday, he really thought that what his father taught him were just the most basic martial arts, the kind that a lot of people out there can learn. Okay, even if you don't know this, you should at least tell us about your marriage, right? Wang Chen still had questions. I was just about to tell you about this matter recently. Qin Tian said, just tell them in the group for me. After saying this, Qin Tian took a few bites of the bowl of noodles and left immediately. He had promised Luo Shuyu that he would let her know the whole story after the matter with Zhang Rulong was over. In such a hurry? What are you rushing for? Wang Chen looked at Qin Tian. Go home. When Qin Tian took a taxi back home, Luo Shuyu was reading a storybook to Xiao Yanyan in the living room. When she saw Qin Tian coming back, she gave Wu Ma a look. Aunt Wu took little Yanyan away, and the rest of the people also stepped back. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Qin Tian, are you hiding something from me? Luo Shuyu held up her cell phone, on which was a complete account of the Zhang family incident compiled for her by assistant Guan. That Wang Chen was your college roommate, and the Zhang family fell into his hands. What does all this have to do with you? On the surface, Luo Shuyu seemed very calm, but in fact, her heart was filled with anxiety. Although she and Qin Tian had been together for less than a month, trust had already been established between them. If this trust collapses like this, it will undoubtedly be a devastating blow to Luo Shuyu. I will tell you all of this. Qin Tian sat calmly on the sofa and gently pulled Luo Shuyu to sit beside him. He started from Zhang Rulong's initial actions and talked all the way to what happened this morning. When Luo Shuyu heard this, his brows furrowed and his expression became increasingly uglier. Why didn't you tell me at the beginning? After hearing all this, Luo Shuyu asked sternly. Because the things you face in the Luo family are already troublesome enough, and I don't want you to be affected further. Qin Tian explained. But what if something happens to you? Luo Shuyu's worry was written all over his face, without any falseness. Yan Yan has only become more cheerful recently. If something happens to you, how can I explain it to her? Luo Shuyu stared at Qin Tian's eyes, her bright eyes full of grievance. And as she lost control of her emotions, the distance between them became closer and closer. Qin Tian could hear Luo Shuyu's breathing at such a close distance. Qin Tian's breathing became heavy as his gaze shifted from Luo Shuyu's autumn water eyes to her red lips. But Luo Shuyu still looked unaware and continued to ask. It was clearly written in the original contract that you must be healthy and fulfill all your obligations within 3 years. Have you forgotten? Luo Shuyu felt that she was questioning Qin Tian, but Qin Tian just felt that she was concerned about him. As if by magic, Qin Tian suddenly hugged Luo Shuyu gently and held her in his arms. A clear and frequent heartbeat sound came from his ears, and Luo Shuyu's mind suddenly went blank. What is he doing? Although Luo Shuyu resisted in her heart, she did not struggle. She just let Qin Tian hold her in his clumsy way. Then Qin Tian said, "Don't worry, I will never hide anything from you if it happens in the future. These recent situations are just sudden events. I am afraid that they will involve you." These words were Qin Tian's true thoughts, but by saying this, he somewhat underestimated Luo Shuyu. What do you mean? Luo Shuyu came out of Qin Tian's arms and said, "Do you think I haven't experienced this? Besides, these troubles were caused by me in the first place. How could you hide it from me?" Luo Shuyu's face was full of indignation. "Okay, I get it." Qin Tian raised his hands in surrender. "But by the same token, if you run into any trouble, you must not hide it from me, okay?" At this time, Luo Shuyu was a little hesitant. What is she hesitating about? Luo Shuyu asked himself. Don't you trust Qin Tian enough? No, absolutely not. So she nodded firmly and said, "Okay." But then again, it's really troublesome to marry a popular guy. All those suitors who want me but can't get me want them so much that they want to eat me alive. Qin Tian said. This Jiang Rulong should be the most difficult one to deal with among this group of suitors, right? Luo Shuyu shook his head. I'm afraid he's not the most difficult one to deal with. By the way, there will be a banquet in a few days. You can go with me. Now that he had made up his mind, Luo Shuyu decided to at least reveal Qin Tian's identity in this circle and give everyone a message. That is, Qin Tian is the person that Luo Shuyu has chosen, and he is Xiao Yinyan's father. No one can change this. Okay. Qin Tian agreed. At this time, the emotions in the two people's hearts passed, and the atmosphere became a little awkward again for a moment. Especially when she thought of Qin Tian's bold action of holding her in his arms just now, Luo Shuyu felt embarrassed to look at Qin Tian. As if realizing this, Qin Tian cleared his throat, picked up the storybook on the table, and said, I'm going to play with Xiao Yinyan for a while. Luo Shuyu nodded. After Qin Tian left, Luo Shuyu buried his face in the pillow, took a deep breath, and then screamed. Why? Why was she so embarrassed? At the same time, on the other side, because everything happened so fast, Luo Tianqin, who was still waiting for good news from Jiang Rulong, had just taken 2 bottles of champagne to celebrate, but when he turned around, he heard the news that the core members of the Jiang family had been arrested. In shock, the champagne in his hand shattered to the ground, and the floor was covered with foam. At this moment, Luo Tianqin seemed to see the unrealistic fantasy in his heart shattered to the ground, leaving only bubbles. Chapter 28 The Protected Person. After a series of failures, Luo Tianqin decided to restrain himself for the time being. Since someone like Jiang Rulong can't gain much advantage from Qin Tian, he should act more cautiously. The only thing we can do now is to wait for someone who can really pose a threat to Qin Tian to appear. As the Jiang family was destroyed overnight, the power of the entire W city also changed. Investors from Yanjing and the recently emerged subsidiary of the Chun Group in W City joined forces to swallow up the Jiang family. One day later, when Qin Tian was teaching Xiao Yinyan boxing moves at home, Luo Qiming, who had not been seen for a long time, suddenly visited. Brother-in-law. Luo Qiming stood outside the gate and called Qin Tian loudly. Now he has taken off his earrings and nose rings, dyed his hair back to its original black color, and removed his heavy makeup. Now he looks somewhat similar to Luo Shuyu. I'll go see how your uncle is doing. Qin Tian instructed Xiao Yinyan. He hasn't made any very specific training plans for the little girl yet. She just practices for a while when she remembers to, and the length of practice is up to her. After giving the instructions, Qin Tian walked over and opened the door for Luo Qiming, then took him to record his fingerprints and facial recognition. Is this not a good idea? My sister has never allowed me to come and go here freely before. Luo Qiming was a little scared. She won't say anything after seeing the changes in you now. Qin Tian said this, and at the same time gave a meaningful reminder. You are her family member. There will always be a day when she needs your help. Do you have the courage to stand up for her when that time comes? Luo Qiming didn't know why Qin Tian suddenly said that. But he still nodded firmly. You may have it now, but did you have it before? Qin Tian said it another way, or could your sister trust you before? Luo Qiming shook his head. Qin Tian felt that as long as Luo Qiming made changes, it would be good, and other things could be considered in the long run. By the way, brother-in-law, you are so skilled in martial arts, can you spare some time to teach me? Luo Qiming followed behind Qin Tian, rubbing his hands, eager to try. Of course, from today on, you will train with Xiao Yanyan. Qin Tian said. You practice as long as she practices, and you practice the same way she practices. Hearing this, Luo Qiming felt disdainful. He has a solid foundation, so how can he be allowed to practice with a little girl? Wouldn't that be just taking care of a child? But Luo Qiming soon regretted it. But after doing horse stance with Xiao Yanyan for half an hour, Luo Qiming's legs began to tremble uncontrollably and he even had difficulty standing. Looking at his embarrassed look lying on the chair, Qin Tian explained, the things you practiced before were all quick skills. Although you know the moves, your foundation is too weak. It's easy to be defeated when you meet someone who knows the same moves. From today on, as long as you are determined to practice, you still have a chance to redeem yourself. Luo Qiming was somewhat encouraged, his eyes lit up. Is it true, brother-in-law? Can I become as powerful as you one day? Qin Tian smiled sheepishly and said, you can take it as encouragement. It's like saying it's fake. Luo Qiming suddenly became like a deflated ball, losing all his power. Frankly speaking, even if Qin Tian didn't know martial arts, he knew that laying the foundation was a child's skill and he had to start training from a very young age. But Luo Qiming was already 21 years old this year, so it was impossible for him to lay the foundation again. In other words, he does have good talent and still has the opportunity to become stronger. After today's exercise, Xiao Yanyan sat aside and drank water in small sips, while Luo Qiming lay on the pavilion chair like a dead dog. Why didn't you come to the old man's birthday party? Qin Tian suddenly asked about this. Luo Qiming looked gloomy and obviously didn't want to talk about this matter. But after taking a look at the person in front of him, he decided to speak out. Brother-in-law, in your opinion, am I useless and a waste? Luo Qiming said the unanimous evaluation of him by those outside, especially when compared with my sister. Qin Tian nodded in agreement without any surprise. Although he knew that his evaluation would definitely be bad, Luo Qiming still felt a little uncomfortable when he got a positive answer from Qin Tian. As grandchildren of the Luo family, my sister has been so outstanding since she was young, but I have been unable to do anything since I was young. Moreover, I was supposed to inherit the family business, but Grandpa chose my sister in the end. Luo Qiming did not feel any resentment when he said these words, but he was just sad. Grandpa never seemed to recognize me from the beginning to the end. Luo Qiming grew up under the flattery of Zhu Yali, but if he was really a fool, he would not have said what he said today. If he was really a fool, he would be like Luo Tianqin, coveting things that he couldn't get, and then plotting conspiracies behind the scenes. I just think that if Grandpa had chosen me, everything would have been better. My sister wouldn't have to be murdered by their sinister plan, and she wouldn't have to go through those things. He just blamed himself for his incompetence. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Grandpa Luo chose Luo Shuyu and abandoned Luo Qiming. But Luo Qiming knew that the one who was truly protected was him. Especially when that incident happened 4 years ago, Luo Qiming once thought about killing the beast Luo Tianqin with his own hands. But later Luo Shuyu proved to him that she was much stronger and more powerful than anyone thought. It seems that I have underestimated you. Qin Tian nodded, expressing his agreement with Luo Qiming's sincere words. Have you ever told your sister these words? Luo Qiming blushed all of a sudden, laughed, and said, why don't you just tell these words to your brother-in-law? It would be so embarrassing to tell my sister. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Luo Qiming, and suddenly roared. Wife, Qiming has something to tell you. Luo Qiming widened his eyes and looked at Qin Tian in disbelief. Soon Luo Shuyu came out, looked at Qin Tian and the others, and asked in confusion, if you have anything to say, say it now? Luo Qiming looked at his sister's cold face, and after a long pause, he whispered, Sister, can I learn martial arts from my brother-in-law? I want to stay here for a while. Luo Shuyu nodded, as long as Qin Tian agrees, it's all right, but you can't live here. Ah. Why? I won't disturb your world of two. Besides, it won't be a problem if Yen Yen is here, right? It doesn't matter if I'm here too. Shut up. Luo Shuyu's ears felt hot, and then he glared at Qin Tian, who was gloating, and said, "No reason, just no." Sha Yen Yen, who was standing by, picked up the Pikachu water bottle and took 2 more sips. She couldn't help but sigh that her mother was getting more and more angry recently. Chapter 29: Qin Tian's Magic. Forget it, if you don't want to let me go, then don't let me go. Luo Qiming curled his lips and said to Qin Tian, "Brother-in-law, I rented a place in Jiangbei and plan to use it as a training room in the future. How about you come over when you have the chance? Then you can come and guide me. It's not too far from the lakeside villa to Jiangbei, and it should be about half an hour's drive." Qin Tian agreed and said that he would take the girl to Luo Qiming when he had time. After getting the reply, Luo Qiming left. "Actually, our house is quite big, so it's no problem for your brother to stay here." Qin Tian stood up and gently pushed Luo Shuyu onto the chair. "Or does my wife really want to be alone with her?" Luo Shuyu glared at Qin Tian, but did not refute him. She just explained, "I just want him to stay away from me and grow up quickly." Then we really think alike on this point. Since Qin Tian had promised Luo Qiming, he would at least teach him some basic training methods so that he could have some self-protection ability. Later, Luo Shuyu began to prepare clothes for Qin Tian to wear for the banquet. This time was not as rushed as last time, so Luo Shuyu spent a whole day choosing the styles and fabrics of the dresses for the two of them. While she was concentrating on communicating these things with the designer, Qin Tian was watching the messages that kept popping up in the group. After Wang Chen told the group about Qin Tian's current situation, Shan Shixin couldn't sit still. He severely condemned Qin Tian for having a wife but no brothers, and for not informing his brothers about such a big matter as marriage. After that, Wang Chen echoed him and talked for a long time in the group. Qin Tian was flipping through the messages while holding his forehead with his hand and feeling a slight headache. After a long time, Chen Shi jumped out and said that he had known about Qin Tian and Luo Shuyu for a long time. He just thought that Qin Tian had some unspeakable secret, so he didn't say it in the group. But even if it's love at first sight, the relationship wouldn't develop so quickly, right? Wang Chen asked the question he had always wanted to ask. Yes. Shan Shixin agreed. In fact, they wanted to ask what happened to their daughter, but since Qin Tian didn't mention it himself, they didn't dare to ask. We can only assume that there must be some hidden story behind this. Speaking of which, there is a high-end banquet in W City tonight. You should all be there, right? Wang Chen mentioned again. Several people replied and started asking Qin Tian what was going on. Qin Tian replied, "I'll go too." Then he put his phone screen on the sofa and looked at Luo Shuyu's beautiful profile carefully. Isn't blue suitable? Let's go with black. She had spent a lot of time choosing a suit for Qin Tian, so naturally she didn't notice that Qin Tian was looking at her seriously at this moment. Qin Tian couldn't help but wonder what did Luo Shuyu want to express by bringing him to this banquet. At the beginning, Luo Shuyu emphasized that the relationship between the two was bound by a contract. At that time, Qin Tian thought that she just needed him to be a tool. But judging from Luo Shuyu's performance during this period and the details of their interactions, they seem more like a normal couple. These messy thoughts in Qin Tian's mind did not last long, and soon Xiao Yanyan threw herself into his arms. Looking at the furry little head nodding in his arms, Qin Tian felt a lot calmer. What's wrong? Xiao Yanyan raised her head and looked at Qin Tian, feeling very aggrieved. Dad, you and Mom are going out to play, why don't you take me with you? Xiao Yanyan grabbed Qin Tian's collar and used her other hand to pull Qin Tian's shoulders, like a little monkey. We are not going out to play. Just stay at home and we will be back soon. Qin Tian comforted. But it's too pitiful for me to be alone at home. The little girl has not yet gotten rid of her clingy state. Most of the time, she would follow Qin Tian wherever he went. Aren't Aunt Wu and the others at home? Qin Tian picked her up and put her aside. And do you remember what your uncle said last time? Leave some space for your parents. Xiao Yanyan thought about it carefully and it seemed to be the case. So on the day of the banquet, Luo Shuyu only took Qin Tian with him. On the way, Luo Shuyu recalled the time when the little girl hugged her thigh and wanted to go with her, and laughed. She is getting more and more lively and quirky now. Before, even if she wanted something, she would just tell me directly and would not act like a spoiled child like this. Isn't this great? This is what a child of her age should be like. Qin Tian felt that this change was a good thing. Yes. Luo Shuyu also agreed with this in his heart. She insisted on giving birth to this child at the beginning, and later wanted to find Qin Tian. Wasn't it because she wanted her child to have a childhood that was completely different from her own? Now she has taken the first step. After driving for 40 minutes, the two arrived at the banquet venue. The venue was a manor in the center of the lake, and the owner of the manor was Mr. Su, a business legend in W City. However, before the banquet was held today, Luo Shuyu got the news that the manor had changed hands, and the new owner was the boss of an investment company from Yanjing. A place like Lakeside Manor obviously can't be bought simply by having money. As soon as the two arrived, Qin Tian felt countless gazes pricking him like needles. Qin Tian had seen some of them on the news. Before, Qin Tian thought that Zhang Rulong was the biggest trouble that Luo Shuyu brought to him, but now it seems that Zhang Rulong is probably nothing at all. Luo Shuyu held Qin Tian's arm with a smile on her face. The two looked close and loving, unlike the rumors that everyone had heard, that Qin Tian depended on Luo Shuyu, while Luo Shuyu treated him like a toy and ignored him. Seeing this scene, naturally some curious people came forward to greet the two of them. "Mr. Luo, I guess this is your husband, Mr. Qin?" An old man with a kind face spoke first. Qin Tian was really at a loss at first and could only smile and agree. Normally in such occasions, female companions are introduced. Now he is being introduced to a male companion. How should he respond? "Yes, he is my husband, Qin Tian." Luo Shuyu helped Qin Tian resolve the embarrassment, and then introduced, "This is also an old friend of Grandpa." "Yeah?" Qin Tian thought, if he is Mr. Luo's friend, why didn't I see him at the last birthday party? After greeting and introducing each other, Luo Shuyu and Qin Tian continued to walk forward. After walking a few steps, Luo Shuyu explained, "This old guy stabbed me in the back when I first took over Luo's company. Because it was not obvious, we haven't torn our faces apart yet." Qin Tian understood. The next people he met were no different. They all came forward to greet Luo Shuyu and get to know Qin Tian by the way. It's just that these people realized that the relationship between Luo Shuyu and Qin Tian was not what they thought. It seemed that Qin Tian really had some magic that made Luo Shuyu fall in love with him. Chapter 30. Look behind you. But they are all quite friendly. Qin Tian sighed. Even if it was just to save face, at least he didn't directly break up with Luo Shuyu and make them unhappy. That's just because the unfriendly ones haven't appeared yet. Luo Shuyu shook his head and explained, although these people have competed with the Luo family openly or secretly before, they still have a cooperative relationship, so they will save face for you and me. But some people are different. A few years ago, when Luo Shuyu came back from outside, he had seen the ugly faces of those people. At the banquet, her grandfather wanted her to make friends with the socialites in W City. However, as soon as they met, those people pinched their noses and disliked her for looking unfashionable. Those people laughed at her, saying that she was a girl raised in the countryside and was not worthy of being with these socialites. At that time, Luo Shuyu was not in control of an entire large group like she is now, with the aura of a superior. At that time, she was just a rustic country girl as those socialites said. That day, Luo Shuyu cried for half the night after returning home. This was not the first time she had felt such unprovoked malice, but it was the first time she had felt the malice of so many people. Afterwards, Luo Shuyu took charge of the Luo group and demonstrated her talent in the business world, so naturally, the outside world's contempt for her decreased a lot. Of course, it hasn't completely disappeared. Some traditional families in City W still refuse to have any contact with the Luo family. Just like now, Qin Tian noticed that there was a group of people in the corner who had been keeping their eyes on him and his wife. "Why are those women staring at me?" Qin Tian looked back at them without giving them any face. That group of people are the so-called socialites in W City. They have always hated me, and now they probably don't like you either. Luo Shuyu didn't care. Before, these people thought she was a country bumpkin who was not worthy of entering this circle, but now they think Luo Shuyu shines too brightly. When talking about the young women in W City, Luo Shuyu is the one mentioned the most. How could they not hate that they were inferior in both beauty and ability? But among this group of women, Luo Shuyu saw a familiar yet annoying figure. The eldest son of the Chu family, Chu Mingxian. Unlike local forces like the Jiang family, the Chu family has extensions throughout the entire H province and is the leading company across multiple fields. In the early years, the Chu family's center was in W City, so the eldest son of the Chu family was once one of Luo Shuyu's suitors. But he was not as obsessed with Luo Shuyu as Zhang Rulong. Perhaps Luo Shuyu was more interesting in Chu Mingxuan's eyes, and Chu Mingxian approached Luo Shuyu with more of a playful mindset. But there is no doubt that this person is very troublesome. What's wrong? Qin Tian asked, noticing Luo Shuyu's slightly frowned brows. I'm afraid there's trouble coming again, Luo Shuyu said bluntly to Qin Tian. Just at this moment Chu Mingxian also noticed something. Everyone, you seem to suddenly become very unhappy. Did something happen? Chu Mingxian asked while being surrounded by the crowd. He had a faint smile on his face, making people feel like spring breeze. Many women who approached Chu Mingxian would be confused by this smile, thinking that this young Master Chu either had a good impression of her or had a very good personality and was easy to approach. But in fact, Chu Mingxian did not regard the group of women in front of him as human beings, but just as a group of cute cats and dogs. He was naturally gentle and warm towards these little things that he could easily crush to death. After all, they are just a group of small pets. No, Mr. Chu, I just saw an unlucky guy. The gorgeous beauty in a red dress moved closer to Chu Mingxian. She originally wanted to hug Chu Mingxuan's arm to get closer to him. But when he got close, Chu Mingxian grabbed the back of his neck. At that moment, the woman in the red dress suddenly felt that Chu Mingxian became very dangerous. But Chu Mingxian just gently rubbed the back of her neck a few times, and then said, I know you hate Luo Shuyu, but don't show it so obviously. But Mr. Chu, she is an unrestrained woman to begin with, and look at her now, she is hugging that pretty boy she found from who knows where. The woman in the white dress felt indignant. Those present knew more or less what had happened in previous years. Chu Mingxian expressed his affection for Luo Shuyu more than once, but Luo Shuyu always ignored him. Right now they are eager to put Luo Shuyu down, and of course they don't want the old love to rekindle. I said, don't be so obvious. The smile on Chu Mingxuan's face faded. When he took off the shell of a good guy, it didn't take long for everyone to understand that this eldest son of the Chu family was a person that they should be trembling with fear. The atmosphere became quite awkward for a moment. Chu Mingxian stood up and walked towards Luo Shuyu and the other person. Qin Tian felt Luo Shuyu's grip on his arm tightened a little. Turning back, he saw Luo Shuyu staring at Chu Mingxuan's direction, his face tense and serious. Shuyu, long time no see. Chu Mingxian walked forward. Luo Shuyu had no intention of extending his hand to shake his hand, so he had no choice but to stand there and naturally shift his gaze to Qin Tian. This guy should be your husband, right? Why don't you introduce him to me? Qin Tian was clearly here, but he did not ask Qin Tian directly. It's like when two people walking their dogs meet each other outside, you will only ask the dog owner what the dog's name is, but you will not squat down and ask the dog, little cutie, what is your name? Qin Tian. Qin Tian stood beside Luo Shuyu, gently patted Luo Shuyu's white-knuckled hands, and looked directly at Chu Mingxian. Chu Mingxian. Chu Mingxian looked at Qin Tian with interest. It seems that the reason why I didn't win your heart at the beginning was because of my appearance. This Mr. Qin looks much better than me. Chu Mingxian smiled. But it's useless for a man to just be good-looking. If you were in any danger today, could this Mr. Qin protect you? When you change your mind and feel it's boring, you can contact me at any time. I will always wait for you. Chu Mingxian stretched out his right hand and was about to press Luo Shuyu's shoulder. Qin Tian frowned slightly and slapped Chu Mingxuan's dirty hands away. Next time you do something similar, I will break your entire hand. Qin Tian was calm as usual, but what he said frightened Chu Mingxian. Feeling the numbness and pain in his right hand, he was about to get angry, but Qin Tian simply raised his hand and slapped him. Chu Mingxian dodged subconsciously and shrank back with his neck tucked under him. But Qin Tian's slap did not fall. When he looked at Qin Tian again, Chu Mingxuan's face was already full of anger. Just as he was about to explode, Qin Tian said with a smile, Mr. Chu, look back, is there anything on your back? Chu Mingxian actually turned around, but there was indeed nothing behind him. No, right? No, that's right. You don't have a turtle shell behind you, why did you shrink your head just now? You. Chu Mingxuan's face flushed. The noble gentleman's temperament just now is completely gone. Chapter 31 A Gift. Look at him, wife. Isn't he funny? Qin Tian laughed at Chu Mingxian unscrupulously. Luo Shuyu had not expected that Chu Mingxian, who was 10 times more difficult to deal with than Zhang Rulong, would be played around by Qin Tian like this. Just now when Qin Tian was about to hit Chu Mingxian, Luo Shuyu even saw Chu Mingxian closing his eyes in fear. Chu Mingxian himself also found it unbelievable. He didn't think anything of it when Qin Tian scared him just now, but now that he thought about it, he realized that Qin Tian could actually scare him. This is not the inner workings of some megalomaniac. The Chu family is a family with great influence in the entire H province. In addition to its business strength and connections with superiors, its greatest reliance is that the Chu family is a small ancient martial arts family. The benefits brought by this kind of ancient martial arts family are very direct. Every heir of the Chu family lives a long and healthy life. The Chu family has always been difficult to kill. As the saying goes, the one who survives to the end is the winner. The Chu family has outlasted countless opponents simply by outlasting their lives. As the next heir, Chu Mingxian naturally practiced martial arts since he was a child, and he is even an acquired master like Taekwon. But even such a man was frightened by a simple gesture of raising his hand when facing Qin Tian just now. Chu Mingxuan's brain was better than his iron fist. He knew at the first moment that Qin Tian's strength might be far above his, so he could only choose to avoid the limelight temporarily. Nice to meet you, Mr. Qin. Chu Mingxuan's threat was evident in his words. Qin Tian just looked at him with a smile. Everyone watched Chu Mingxian walk up in boredom, and then after being frightened by Qin Tian for a while, he walked away again. Even the eldest son of the Chu family suffered a defeat at the hands of Luo Shuyu and his wife? Could it be that this Qin Tian is not an ordinary person? As discussions were afoot, a new guest attracted everyone's attention. Look, those three people are the ones who were said to be very popular recently. The group of socialites looked at the three people who were slowly approaching, and their mouths were almost watering. Three people with very different styles walked in together. No matter who came forward to greet them, they just smiled and passed by. Then when he saw Qin Tian and his wife, he changed his attitude and trotted forward. When everyone saw the scene, they thought they were coming for Luo Shuyu again. But Qin Tian just gestured to Luo Shuyu to wait aside, and then he was hugged by the three men. It turned out that these three brothers were Qin Tian's three roommates. The one wearing a black suit and a serious expression was Chen Shi, and the one wearing casual clothes and ordinary business suit was Wang Chen. Shan Shixian, who usually looks very gloomy, was very showy this time. He wore a purple suit and was the most eye-catching one in the whole venue. Boss, how are you doing lately? Shan Shixian pinched Qin Tian's arm and sighed, you're still so strong. We've been separated for 2 months? Wang Chen couldn't bear to see Shan Shixian like this. The boss didn't go into the devil's cave, could he be sucked dry? A few people chatted about the past in a casual manner and complained to each other. But it was different in the eyes of other guests present. Today, these three people are the new elites in W City. Among them, Wang Chen represents the power above, Chen Shi represents the Chun group that has entered H province with great force, and Shan Shixian represents the capital in Yanjing. Originally, the three of them were the protagonists of this banquet, and many people wanted to take this opportunity to get close to them. But not only did they go straight to Qin Tian, they even called him Big Brother? Not only these people, even Luo Shuyu was shocked. Okay, it's almost done. Qin Tian took Luo Shuyu's hand and introduced. This is your sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. The three of them greeted together. Although everyone's attitude was different, it was obvious that they recognized Luo Shuyu. This made Luo Shuyu feel very strange. It seems that it is a very happy thing that her identity is recognized by Qin Tian's relatives and friends. How come I don't know that these three are your good brothers? Luo Shuyu asked Qin Tian with a smile, with a dangerous aura in those beautiful black eyes. Qin Tian laughed, actually, I didn't know they had so many identities before. He leaned close to Luo Shuyu's ear and said, just like they didn't know that I was so good at martial arts, and didn't know that I was married to you before. Luo Shuyu coughed twice to hide his shyness. Actually, I didn't mean to hide it from you before, but now let's just treat it as a formal acquaintance and introduce ourselves formally. Qin Tian said to the three of them. In fact, the three of them didn't care much about these things. After all, they also had some things they were hiding from Qin Tian. After chatting for a while, they sat aside. Luo Shuyu was not very familiar with these people, so he hardly said anything and just listened from the side. Originally, she came here today to get to know these people. Since they are all Qin Tian's good brothers, it would save her trouble. After the Jiang family fell, we two brothers took it over. However, the downfall of the Jiang family would not have been that easy without your contribution, Shan Shixian said. So Chen Shi and I have discussed it and plan to give you two a thank you gift. Wang Chen waved his hands hastily, stop, I'm just doing what I should do. If you really want to thank someone, thank the boss. Qin Tian set his sights on Luo Shuyu standing beside him and asked, "What kind of thank you gift are you referring to?" "An opportunity," Shen Shi said. "Then let me give it to your sister-in-law." Qin Tian pushed Luo Shuyu out. "Okay, I will send someone to Luo's in the next few days," Shen Shi said. Before Luo Shuyu could figure out what was going on, he accepted the gift from Qin Tian. Although she was not sure what the thank you gift was, she thought it would be helpful to her and the Luo family. "Then let me thank you first." Luo Shuyu thanked them generously. As the socializing at the banquet came to an end, the orchestra began to play dance music. At this time Chu Mingxian actually came up again, and he wanted to invite Luo Shuyu to dance with him. Luo Shuyu wanted to refuse directly. "I'm afraid it's not appropriate to reject me directly in such an occasion, right?" Chu Mingxian said. "Or, can Mr. Qin be your dance partner?" Originally, Luo Shuyu didn't like these things very much. It would be fine if she was good at dancing, and it would not be difficult for her to take Qin Tian along. But she herself was not good at these things. "Why, don't I look like someone who can dance?" Qin Tian stood up and made an inviting gesture. Luo Shuyu was skeptical and took Qin Tian's hand. The two moved to the middle. Luo Shuyu and Qin Tian looked at each other and suddenly smiled. "What? Why are you laughing suddenly?" Qin Tian was a little confused. "Nothing, I just feel very happy," Luo Shuyu said. Qin Tian also smiled. He took Luo Shuyu step by step, turning and spinning. Their movements were extremely coordinated and they had a great understanding of each other. Even those around Chu Mingxian had to admit that Qin Tian and the other man danced very well. Chu Mingxian himself gritted his teeth, looked at the two people who seemed to be a perfect match, and left in anger. Chapter 32, Accepted as a Dog. Luo Shuyu relaxed her whole body and completely handed over the control of the dance steps to Qin Tian. "I didn't know you could do this," Luo Shuyu said. "There are still many things you don't know. We can slowly learn about them later." Qin Tian took Luo Shuyu for a walk. The two stopped only when Luo Shuyu felt a little tired. After saying goodbye to Wang Chen and the other two, the two went home. This time, Luo Shuyu attended the banquet with Qin Tian. Her first purpose was naturally to introduce Qin Tian to everyone. In addition to this, she also hoped to make friends with some people who could be helpful to her. Judging from the results, both goals have been achieved. And after tonight, the people in the upper circles of City W also knew that the pretty boy Luo Shuyu found was not an ordinary person. When Luo Tianqin learned this information, he was so frightened that his hands were shaking. The original Qin Tian was already difficult enough to deal with, and now we know that he actually has help. No, things have come to this point. If he doesn't fight to the last breath to get rid of Luo Shuyu and Qin Tian, he will definitely not have a good life in the future. Luo Tianqin thought about what he had done before, and suddenly made up his mind to go all the way on this path. Now Zhang Rulong has become a complete useless person, and the Zhang family has collapsed. If he wants to achieve his goal, he needs to find new partners. Luo Tianqin set his sights on Chu Mingxian. But Chu Mingxian is not as arrogant as Zhang Rulong after all. He will not get hot-headed like Zhang Rulong just because of a few casual words from Luo Tianqin. 2 days later, Luo Tianqin arrived at the Chu family's golf course. At this time, Chu Mingxian was chatting and laughing with a business senior who was his uncle. The reason why he chose to return to City W during this period was because the Chu family's momentum of outward expansion was curbed, and its companies in other provinces were beaten badly by local companies. They need to stabilize their foundation internally, reap a wave of rewards, and then look for opportunities to advance outward again. But when he came back, he found that the sky in W City had changed a long time ago. Luo's expansion in W City is frighteningly fast, and 3 tough opponents have appeared out of nowhere. Mingxian, if you want to recover your health, the best target is still the Luo family. The uncle swung a club and then looked at Chu Mingxian. It's just that the Luo family is more difficult to deal with now than when that old man was in charge. If you want to end it quickly, I'm afraid you'll have to spend a lot of money. Chu Mingxian also swung a club. He looked unhappy. What does this old thing in front of me mean? Take the opportunity to criticize him and the Chu family? Now that the crisis brought about by rapid expansion has affected the Chu family, Chu Mingxian must fight quickly and take down the Luo family. But now it's not only Luo Shuyu who is difficult to deal with, but also Qin Tian and those 3 outsiders. These people together brought Chu Mingxian a huge problem. I know, Uncle Lu. Chu Mingxian smiled and said, Uncle Lu, do you know where that kid named Wang came from? That Wang Chen? You'd better not touch him. He is the eldest son and grandson of the Wang family, and the only son. Uncle Lu's expression became serious. We can't bear the Wang family's wrath. He was talking about us. Very good, there is a person who is completely unable to move, can this be done? Chu Mingxian was about to continue asking something when his assistant came over and stood aside. Uncle Lu, I'll take my leave today. Chu Mingxian packed up his golf clubs and turned to leave. The assistant immediately followed Chu Mingxian and said, Mr. Chu, Luo Tianqin wants to see you. The son of the mistress of the Luo family? Although Chu Mingxian was not a good person, he had never liked Luo Tianqin. Yes, he said he has cooperation with you. Cooperate? Chu Mingxian strode towards the lounge and said, bring him to see me. After a while, Luo Tianqin was taken to Chu Mingxuan's lounge. There was only a white chair and a desk in the huge lounge. On the desk was a book that Chu Mingxian had been reading recently and a cup of tea. As soon as Luo Tianqin walked in, the status of the two was immediately separated, and he could only stand aside like a minion. If Chu Mingxian ignored him for a moment, he could only stand there stupidly. When they met, Luo Tianqin realized that Chu Mingxian was not easy to deal with. But deep down he thought this was a good thing. Luo Tianqin was left alone like this for 10 minutes. Until the cup of tea in Chu Mingxuan's hand became cold, he closed the book and looked at Luo Tianqin. But the first thing he said was not a good thing. What does the son of the Luo family's mistress want from me? The smile on Luo Tianqin's face froze, but he still said respectfully, Mr. Chu, I came here today because we both have a common goal. Do you mean taking the Luo family into your pocket? Chu Mingxuan's eyes were full of disdain. Yes, I also have a general understanding of Mr. Chu's situation. If you can take Luo's, it will be of great help to you. What about you? What benefits will it bring to you if Luoshi is swallowed by me? No one would do something that benefits others but does not benefit themselves. Me? I just want to see the Luo family fall, and that bitch Luo Shuyu be damned. Luo Tianqin said, gritting his teeth. He was full of hatred when he said this, as if Luo Shuyu had done something heinous to him. When Chu Mingxian saw this attitude, he seemed to understand something and said, you are really a beast among beasts. What? Luo Tianqin didn't expect Chu Mingxian to insult him so directly once again, and his expression turned quite ugly. As far as I know, Luo Shuyu and the Luo family have never done anything to let you down. On the contrary, you and your mistress's mother have let Luo Shuyu down more. And do you think you really have the ability to run Luo's? You are a useless person who hides in the background and thinks you are in control, but actually dies when exposed to the light? Upon hearing this, Luo Tianqin strode forward with anger on his face. Doesn't he know this himself? I just don't want to admit it. But before he got close, Chu Mingxian flashed and kicked him in the stomach and slapped him. Luo Tianqin fell to his knees in pain, and then he felt half of his face was numb and without feeling. If you're a dog, you have to be aware of being a dog. A dog that shows its teeth to its master will end up being stewed in a casserole. Chu Mingxian looked down at Luo Tianqin. From today on, you will follow me. I will let you see the day when the Luo family falls, but from today on, don't even think about having anything to do with the Luo family. Chu Mingxian lifted Luo Tianqin's chin with his shoe and said with a wicked smile, it's a pity that you don't look like Luo Shuyu, otherwise it would be more interesting. Chapter 33 Transformation. Luo Tianqin retracted his fangs and prostrated himself on the ground obediently. He was mentally prepared before coming, knowing that Chu Mingxian might be much more difficult to deal with than Zhang Rulong, but he didn't expect to be treated like this when they first met. Okay, that's fine. Luo Tianqin comforted himself in his heart. The more ruthless Chu Mingxian behaves, the worse Luo Shuyu's fate will be. On the third day after the banquet, Luo Tianqin was officially accepted by Chu Mingxian. Xin Tian also experienced a few days of peaceful life. Xin Tian spent most of the time playing with the children. One day he took some time to visit Luo Qiming and teach him some basic training methods. Luo Shuyu hasn't been at home often recently. Before going out early in the morning, Luo Shuyu said that he would acquire a piece of land in the south of the city and 2 construction projects in business districts today. Then she kissed Xiao Yanyan on the forehead and went out. Xin Tian was eating breakfast and took out his mobile phone to check the messages in the group. After Zhang Rulong's incident was over, he asked Wang Chen to pay attention to Luo Tianqin's movements. After learning that Luo Tianqin had recently joined Chu Mingxian, Qin Tian felt a little uneasy. He also learned some information about the Chu family from Wang Chen, and learned that they were an ancient martial arts family and that there might be strong people in the family who could kill him. Qin Tian was not really afraid of whether the other party had any strong men or could kill him. He was just worried that Luo Shuyu was in danger. Luo Shuyu arrived at the venue soon. After sitting down in the front row, he looked at the seats 3 seats to his right. There, Chu Mingxian was already seated. Nice to meet you again, Shuyu. Chu Mingxian acted as if he was very familiar with Luo Shuyu. If the Chu family hadn't been hit hard and had to run back to W City with their tails between their legs, I don't think we would have had so many opportunities to meet. Luo Shuyu said bluntly. Chu Mingxian narrowed his eyes slightly. He noticed that when they met at the banquet, Luo Shuyu was a little afraid of him. Chu Mingxian could smell the fear from a distance. But now Luo Shuyu not only had no fear of him at all, he was even tit for tat and wanted to strangle him. Who gave her the confidence? Is that Qin Tian? They are Qin Tian's brothers. That's too harsh to say. It's just some temporary business setbacks. Chu Mingxian looked very open-minded. Who can guarantee that they will always be victorious in business? Luo Shuyu smiled disdainfully and didn't say anything. The bidding started soon. Most people present knew that Luo Shuyu was determined to win this piece of land, so they did not compete with her. But it was different for Chu Mingxian. He finally won the land in the south of the city with a bid price 200 million higher than the bid price. Looking at Luo Shuyu's increasingly serious expression, Chu Mingxian's pride was evident in his words. I'm sorry, Mr. Luo. Chu Mingxian stood up and walked in front of Luo Shuyu. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that I have also won the development of the 2 business districts on the second ring road. I think that is also the project you are interested in. When Uncle Lu told me about this, he felt sorry for you. Chu Mingxian moved closer and the face slowly approached. Luo Shuyu raised his hand and slapped him without any hesitation. The crisp sound of a slap was heard, and everyone present was stunned. Chu Mingxian really deserved a beating, but no one would have thought that Luo Shuyu would actually dare to slap him. You're too close. Luo Shuyu took the tissue handed to him by the assistant and wiped his hands vigorously. Do you remember what my husband said last time? If you get close to me again, he will really destroy you. Luo Shuyu turned around and walked away gracefully in her high heels. Thank me for saving your hand. Chu Mingxian stood there, without a trace of anger on his face. People even saw him laughing like crazy. Good, very good, Luo Shuyu, you have really changed a lot. After leaving the venue, Luo Shuyu got into the car angrily. Assistant Guan sat aside, and when she recalled what had just happened, she felt a sense of fear. The legendary Master Chu was slapped by the CEO like this, and he didn't even get angry on the spot? And from what he said just now, it seems that the CEO's contracted husband can actually threaten young Master Chu? I'm so pissed off. Luo Shuyu crossed his arms over his chest, feeling that the slap just now was not enough to vent his anger. Although the Chu family failed in their outward expansion, they are still very powerful within the province. As far as the current situation is concerned, we are not their match. Assistant Guan remained pessimistic about a direct confrontation with the Chu family. Luo Shuyu was naturally aware of this, but it was obvious that the Chu family was determined to swallow them up completely. It was because of this that Luo Shuyu decided to completely break off relations and bring the confrontation to the open. That's why she slapped Chu Mingxian. No matter whether you win or lose, just feel relieved first. After returning to the company, Luo Shuyu received news that there were guests visiting. When she brought Assistant Guan to the reception room, she discovered that the visitor was Qin Tian's good brother, Chen Shi. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Luo Shuyu sat down, and soon someone brought up 2 cups of coffee. No, I didn't say hello before coming, so it's normal for me to wait for a while. Chen Shi said. In that case, I'll just get straight to the point. Chen Shi snapped his fingers and his assistant handed him a briefcase. After handing it over to Luo Shuyu, Chen Shi said, please open it and take a look. Luo Shuyu nodded and spent some time looking through the documents. When she raised her head again, a thin layer of grease had condensed on the surface of the cold coffee, and Luo Shuyu's face was full of shock. The documents that Chen Shi brought stated that the higher-ups were going to build a new industrial base in W City to transform into chips and new energy. Chen Shi got first-hand information that even a big family like the Chu family was unaware of. There is no doubt that as long as you seize this opportunity, you will definitely soar to success. The Chen Group has taken on the opportunity to build an industrial base worth hundreds of billions of dollars, but it is not enough for us alone, so I hope that the Luo Group can also join in. Chen Shi said. Luo Shuyu certainly didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. What's more, most of Luo's businesses were traditional industries such as real estate. She clearly saw that if she didn't transform, she might suffer a heavy blow next. But Luo Shuyu still had concerns. Industrial transformation requires a large amount of talent and capital, both of which Luo Shuyu currently lacks. I understand that Chen will form a joint group with Luo to do this. As for the funding, I think another person will come to discuss it with you in detail soon. Chen Shi said. Please don't worry about these. Luo Shuyu still feels his head buzzing. Why? She still wanted to ask why. Just because they and Qin Tian were college roommates, so-called good brothers? Chen Shi seemed to have seen through Luo Shuyu's doubts, and before leaving, he said, Qin Tian is a person worthy of trust. If you feel uneasy, you can choose to trust him more. Chapter 34, The End of the Road. After learning about the intention of cooperation from Chen Shi, Luo Shuyu urgently convened a shareholders' meeting. Although Luo Shuyu's appeal in the Luo family is extraordinary now, she was still a little nervous before the meeting began. Fortunately, everything turned out well in the end. After the shareholders had enough understanding of Luo Shuyu's plan, they recognized Luo Shuyu's bold transformation. I feel very reassured with your trust. Luo Shuyu expressed his gratitude to the shareholders. What comes next is a relatively long process and will take some time to prepare. Therefore, for the remaining half-month, Luo Shuyu basically did not go home much, and he ate and lived in the company. During this period, Qin Tian drove Xia Yanyan to see her several times and also brought some homemade meals. While Luo Shuyu was sipping the corn and pork rib soup, Qin Tian was supporting his face with his left hand, fiddling with the Newton's cradle on Luo Shuyu's desk out of boredom. Xia Yanyan was running around outside, and a group of older brothers and sisters took advantage of their lunch break to play with this cute little girl for a while. Do you think my role positioning is a bit strange? Qin Tian looked at Luo Shuyu opposite him. Even after half a month of hard work, Luo Shuyu's beauty had not changed at all, and Qin Tian still couldn't take his eyes off her. It's just that Luo Shuyu has become accustomed to Qin Tian's gaze now, so even if she is stared at like this, she doesn't think there is anything wrong with it. What's strange? Luo Shuyu felt the warm current in his stomach and felt that his whole condition had recovered a lot. I'm like the pretty heroine, and you're like the overbearing president. Qin Tian joked. Domineering president? Luo Shuyu thought about his usual condition and replied, I don't have stomach problems. Although she has been careless about her eating habits during this period, her body is still very healthy. Even if I am really busy, I am not so busy that I don't have time to eat that meal. Now that I'm speaking, there doesn't seem to be a clause in the contract that requires me to cook for you. If you are satisfied with the meal, shouldn't I give you a tip or something? Qin Tian said with a smile. But I don't know which part of this sentence touched Luo Shuyu's nerves, and she suddenly became nervous. Then he even looked at Qin Tian seriously and said, How much should I give? Qin Tian was also stunned for a moment. I'm kidding. After hearing this, Luo Shuyu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and continued to drink the soup in small sips. But I should thank you. If it weren't for your brothers, I'm afraid I really wouldn't have the heart to drink soup here now. Luo Shuyu felt a little scared when she thought of the siege launched against her by the Chu family and its related forces. Xu Mingxian is serious this time. In the past half-month, he has been involved in almost all the old projects we have finalized. The Luo family had previously lost a piece of land in the south of the city and projects in 2 business districts. In the past half-month, several more projects were found to have problems. Who knows better than Luo Shuyu whether those projects really have problems? But under the influence of Uncle Lu, who was beside Xu Mingxian, even no problem would become a problem. Qin Tian only had a vague understanding of business matters, but Luo Shuyu was very willing to share with him. But the money and connections he spent on these things will also have an impact on the Chu family. Since the Luo family wants to transform, then all of them should transform. Whether it is a current project or a previously completed project, it can be thrown out. But when throwing it out, you should consider how to reduce the loss, or even consider how to cheat Xu Mingxian. Before, Chen Shi came to Luo's company to discuss cooperation in detail and gave Luo Shuyu an entire team. Now this team is expanding rapidly, and with the capital injection from Shan Shixian, all plans are going smoothly. And Xu Mingxian knew nothing about this. The Chu family is now in tatters. As long as someone delivers the most crucial shot, this behemoth will fall down. Luo Shuyu tightly grasped the soup spoon, very excited. It was the first time that Qin Tian saw Luo Shuyu so high-spirited. What Qin Tian saw in the past was closer to Luo Shuyu's daily state. Although she was cold and stiff most of the time, Qin Tian could easily feel her softness. But Qin Tian had never seen such a high-spirited and dazzling look like the one before him. Unconsciously, Qin Tian was a little distracted. When Luo Shuyu discovered this situation, he shouted Qin Tian's name loudly. Qin Tian. Ahem, sorry, what you just said was so profound that I accidentally lost my focus. Profound? Profound. When Luo Shuyu thought about Qin Tian's look just now, she actually didn't feel disgusted with him. Xiao Yanyan's happy laughter came from outside. Luo Shuyu suddenly pushed the half-drunk soup in front of Qin Tian and said, I can't finish it, don't waste it. Qin Tian was stunned and looked at Luo Shuyu's expression again. What does it mean? Has this woman been too proactive recently? Qin Tian simply stretched his head forward and said, then feed me. Luo Shuyu's pretty face turned red, and she actually scooped up a spoonful of soup and handed it over. Mom! At this moment, little Yanyan ran in and threw herself into Luo Shuyu's arms. Mom, when will you finish your work? Dad and I miss you every day. The little guy said that he missed Luo Shuyu very much, but he just played outside for a long time before running in. Luo Shuyu looked at his energetic daughter, pinched her little nose, and said softly, soon. The transformation of Luo's company was a secret, and few people in the entire W city knew about it. Even if they knew about it, they would only think that Luo Shuyu was a crazy woman who would make such a decision. At the same time, the state that Luo family showed to the outside world was that they were almost attacked to death by the Chu family. Luo Shuyu continued to give away his family assets. Chu Mingxian also had no restrictions on what he ate. As long as Luo Shuyu gave it to him, he would eat it all in one gulp. Many projects even exceeded their due value. This situation gave Chu Mingxian the illusion that he was about to win a great victory. He even slacked off in the last 1 or 2 days, not staying in the company but relaxing on the golf course. As a dog who has been following Chu Mingxian closely in recent times, Luo Tianqin was also quite excited. He had the same feeling, thinking that the Luo family had been forced into a desperate situation by Chu Mingxian in just half a month and was about to collapse. Young Master Chu, Luo Dongshan sent me a message saying that he had brought a few elders from the Luo family to the Luo family to cause trouble, but it was a pity that Luo Shuyu was not seen. Luo Tianqin was very proud. I heard that she has been hiding in the top floor office for half a month. I guess she has reached the end of her rope. Chu Mingxian was not very happy after hearing these words. He lifted Luo Tianqin's chin with a golf club and said contemptuously, you are not worthy to celebrate the victory with me. Put away this face. The next time I see you so excited, I will break your legs. Do you understand? Luo Tianqin nodded and stood aside. Today Chu Mingxian has made an appointment with Uncle Lu to play golf together, and now he is just waiting for someone to arrive. Chapter 35, Being Calculated. In fact, Luo Shuyu's estimation was correct. The continuous acquisitions in recent times have shaken the foundation of the Chu family. But once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Chu Mingxian must go to the last step. What's more, he now thinks he is about to succeed. However, a considerable portion of the expenses in this process were spent on Uncle Lu. Not only did he have to spend money, but he also had to keep inviting him to play ball together and constantly socialize and maintain the relationship. Chu Mingxian felt somewhat annoyed by this. But as long as things get done, it doesn't matter. Just as I was thinking this, Uncle Lu arrived. This old guy has been in high spirits recently. Chu Mingxian felt disdain for Uncle Lu in his heart, but he still had to maintain a good relationship with him on the surface and greeted him with a smile. Uncle Lu, you've been working really hard lately. Chu Mingxian came forward, keeping a very humble attitude. No, it's not that hard. In the end, if you want to get something done, you still have to make efforts on your own. Isn't it? If Chu Mingxian hadn't contributed money and effort, would this old guy have helped so much? It was clearly said before that Wang Chen was a difficult person to deal with, and he would be targeted because of his recent big moves in W City. Now that it's so blatant, isn't it still nothing? In the final analysis, it's just that the previous price was not high enough. Uncle Lu received benefits from Chu Mingxian, so naturally he did his best to get things done. But he didn't feel happy for long before he received a call from his assistant. Mr. Chu, I just received news that the second phase of the subway plan in the south of the city has been cancelled. Many small companies under the several business districts we have recently acquired are also planning to withdraw. The assistant's voice was trembling, and he was extremely uneasy. Chu Mingxian said nothing. The real economy has not been doing well in recent years, and he has thought about the business district, so it is understandable that this situation has occurred. But what about the subway lines? They had previously confirmed that there would be a second phase subway line built to the south of the city, so they were competing for the land in the south of the city. Now that the most critical factor is gone, what is the use of that piece of land? Chu Mingxian looked at Uncle Lu, who was in high spirits, and did not question him directly, but asked respectfully. Uncle Lu, I just got the news that the second phase of the subway plan to the south of the city has been cancelled. Uncle Lu stopped what he was doing and his face turned grim. How could someone of his level not know about this kind of thing? The only reason he was kept in the dark was that during the time he used his power to help the Chu family, someone had already set his sights on him. Don't worry, I'll make a call. Uncle Lu picked up the phone and called his superior. Although I waited for a while, the call was finally connected. Mr. Fu, it's me, Xiao Lu. At the same time, on the other end of the phone, Mr. Fu and Wang Chen were sitting in the pavilion drinking tea, looking very comfortable. This has caller ID. I know who you are. Mr. Fu picked up the teacup and took a sip. Wang Chen then refilled his cup. What can I do for you? Uncle Lu's palms were full of sweat, and he asked in a trembling voice, Mr. Fu, why didn't anyone inform me about the second phase of the subway project? Isn't this matter your responsibility? Why are you asking me? Mr. Fu's tone was filled with anger. I think you've been distracted by some messy things recently, right? Uncle Lu was speechless for a moment. Okay, I'm hanging up. After saying that, he hung up the phone without giving Uncle Lu a chance to explain. When Mr. Fu looked at Wang Chen again, his face was full of smiles again. This guy thought no one knew what he did. You see, just randomly plucked that string in their brain, and they were almost scared to death. Mr. Fu said earnestly, I have seen clearly over the years that the Chu family can only share the good times here, but not the bad times. Wang Chen nodded. This is not the first time in history that the Chu family has failed in their attempt to expand abroad and turned around to suck the blood of local companies. The only difference is that they will not succeed this time. But as far as I know, hasn't your Wang family always stayed out of these matters? Mr. Fu was an elder of Wang Chen's grandfather's generation, and also an old friend of the old man in the family. This time, the Chu family is going to deal with my eldest brother and sister-in-law, so you must help them. Wang Chen explained. Your elder brother? Mr. Fu thought he didn't understand the young people's ways. But after just a few minutes with Wang Chen, he realized that this young man was no ordinary person. What kind of young talent would be recognized by Wang Chen? Yes, my eldest brother, and also the husband of President Luo, Qin Tian. Wang Chen said. At the same time he raised his wrist to check the time. It's almost time. They should close the net over there as well. In the Chu family's golf course, Chu Mingxian was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. In just such a short period of time, the subway issue has not been sorted out yet, and other bad news has come one after another. Sometimes the higher-ups decided to reduce their support for them, and sometimes the real estate business, which supported the family, showed signs of crisis. Chu Mingxian was completely overwhelmed. What made him even more upset was that Uncle Lu was still here, pacing back and forth and muttering to himself. Uncle Lu, calm down. Nothing has happened yet. Everything is under our control. Chu Mingxian pretended to be calm. But Uncle Lu had been working in the center of power for decades, and he knew very well that Mr. Fu had already given him the message. What happens to him next will definitely not be a good thing. Calm down. How can you ask me to calm down? Uncle Lu continued to pace back and forth. Chu Mingxian was so annoyed that he almost exploded. At this moment, a group of people in uniform and armed with guns broke in. Uncle Lu looked at their epaulets and collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion. Lu Zongsu, come with us. Then this group of people stepped forward, carried Uncle Lu away. Chu Mingxuan's face was as gloomy as water. Fortunately, all the transactions will not directly involve him or the Chu family. The most important thing is that the projects obtained from the Luo family will not be affected. Now, as long as he can get through this wave, he still has a chance to turn the tables. Chu Mingxian forced himself to cheer up. But the next moment, when he saw the news popping up on his phone, his heart sank. Luos and Chens have started cooperation to carry out industrial transformation. Chu Mingxian was furious after reading this short press release of less than 300 words. He threw the phone against the wall and roared loudly. Assholes, all of them are assholes. Luo Tianqin just stood aside, with his head down, not saying a word, not even daring to take his eyes off his feet. Luo Shuyu, Qin Tian, I will kill you. Chu Mingxian smashed everything he could get his hands on into pieces, then kicked Luo Tianqin to the ground and kicked him hard in the back. Luo Tianqin curled up on the ground like a dead dog, and his hatred for Qin Tian and the other man deepened. Chapter 36, All or Nothing. As the news of the cooperation between Luos and Chen S came out, it was not only Chu Mingxian's hatred that rose, but also Luo's stock price. Thank you all for your support and dedication over the past half-month. Luo Shuyu spoke briefly, then raised his glass and drank the champagne in it. The shareholders in the audience were beaming with joy. At the same time, Qin Tian and his group were also there. At this time, he was sitting at the same table with Chen Shi and others. This is your Uncle Chen. Qin Tian was calling Xiao Yanyan to recognize him. Uncle Chen. Xiao Yanyan called Uncle Chen in a soft voice, and then took the big red envelope handed to her by Chen Shi. It's my turn, it's my turn. Wang Chen was looking forward to it. While asking the little girl to call him Uncle Wang, he took out the gift he had prepared for a long time, which was a jade pendant. Shan Shixian, who was photographed last, said that what he gave as a gift was a piece of real estate, and that he had asked his men to deliver the related items to the Luo family's lakeside villa. The little guy was able to play with the three of them after just a few minutes of interaction. Even the serious Chen Shi laughed happily several times. Qin Tian leaned back in his chair and watched the scene, and couldn't help but sigh that time passed so quickly. Just over a month ago he was a newly graduated college student, but now in the blink of an eye he has become the father of a 4-year-old child. While Wang Chen was taking care of the child, Shan Shixian came over and asked in a low voice. Things have come to this point. Isn't it time to tell us what you want to do? The reason why the three of them have been trying so hard to help Luo Shuyu during this period is that they want to find out what Qin Tian is thinking. Yes, it's about time to tell you. Qin Tian said. Xiao Yanyan is indeed my daughter. What? Shan Shixian couldn't believe it. This little guy is already over 4 years old this year. 4 years ago. Wrong. Shan Shixian seemed to have thought of something, and said with an expression of sudden enlightenment, so the woman you met that day was Ms. Luo? Qin Tian nodded. This is interesting. Shan Shixian said. But why didn't you tell us that you were a warrior? Is it possible that I don't know myself? Qin Tian explained, I started training when I was young, and I thought I was just training to strengthen my body. He didn't know that he could split the rock with one punch. Who would try this for no reason? And didn't you tell me your identities? Qin Tian asked back. But when it comes to this, Shan Shixian has something to say. Didn't we tell you that? Do you remember what you said when we drank on the first day? Qin Tian thought about it and it seemed that he did say something at that time. Since we have known each other since today, everything before this is not important. Originally, it was Qin Tian's opening remark to find conversation, but who knew it would hit the nail on the head for these three people? The three of them all wanted to break away from the family, so naturally they didn't want to talk about the past and didn't want to be bound by family identity. Only 4 years later, they returned to the family. Qin Tian scratched his head. It seems that I need to take some time to go home and ask for clarification on some matters. As he was speaking, Luo Shuyu also came over. Thank you for your help during this period. Luo Shuyu raised his glass to Chen Shi and the other two. The three of them raised their glasses in response. Luo Shuyu knew very well that the reason these three people helped her was because of the relationship with Qin Tian. So next she put down her wine glass, walked in front of Qin Tian and stretched out her hands. What's wrong? Qin Tian was unable to react for a moment. It can be seen that Luo Shuyu still maintains this posture. Qin Tian seems to understand something and gently embraces Luo Shuyu in his arms. Luo Shuyu leaned against Qin Tian's chest and whispered, You are the one I should thank the most. Why thank me? Qin Tian thought to himself that he had done nothing. Yeah. If Qin Tian had not appeared, Luo Shuyu would not have been able to make up his mind to do many things. If Qin Tian had not appeared, she would still be struggling in the quagmire of family affairs, still exhausted from dealing with people like Jiang Rulong, and unsurprisingly, when Chu Mingxian attacked the Luo family, she would be powerless to fight back. Luo Shuyu held Qin Tian like this for a long time without letting go. Several people sat aside and looked at Qin Tian with playful smiles on their faces. While Qin Tian was in a joyful mood, Xu Mingxian was sitting in the car heading to the Chu family's old house with a worried look on his face. There is no doubt that his action against Luo Shuyu this time failed. In addition to receiving punishment, another purpose of returning to the old house this time is to ask the innate masters in the clan to come out and kill Qin Tian. The car stopped in front of the gate of the old house, and Xu Mingxian knelt down as soon as he got out of the car. Unfilial son Xu Mingxian comes to accept punishment. As soon as the words fell, two figures flashed out and appeared in front of Xu Mingxian. Then he felt his eyes go dark, his throat felt sweet, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. After regaining some consciousness, he forced himself to get up again. Before Xu Mingxian could stand up again, he was hit on the shoulder by a palm and fell down again. After being knocked down and getting up more than 10 times, Xu Mingxian was already covered in blood and his body was shaky. "Come in." It was not until an old voice came from inside the gate that Xu Mingxian was allowed to enter. This is the rule of the Chu family. For the real people in power in these old houses, running the Chu family's business empire well is just what they should do, but if they do not do well, they must accept punishment. Of course, it will be much easier to ask for help after accepting the punishment. This time your target is just a small family that has not been rich for more than 3 generations. Why did you fail? Sitting in front of Xu Mingxian was an old man wearing a dark tang suit. His face was full of death, as if he was half buried in the ground. That small family has help from the Wang family and the Shan family in Yanjing, as well as the Chen family in the south. Xu Mingxian gave his own explanation. After hearing the names of these 3 families, the old man's expression changed. A powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. What's more, they are just 3 juniors. With the people you have, it will be easy to deal with them. The husband of the heir of the Luo family is an innate warrior. As soon as the words innate warrior came out, the old man fell silent. It seems that the people from the 3 major families combined are not as threatening as this one innate warrior. You're lying. Where did a congenital warrior come from in such a small place? How old is that person? Only 24. The old man frowned. He knew very well what a 24-year-old innate warrior represented. Xu Mingxian is already 30 years old this year. His family has trained him as the heir since he was young, and countless resources have been poured into him, but his breakthrough to the postnatal warrior level has only happened in the past year or so. The existence of a 24-year-old innate warrior represents a huge family, an existence that they cannot easily contact. I have investigated carefully. This person was born in an ordinary family and has no family power behind him. Xu Mingxian said firmly. The old man was also shaken after hearing this. And now we are at the point of a life and death struggle with him. If we can't get rid of him, there will be endless troubles. Okay, in that case, I'll let you try. If you fail, you will be expelled from the Chu family. No matter what happens in the future, the Chu family will no longer have anything to do with you. Yes. Xu Mingxian lowered his head, the hatred in his eyes almost bursting out. Chapter 37, Innate Master. Qin Tian had no idea that he was being targeted. After Luo Shuyu had some free time, she basically handed over the task of taking care of the children to her. Compared to before, Qin Tian goes to Luo Qiming more often now. After parking the car, they came to the venue rented by Luo Qiming. At this time, Luo Qiming was concentrating on practicing basic skills, and he didn't notice Qin Tian coming. It was not until Luo Qiming felt that he had reached his limit that he opened his eyes and saw Qin Tian coming. You are very serious and focused. Qin Tian expressed approval of Luo Qiming's attitude. This way you can get twice the result with half the effort. Maybe by the end of May you can become my apprentice. Nowadays, Luo Qiming's mental state is much better, and he no longer looks like the energetic young man he used to be. So fast? I feel like I haven't learned anything yet. You have to start practicing martial arts from a young age, just like learning anything else. Interest is the best motivation. Luo Qiming was interested, but unfortunately he was too old. Perhaps if I practice diligently from now on, I can successfully break through to become a postnatal warrior in my lifetime. You are no longer at the age where you can make great progress just by practicing hard. Keep a calm mind and don't get stuck in a rut. Qin Tian walked up and patted Luo Qiming on the shoulder. Luo Qiming nodded. When he first said he wanted to learn martial arts from Qin Tian, he also wanted to make a change, not that he really wanted to become a master like Qin Tian. So even if his skills were still average after all his efforts, he could accept it. This is followed by about an hour of instruction on the moves. This completes a whole day of practice. Qin Tian sat on the doorstep waiting, and Luo Qiming simply wiped the sweat off his face and took 2 bottles of water. He handed one to Qin Tian and opened the other one himself. "Brother-in-law, you must be careful of my dad and the others, as well as that kid Luo Tianqin." Luo Qiming suddenly said this. "Why do you say that suddenly?" Qin Tian asked. "Given the current situation within Luo's company, they have absolutely no chance of taking back Luo's company from my sister, so I'm afraid they will do something extreme." Luo Qiming was very worried when he thought that those people might attack Xiao Yanyan. Qin Tian nodded. What Luo Qiming described is a situation that is bound to occur. But Qin Tian believed that Luo Shuyu was not the kind of indecisive person. If Luo Dongshan really reached that step, Luo Shuyu would definitely kick him into the abyss personally. But the problem is that the final judgment before being kicked into the abyss has to be done by Luo Shuyu himself. Luo Shuyu has to vent out all the repression he has felt over the years himself. Qin Tian can help and control the risks, but he cannot directly intervene in this matter. "Don't worry, nothing will happen with me here." Qin Tian made a promise to Luo Qiming. Then drive back to the lakeside villa at noon. Recently, the family of 3 basically eats lunch together, and there are more topics to talk about during lunchtime. Once, Qin Tian mentioned that he had not been home for a while after graduation. At that time, Luo Shuyu seemed to be hesitant to speak, and it seemed that he was very interested in returning to Qin Tian's hometown. "But things here are not over yet, and I'm afraid I won't be able to go home for a while." Halfway through the journey, after turning into a sparsely populated park area, Qin Tian's cell phone vibrated. He looked at the caller ID and saw it was Luo Shuyu. But just before he was about to answer the call, his vision went dark and something fell directly on the front of the car. With a bang, the automatic brake intervened, and the car, which was originally moving slowly, stopped steadily after moving forward about 10 meters. Qin Tian opened the door and got out of the car. The entire front half of the car had been smashed to pieces. The culprit was standing aside, staring at Qin Tian with a look of contempt for an ant. "Every one of you is picking on my car, right?" Qin Tian scratched his head. The man just now fell directly from the sky, hit the car, and then jumped away before Qin Tian stopped. As far as Qin Tian knew, this was not something that someone like Iron Fist who had come to kill him before could do. The man was wearing a white gown and black cloth shoes. He had a tall and slender figure and looked like an immortal. "Why don't you introduce yourself first?" Qin Tian walked towards the other party. "They all call me Breeze." The sound of the breeze was just like his posture, like a gentle breeze blowing by, and even made people feel a little happy. What puzzled Qingfeng the most now was that Qin Tian did not reveal the slightest trace of a warrior's aura from beginning to end. Not to mention innate masters, even acquired strong men will unconsciously exude a powerful aura. When this aura covers the body, even if there is only one layer, mosquitoes can be prevented from getting close. When a warrior reaches the innate realm, he can scare some sensitive animals to death just by releasing his aura, and frightening tigers and leopards is no problem at all. But the Qin Tian in front of him was just like all the ordinary people Qingfeng had seen along the way, without any aura of a warrior. "Mr. Qingfeng, you seem a little confused." Qin Tian walked up to Qingfeng without any fear. Subconsciously, Qingfeng flashed and once again distanced himself from Qin Tian. Qin Tian shook his head helplessly and said, "Why are you running? I just want to know what you do. Look, we don't even know each other, and you just gave my car a superhero landing for no reason, smashing it into this mess. You have to give me an explanation, right?" The breeze ruffled his beard. As a martial arts fanatic and an elderly man, he actually felt that he might have chosen the wrong target. So he took out his cell phone in front of Qin Tian, gestured for a long time, then opened the chat history and started searching. After confirming that the person in front of him looked exactly like the target, Qingfeng calmed himself and attacked suddenly. Qin Tian only felt a gust of strong wind passing in front of him. When he came to his senses, Qingfeng's right hand was like a pliers, only 1 centimeter away from Qin Tian's neck. In just one breath, he could break Qin Tian's neck. But Qin Tian still stood there as before, as if he didn't notice Qingfeng's move at all. After the dust settled, Qin Tian finally realized what was happening and jumped away, cursing. "Fuck, how come you moved so fast?" I was startled. Qingfeng frowned. Qin Tian's performance from beginning to end showed that he was indeed an ordinary person. How could this be? Did we really get the target wrong? You are not Qin Tian? Xingfeng looked at Qin Tian again. Yes, I am Qin Tian. Qin Tian replied. You are not a congenital warrior? What is an innate warrior? Qin Tian's rhetorical question made Xingfeng a little at a loss. Forget it, instead of continuing to waste time here, I might as well kill him directly and then find the real target. Xingfeng attacked again, heading straight for Qin Tian's heart. But the next moment, his right hand was clamped in mid-air, and Qin Tian's right hand punched out, directly blocking his move. I thought you wouldn't attack ordinary people. Qin Tian smiled jokingly. Chapter 38, Totally Vulnerable. Xingfeng is certainly not the kind of upright warrior who would not attack ordinary people. The reason why he jumped away when Qin Tian approached him the first time and stopped halfway through his second attack was simply because he was afraid that Qin Tian had a backup plan. When they reach the level of innate warriors, bullets from ordinary firearms can hardly cause any harm to them. On the one hand, it is because the five senses and reaction speed of the innate warriors are beyond imagination, and they can even capture the subtle movements of the shooter before shooting. On the other hand, it is the physical strength of the innate warriors. Some strong men can indeed take bullets with their bodies. Of course, there are very few of them, and there are also restrictions on the caliber of weapons. If you really use full automatic scanning, no matter how skilled a warrior is, he won't be able to withstand it. Are you kidding me? The two sides held each other for a moment, and Xingfeng once again distanced themselves. Qin Tian's punch just now made his palm numb. What else? Qin Tian shrugged, looking at him as if he was a fool. But I only learned about your identity as a warrior recently. In fact, I'm very curious, are warriors like you not very smart? At least the few I've met have some brains. Qin Tian tapped his head with his index finger. Xingfeng looked extremely ugly. Not only was he teased by Qin Tian, he was also completely despised. Even if Qin Tian is also a congenital warrior, the strength of the two is only comparable. Why should he be so arrogant? Thinking of this, Xingfeng made another move. His figure was agile and graceful, and his movements were extremely fast. Even though Qin Tian did not know much about warriors, he could tell at this moment that Xingfeng was an expert in body movements. But he was a little confused. This person is here to kill me, shouldn't I use my full strength? Why can he see his movements so clearly? Qin Tian saw Xingfeng stretch out both hands and rush towards his eyes. He stepped back, raised his elbow and knocked it upwards, then changed his move and punched out. Xingfeng obviously didn't expect Qin Tian to be able to follow his movements. He was stunned after being interrupted, which resulted in him not being able to catch the next punch. Qin Tian's punch hit Xingfeng directly in the eye socket. Suddenly blood gushed out like a pillar. Xingfeng stood there covering his left eye, his heart full of disbelief. How come you move so fast? Xingfeng asked again. Qin Tian spread his hands, walked to Xingfeng with a wanton look, and said helplessly, how many questions have you asked since you smashed my car? I'll ask you a question. You answer me first, and I'll answer your question. After saying that, Xingfeng looked at Qin Tian seriously, as if he agreed to Qin Tian's deal. Let me ask you, did Chu Mingxian ask you to come? Xingfeng did not answer, but chose to attack again when he was only 1 meter away from Qin Tian. He made a tiger claw shape with his right hand and reached towards Qin Tian's heart. But Qin Tian once again used the same move to resolve Xingfeng's attack, but this time Qin Tian's punch was even harder, directly smashing Xingfeng's entire right hand and right forearm into pieces. Looking at his right hand that was crumpled like a ball of paper, Xingfeng was about to escape. But the next moment Qin Tian pressed his shoulder and then kicked him twice. Xingfeng felt his knees go weak and he fell to the ground. From beginning to end, he was not able to fight back even once. The Chu family lied to me. Xingfeng hissed and cursed the Chu family. As he said this, he even wanted to bite his tongue to commit suicide. Qin Tian held his chin and immediately persuaded him, don't worry, I have something to ask you. You guys call yourselves warriors, yet you always kill me on the street like this. Don't you know that killing is against the law? Xingfeng looked at Qin Tian with strange eyes. Warriors have always been difficult to manage. Oftentimes fights between warriors result in deaths. Over time, no one cares about it anymore, Xingfeng explained. Is there such a thing? Qin Tian was a little surprised. Xingfeng ignored his surprise and asked, I really don't understand, since you have such a powerful strength, why do you know nothing about the world of warriors? Could it really be that this powerful creature grew up in the wild? What kind of reincarnation of a martial arts saint? He is a natural master and can practice automatically even when he sleeps? Who knows, maybe I still have big troubles to come. Qin Tian slapped Qingfeng on the head, knocking him unconscious. Qin Tian then called Wang Chen and asked him to come over to help clean up the mess. When Wang Chen arrived, this was the scene he saw. Qin Tian's car was smashed to pieces, and lying on the ground was an old warrior with strange clothes and blood all over his body. Who sent the people this time? Wang Chen stepped forward, pressed his fingers on Qingfeng's neck, and after confirming that he still had a pulse, he signaled his men to take the man away. Xu Mingxian, Qin Tian said. It seems that this kid has run out of options. If I die here today, his next target will be Xu Yu. Thinking of this, Qin Tian wanted to kill Xu Mingxian. Do you need my help? Wang Chen looked at Qin Tian's current condition and felt that Xu Mingxian would not be able to make much trouble. But to be on the safe side, he still felt it would be better for him to stay with Qin Tian. Of course, I'll trouble you to give the Chu family a push and leave them with no way out. Qin Tian was thinking about how to leave Xu Mingxian with no way out when a familiar figure appeared in his sight. Not far away, Luo Shuyu opened the car door and ran towards Qin Tian anxiously. Qin Tian. She trotted towards Qin Tian, with beads of sweat on her forehead. It's already a bit hot in W City in May. Luo Shuyu was dressed very casually and had no makeup on her face. When she raised her head and looked at Qin Tian saw deep worry in those beautiful eyes. Are you okay? After saying that, Luo Shuyu pulled Qin Tian around twice, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he didn't even have any skin injuries. Why are you here? Qin Tian appreciated the concern, but he didn't want Luo Shuyu to feel uneasy. I called you but you didn't answer, and the car stayed parked in one place, so I was worried Luo Shuyu didn't say the rest. Ever since Qin Tian confessed to her about Zhang Rulong last time, she has been worried that the same thing will happen again. It's okay. Look, I'm fine. Qin Tian raised his arm and patted his biceps as before. Yes, it's okay this time, but what about next time? Because of these, Luo Shuyu even suddenly had the idea of either taking a step back and letting the Chu family win this battle. Since Xu Mingxian wants to play with us like this, then let's play with him to the end. Qin Tian naturally pressed Luo Shuyu into his arms. Don't worry, just beat them in business, and leave the rest to me. Luo Shuyu raised her head blankly, and saw Qin Tian smile as bright as the sun. Yes, what is she worried about? This person is someone she can rely on, someone who can fight alongside her. Qin Tian has already proved this. Chapter 39, There is still an ambush? Luo Shuyu quickly joined forces with Wang Chen and others to launch the final encirclement and suppression of Xu Mingxian. At this time, in Xu Mingxuan's last hiding place, the Chu family golf course, Xu Mingxian was wiping his golf club with an empty look in his eyes. He has been in this state ever since he received the news of the failure in killing Qin Tian. Luo Tianqin has already left, and his family has issued him an ultimatum. The assistant was just outside the golf course, but he could not enter the golf course without Xu Mingxuan's permission. It's all over. He didn't expect that just dealing with an ordinary Luo family would put him in an irretrievable situation. Just at this moment, Qin Tian walked in from outside. Xu Mingxian stared at Qin Tian with a very dangerous look, and was also wondering how he got in. What are you looking at? I climbed over the wall to get in. Qin Tian glanced at Xu Mingxuan's lounge and turned around, but there was no other chair. So Qin Tian ran outside, dragged in a folding chair, and sat opposite Xu Mingxian. That's right. Over the past 3 days, Luo Shuyu, with the help of Chen Shi and others, has taken back almost all the projects that I had taken over. Xu Mingxian smiled bitterly. When those projects were taken from Luo Shuyu, they were all priced high, but when Luo Shuyu took them back, they were all very cheap. I don't understand anything about business, and I don't care at all. Qin Tian came to collect debts. He didn't care at all about how miserable Xu Mingxuan's current situation was. Meeting you is the most unfortunate thing that has ever happened to me in my life. Xu Mingxian had an attitude of surrendering himself, and it seemed that he had no intention of struggling. The family's training and more than 30 years of accumulation have all vanished in an instant. If you were facing all this, could you easily accept it? Xu Mingxian seemed to be explaining the rationality of his attack on Qin Tian. So you want to kill me just because you're unwilling to do so? Qin Tian pretended to be surprised. Is there any other way? Xu Mingxian asked back. Then it may really be gone. Qin Tian stood up, kicked over the folding chair, and then slowly walked towards Xu Mingxian step by step. So you must have known what would happen to you before you took action, right? The opponent's attitude of ready to be killed made Qin Tian at a loss as to what to do for a moment. Just when he was about to chop down with his palm, Chu Mingxian suddenly spoke again. Who are you? What? Who else could he be? Qin Tian believed that his identity had never been a secret to people like Chu Mingxian, but why did Chu Mingxian ask this at this moment? Do you know how many resources and rich foundation are needed to produce a congenital warrior? Chu Mingxian suddenly roared hysterically. There's no way you're from the small village listed in the profile. Who are you? Qin Tian looked down at him, as if he saw a wild beast that was cornered and could only roar weakly in front of the hunter. But in the brief moment when Qin Tian was distracted, something came from the side. He was unable to react in time and was hit from the side. He flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit the wall hard. Cough, cough. Qin Tian then coughed and felt half of his body was numb. His breathing was disordered for a moment and his vision was a little blurred. Looking at Chu Mingxian again, there was a big guy standing next to him who had appeared out of nowhere. There is no doubt that the collision just now was caused by the big guy next to Chu Mingxian. You didn't expect it, but I still have a backup plan. Chu Mingxian looked at Qin Tian, who was covered in white ash, and said contemptuously. You may be really strong, a martial arts genius that I can't even compare to, but you are too green and inexperienced after all. Has no one ever told you not to learn from Guan Yu and go to a meeting alone? You are too arrogant. The burly man standing next to Chu Mingxian now is obviously stronger than Qin Feng, who had previously intercepted Qin Tian. Although the previous attack did not really cause any damage to Qin Tian, the speed of the attack was obviously faster than Qin Tian's perception. I'm not dead yet, and you're declaring your victory? Qin Tian dusted himself off and looked directly at Chu Mingxian. Don't hold on. You couldn't keep up with that move just now, right? Chu Mingxian clapped his hands, and another dozen people rushed out. These people and this strong man in the innate realm were all invited by Chu Mingxian using his own life-saving resources. If this last layer of ambush can kill Qin Tian, then everything will be fine. If you fail, you can only accept failure and death. Everyone, come at me. Chu Mingxian gave an order, and everyone rushed towards Qin Tian. Chu Mingxian certainly knew that these miscellaneous soldiers could not pose much threat to a congenital warrior like Qin Tian, so he equipped each of them with weapons containing highly poisonous substances. As long as they scratched Qin Tian's skin, he would be killed by the poison in a very short time. But Qin Tian was calm and composed. After getting ready, he started to meet the enemy. At first, the sturdy man was able to put some pressure on Qin Tian by suppressing him with his moves, and create some space for the minions around him to get close to Qin Tian. But as the fight went on, it seemed as if Qin Tian had read through his moves, and every attack of the sturdy man would be broken. After just 5 minutes of fighting, Qin Tian had already become familiar with all of his opponent's moves and immediately began to counterattack. The sturdy man punched Qin Tian in the face, but Qin Tian did not dodge or evade. He countered with his fist and directly knocked the sturdy man back. Then he flew up and kicked the two minions down with 2 consecutive kicks. There were others who came close to him, but they were easily kicked away by Qin Tian. When the numbness in the sturdy man's arm subsided and he stood in front of Qin Tian again, he was the only one left. Now everyone could see that something was wrong. Mr. Chu, where on earth did you find such a tough opponent? The sturdy man wanted to retreat. Before that, his first sneak attack was successful, and he had the illusion that he had the strength to fight Qin Tian, and thought that this young genius was just to show off. But after just a few minutes, he clearly felt that his legs were somewhat out of control and he wanted to run. What do you mean? Can't you see that he is only holding on his last breath? He is no match for you at all. Chu Mingxian shouted loudly. Mr. Chu, you are deceiving yourself. The sturdy man turned around and was about to run. But the next moment Qin Tian appeared in front of him like a ghost and slapped him on the head. The sturdy man's eyes suddenly widened and he fell to his knees. With just one palm strike, the strong man completely fainted, blood oozing from all his orifices, and he crawled out like an earthworm. Have you thought about how you are going to die next, Mr. Chu? Qin Tian approached with a smile, like a devil. Chapter 40 Becoming a Madman. Bastards, they are all unreliable bastards. Chu Mingxian was so scared that he squatted on the ground, crawling backwards using his hands and feet. At this moment, his heart was already filled with fear, but because of his identity as a postnatal warrior, he was not frightened to death like Zhang Rulong was at that time. Mr. Chu, you were shouting so arrogantly just now, and now you're like this again. Isn't that too rude? Qin Tian walked forward and stepped on the back of Chu Mingxuan's hand. Seeing that Qin Tian looked like he was not having enough fun, Chu Mingxian panicked to the extreme. The reason why he was so calm before was because he had a backup plan and felt that he could get rid of Qin Tian by ambush. But now that he had exhausted all his tricks and was like a fish on the chopping board, how could he maintain his previous calm state? Don't be impatient, I still have something to ask you. Qin Tian picked up Chu Mingxian and pressed him on the windowsill. What plans does the Chu family have for the future? Chu Mingxian looked at Qin Tian and shook his head. The Chu family has already been defeated and will not continue to pester you. After he, the direct heir, was abandoned, the Chu family actually no longer had any bargaining chips for a comeback and could only lie dormant and wait to see if there would be someone among the descendants who could lead the family to regain its glory. Really? Qin Tian didn't quite believe it. Why is this different from what I know? Chu Mingxian looked at Qin Tian's thoughtful expression and thought to himself that you don't know anything about these aristocratic family things. In the early years, when Chu Mingxian was in his 20s, the Chu family had the greatest influence in H province and was preparing to expand outward. At that time, Chu Mingxian was young and arrogant, and he looked down on everyone, so naturally he also disdained those old things in the old house. At that time, he simply thought that these old guys were just some useless people who had no ability when they were young and could only rely on seniority to get to their current positions. But when the family fell into crisis, he realized that these people were the cornerstone to ensure the continuation of the family. The continuation and prosperity of a family cannot rely solely on outstanding young heirs, but also requires the efforts of these cornerstones hidden in the dark. So after learning about the situation Chu Mingxian was facing at the time, the people of the Chu family chose to give Chu Mingxian one last chance. There is no doubt that their willingness to send a congenital warrior to help is already a great kindness. It's not that Chu Mingxian didn't try his best, but Qin Tian's strength was far beyond imagination. For a family like the Chu family that has been around for hundreds of years, family continuation comes first, Chu Mingxian explained. For them, fighting for that breath is often useless. Are all these noble families like you? Qin Tian was a little curious. Not all of them. Chu Mingxian said. Although the Chu family is considered a century-old family in H province, it is insignificant in the entire China. We certainly don't know how those 1,000-year-old families survive. Oh. Qin Tian looked as if he understood, and then suddenly loosened the strength in his hands. Chu Mingxian didn't have time to react before he felt himself falling downstairs. He was obviously an acquired warrior, so even if he fell down, it would not be a big deal. But at this moment, under the pressure brought by Qin Tian, he panicked and lost his composure. He landed face first on the concrete floor. When he raised his head again, his nose was broken and his whole face was covered in blood. He looked extremely miserable. Qin Tian also jumped down from the windowsill and then sighed, "Aren't you a post-natal warrior? How could you hurt your face even if you fell from a 3-story building?" Chu Mingxian was furious. Qin Tian played him in the palm of his hand from beginning to end. He first asked some random questions to make him relax his guard, and then this happened. At this moment, Chu Mingxian, who was holding his nose, didn't know where he got the courage from, and angrily scolded Qin Tian, "You are just at a higher level of martial arts because you have a higher talent. If it weren't for this talent, you would be dead now. Without this talent, you are nothing." Qin Tian looked at Chu Mingxian with some surprise, and suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. Okay, what you said is really interesting. If you don't have the status and resources of a noble family, who are you? Chu Mingxian was suddenly speechless. In the past, he was the one who was most ashamed to say such things. A person has a complex identity from birth. Without any of them, he is no longer himself. Chu Mingxian has always been proud of his identity as a member of the Chu family. He even said to his defeated opponent, "It's because you are not from an aristocratic family like me." But what is he talking about now? How is it, have you come to your senses? Have you realized your incompetence? Qin Tian gently patted Chu Mingxuan's dusty face and grinned. Then let's do it again. For the next half hour, the entire golf course was filled with Chu Mingxuan's screams. Qin Tian just stood there, watching Chu Mingxian, his face covered in blood, running around the court. He ran while shouting, "I am the eldest son of the Chu family, you all have to listen to me, you all have to listen to me." Wang Chen, who arrived later, was shocked by this scene. He had originally made preparations to collect Chu Mingxuan's body, but he didn't expect that Chu Mingxian was not dead. "What's wrong with him?" Wang Chen asked. "Completely crazy," Qin Tian said calmly. You're not pretending? Wang Chen didn't believe it. How could a good person, once a favored child of heaven, suddenly go crazy? In fact, Qin Tian didn't figure it out either. He originally wanted to let Chu Mingxian try the same disabled meal as Jiang Rulong, but when he slapped Chu Mingxuan's head, it seemed as if something turned into substance and shot out from his palm, and then entered Chu Mingxuan's brain. When Chu Mingxian raised his head again, he had become what he is now. The light in his eyes completely disappeared, as did his martial arts skills. There is no doubt that he has become a complete useless person. No. Qin Tian gave Wang Chen a firm answer. Send him to a mental hospital. Although Chu Mingxian said that the Chu family would no longer care about him, Qin Tian always felt that things would not be that simple. The day after Chu Mingxian entered the mental hospital, an old man came to the Chu family. He was the one who talked to Chu Mingxian in the old house at that time. What a cruel method. The meridians in the head are damaged. It's like being dead even if he's still alive. The old man checked Chu Mingxuan's head injury and sighed at the moves Qin Tian had performed without him realizing it. Elder, are we just going to let this matter go? The young man at the side felt sad when he saw Chu Mingxuan's miserable condition. The once powerful heir of the Chu family was deposed overnight and turned into a fool. How can such a huge hatred be wiped out in one stroke? But the old man just shook his head and said, let's end this matter here, but we can let the people from other families suffer a little at the hands of this kid. Chapter 41 Rapid Expansion. After defeating the Chu family, Luo Shuyu immediately began further expansion with the help of Chen Shi and others. Now is a very good opportunity. The Chu family, as the biggest local tyrant, has fallen. Their position is vacant, and we can just take it. Chen Shi gave a suggestion. The opportunity was now or never to be missed, and they had little chance to hesitate. But in the end, it was Luo Shuyu who decided what to do. Only with her nod could they proceed to the next step. But at this time Luo Shuyu turned his gaze to Qin Tian. Chen Shi is right, this is a good opportunity. Qin Tian also thought that he should seize this opportunity. After sending Chu Mingxian to the mental hospital, everyone had almost no time to rest. The huge mess left by the Chu family required them to spend time dealing with it. After dealing with these, they will have to face the threats posed by those families that stand side by side with the Chu family. Before the Chu family withdrew from all this, they conveyed a message to other families in Province H. Qin Tian and Luo Shuyu would pose a huge threat to them. As for the Luo family, you can either go with them or choose to destroy them. As the person who was most sensitive to this undercurrent among the few people, Wang Chen warned Qin Tian at the first opportunity. So now everyone gathered at the Luo family's lakeside villa to discuss what to do next. Only Shan Shixian felt that their pace was a little too fast. Are we being a little too reckless? Now that the things left by the Chu family have not been digested yet, if we directly expand the influence of the Luo family to the entire province, it may cause some unnecessary trouble. No, there is one thing you don't understand. Chen Shi stated why he believes now was the best opportunity for expansion. Province H is located in the central region. Although it is a very good place, it does not have the 1,000-year-old families like those in the north and south. Moreover, this place exists as a buffer zone between the north and the south. No matter how big a commotion we make here, the families in the north and the south will not take action. In this case, if we were only making enemies with these century-old families in the local area, there would be no need to worry at all. Wang Chen also agrees with this statement. The reason why he chose to come here to study in college was because he would not be affected by family influence. Of course, Chen Shi also chose to stay in Province H for the same reason. In that case, let's start. Luo Shuyu said. After deciding to expand Luo's influence throughout the province, Luo Shuyu used traditional industries as a foundation and the chip and new energy industries as a stepping stone to build factories throughout the province. When the progress here was in full swing, those old families could no longer sit still. In the Longqian Tower in the northwestern mountainous area of W City, several heads of old line families gathered together, each with a gloomy look on their faces. Those who arrived first waited for 2 hours, but in the end 1/3 of the people still did not show up. It is obvious that those who were not present either chose to stand on the side of the Luo family or chose to remain neutral and had no intention of getting involved. In the end, only 6 of the 10 people showed up. There were few people present at the first discussion on how to deal with Luo's expansion, which undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to overall morale. What's worse is that some people present had already thought of withdrawing, and when they saw that the group was not gathered, they started to mock them out loud. I've said it before, the succession of strong people is a very normal thing. Even the ancient martial arts family with a background like the Chu family has been defeated. What waves can we make? The middle-aged man who spoke was from the Zhang family in the southeast of H province. As the leader of the local textile industry, the Zhang family has been in its heyday in recent years. However, their family has only squeezed into this circle in recent years, so on the one hand they can't stand the behavior of these old families, and on the other hand they want to become an old family themselves. The others were silent for a moment, not knowing what to say. With the bloody facts before them, how could they not question themselves and whether they were really capable of fighting against a new powerhouse like Luo? At this moment, a figure appeared at the gate. It was Luo Tianqin, who had disappeared for several days. After the Chu family's affairs were settled, Luo Tianqin was also kicked out of the Luo family. His previous idle position in the Luo family was no longer valid, and all the assets related to the Luo family under his name were frozen. At that moment, the hatred in his heart reached its peak, but he was also troubled by the fact that every time he placed his hopes on someone, they turned out to be trash who were easily defeated by Qin Tian. So this time he decided to do it himself. While finding an open opponent to paralyze Qin Tian, he would make a move in secret to turn the tide. This time, the opponents he found for Qin Tian were naturally the group of people in front of him. No one knows the Luo family better than me, and no one knows Luo Shuyu better than me, Luo Tianqin said loudly. If you don't seize this last chance to fight back, your final fate will be to be chewed up by Luo Shuyu without leaving any residue. Everyone looked at each other. Perhaps because these people were still reeling from the fact that the Chu family had been wiped out in one day, they actually believed Luo Tianqin's instigation and began to attack Luo Shuyu according to his plan. Soon, Luo's plan to build factories in various places in Province H was interrupted. The sudden change made Luo Shuyu realize something was wrong. At the same time, the industry she had taken over from Chu Mingxian began to be affected. Chen Shi and Shan Shixian also received the news immediately. The three of them met again at Luo's that day, and as soon as Dan Shixian appeared, he placed a pile of documents on the table. This group of people wanted to take advantage of the Chu family's retirement to make a move, but they never thought about where the funds in their hands came from. Shan Shixian made a casual search and found that half of the funds of those who were against the Luo family came from the Yinjing Shan family. This time, Dan Shixian grabbed their necks directly upstream, and these people couldn't breathe. The remaining half of the business was done with the South, and with just one word from the Chen family, their business was basically ruined. In this way, the Luo family just took a step back and then took 10 steps forward, swallowing up the industries of 5 or 6 families in the entire H province in one breath. Its network spread throughout the province, and it has completely established a foothold in the province. And it has only been about a month since the Luo family was targeted by the Chu family and has become a giant force influencing the entire province. During this period, Luo Shuyu's ability and Chen Shi's efficiency were daunting. Of course, the cornerstone of all this is Qin Tian, who solved the biggest problem. At this time, the greatest contributor was at home feeding fish with his children, and he didn't care at all about what was happening in the outside world. His eyes were always on the dark, on those who were ready to make a move. What surprised him was that Luo Tianqin had indeed been much more well-behaved during this period. He had Wang Chen's people keep an eye on Luo Tianqin for a long time, but they really couldn't find any problems. Chapter 42 The price of living off others is too high. At this time, Luo Tianqin was blocked in the alley outside the rental house and was beaten black and blue. Although these families in H province suffered defeat at the hands of Qin Tian and his wife, they preserved some assets and personnel and prepared to leave H province to seek other ways to survive. But before leaving, they have to give Luo Tianqin a good beating. In the deep alley, Luo Tianqin curled up on the ground with his hands on his head. During this period of time, he has been like a madman, constantly relying on others and constantly looking for opportunities to bring down Luo Shuyu, but he faces the same result every time. That's failure. After repeated failures, Luo Tianqin became more and more twisted, and he almost forgot why he had such a great hatred towards Luo Shuyu in the first place. Give me another chance. Amid the torrential rain of punches and kicks, Luo Tianqin suddenly struggled to stand up. We still have a chance to turn the tables. These thugs from various families looked at Luo Tianqin doubtfully, and it was not known whether they were thinking of giving it a try, but they actually stopped their actions and wanted to hear what Luo Tianqin's last trump card was. I just need you to help me one last time, just this one. The storm that swept across the entire province of H soon came to an end, and it was already June. After the weather got hot, Qin Tian rarely took Xia Yinyan out for an adventure. Most of the time, the father and daughter sat in the pavilion playing chess or listening to Wen Tian telling old stories. Qin Tian claimed that he heard these stories from his mother. When Xiao Yanyan heard this, she couldn't help but pay full attention every time she listened to the story. She didn't know why, but she felt inexplicably close to the grandmother she had never met. "Dad, when are we going home?" Xiao Yanyan put one hand on Qin Tian's shoulder and put her white and tender feet on Qin Tian's knees, so that the father and daughter's eyes were level. "Are you talking about my home?" Qin Tian asked. Xiao Yanyan nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and then said, "I want to see Grandpa and Grandma." During this period of time, Luo Shuyu's status and position in the entire W city and even the entire H province have risen rapidly. Therefore, there is more attention in the kindergarten that has never appeared before, and more people want their children to make friends with Luo Yanyan. Qin Tian and his friend didn't mind these things, so Xiao Yanyan also went to several children's birthday parties and met other people's grandparents. Perhaps it was because she had never seen her grandparents, so she had always been looking forward to going home with Qin Tian to meet the legendary grandparents. Qin Tian also wanted to go back, but on the one hand, Luo Shuyu had not been free recently, and on the other hand, he had not yet figured out how to respond to his parents' words. The last time he went back was before the Spring Festival. This time he went back and found a daughter who was almost 5 years old and a wife who was a big CEO. How could he explain it? Although Qin Tian usually behaves as if he is fearless, he always feels a little nervous when facing his father's stern face. Soon. After some consideration, Qin Tian touched the little girl's soft hair and promised, "We will go home after your mother finishes her work." At this time, Luo Shuyu had just finished his work and returned home. Now that she has trained a team to handle affairs on her behalf, she will have more and more free time. She planned to make it up to the father and daughter. As soon as she walked nearby, she heard the conversation between the father and daughter, and couldn't help but wonder what would happen if she followed Qin Tian home. She originally thought that she had experienced such big storms before, so she shouldn't be too nervous when facing such a small matter. But just thinking about the scrutiny she would have to endure if she stood next to Qin Tian, Luo Shuyu's palms began to sweat. "Mommy is back." Little Yanyan ran barefoot to Luo Shuyu. Luo Shuyu, who looked a little tired, picked her up and said, "You're running outside without shoes again?" "It's okay, I'm strong now." Xiao Yanyan bent his arms like Qin Tian, his expression and movements were exactly the same as Qin Tian's. Luo Shuyu suddenly laughed for some reason, and laughed very happily and freely. Qin Tian propped up his face and looked at her, thinking that she had just corrected her habit of having a cold face, but now she has really become a crazy woman. "Okay, go play by yourself." Luo Shuyu put his daughter down and sat next to Qin Tian. She hesitated for a moment, then calmed herself down and said, "You just said, let's go back to your house together?" "Yeah." Qin Tian secretly looked at Luo Shuyu while playing with the chess piece in his hand. "When?" "It depends on when you have time." Qin Tian pretended to be absent-minded. Do you think this is okay?" Luo Shuyu was a little worried that Qin Tian's parents would not be able to accept him so easily. But Qin Tian changed the subject and said, "You don't have to go if you don't want to. After all, we are just." But before he could finish his words, Qin Tian felt himself enveloped by murderous aura. What's going on? He had never felt this kind of pressure when facing innate warriors before. When he looked up tremblingly, he saw Luo Shuyu's expression as if he could be eaten alive by Qin Tiancheng. The meaning of this expression was very simple, which was to tell Qin Tian not to mention the contract between them, otherwise the consequences would be serious. Qin Tian pursed his lips, thinking that this woman had simply defaulted on her debt, and had turned a fake into a real one for him. Now, not only did he not get the balance, but he also ruined the rest of his life. "This is our first time going back. I can take Yen Yen back first and explain everything to them. My parents won't get angry with their child, right?" Qin Tian forced himself to correct himself. "No, let's go back together." Luo Shuyu strengthened his determination. "We'll go visit Grandpa tomorrow, and then buy some gifts to take home." Luo Shuyu emphasized the word "go home," as if she was going back to her own home. Qin Tian couldn't help but smile when he saw Luo Shuyu's serious yet cute look. "I'll do whatever you say. If you are a gigolo, you should be aware of the fact that you are a gigolo. Your wife should be the one who makes the decision on this matter." During dinner, Luo Shuyu announced this to Xiao Yanyan. The little girl happily threw herself into her mother's arms, and then at night she kept muttering to Wu Ma, who was trying to coax her to sleep, about this for a long time. When she woke up the next morning, Mother Wu felt that there was a little bee with Luo Yanyan's cute little face flying around her ear. After Luo Shuyu decided on the itinerary, they suddenly decided to hold a small party in the evening to thank all the people who had helped them during this period of time. After making this decision, the couple took the little girl and set off early in the morning and went straight to the sanatorium. And they all seem to have forgotten the existence of Luo Dongshan's family of 3. Chapter 43. Come to see you for the last time. At 8 o'clock in the morning, outside the sanatorium, Qin Tian was holding Xiao Yanyan's hand, waiting for Luo Shuyu to get off the car. Grandpa's personal doctor said that he has been sleeping less and less recently. Luo Shuyu had a worried look on his face. Mr. Luo's illness was not hereditary, but was caused by an overdose of drugs during a period of the greatest stress. Not only that, the old man's organs were more or less damaged by the overdose of drugs. To this day, there is basically no hope of curing his old illness, so he is just treating it like this, hoping for improvement. After the family of 3 moved to the courtyard where the old man was, the caregiver cordially greeted the big CEO who was recently in the limelight in W City. Mr. Luo, good morning. She has been taking care of Grandpa Luo for 2 years. Luo Shuyu has come less frequently recently, so she must be very busy. Good morning. Luo Shuyu replied simply and then walked into the yard. There is a tall paulownia tree in the garden, and at this moment Mr. Luo is sitting under the paulownia tree. In Luo Shuyu's memory, he was tall, serious, and strong as a mountain. It was unknown when he turned into the old and decayed man in front of him. Luo Shuyu felt a little distressed. She once blamed Mr. Luo for his dictatorship in her heart, and thought that it was cruel of him to send her away. Grandpa, we're here to see you. Luo Shuyu squatted beside the old man and looked at his old face. The old man didn't respond, his empty eyes still fixed on the ground. I came here to say sorry. Luo Shuyu said. I sold all the cornerstone industries of the Luo family. Now the Luo family has transformed into another company. I didn't understand your actions before. Although I was unwilling, I still did it out of fear. Now I won't be afraid. She turned around and looked at Qin Tian, who gave her a firm look. After saying this, Luo Shuyu stood up, turned around, and prepared to leave. But the moment she turned around, the old man who had been silent for 2 years suddenly spoke. Sparse rain. Luo Shuyu was stunned on the spot and turned his head stiffly. Is Grandpa's voice so old? Sorry. The old man's voice was very weak, and very different from the voice in Luo Shuyu's memory. Unconsciously, tears rolled down Luo Shuyu's eyes. In the past, she had no idea why she was living. She experienced family changes at a very young age and was sent away from her family when she needed comfort. After that, she practiced hard day and night for 10 years. At one point, she felt that she had lost the meaning of living. Until she found out she was pregnant, she just felt that she should let this little life come into the world. This way she might give herself some confidence to persevere. Then she met Qin Tian. It seems that the meaning of life is sometimes very simple. This belated apology dispelled all the depression in Luo Shuyu's heart. She wiped her tears and responded. It's okay. When the family left, Luo Shuyu donated some money to the nursing home, and then seemed absent-minded on the way home, not knowing what he was thinking about. You've been distracted. Qin Tian was driving the car himself, while Luo Shuyu sat in the passenger seat. I didn't expect Grandpa to say that. Luo Shuyu looked out the car window. She had never expected this apology, and she even thought at one point that what she had experienced was no longer worth caring about. But when she heard the 3 words I'm sorry, she realized that the depression in her heart had never been eliminated. She just deliberately avoided thinking about it and did not let herself get stuck in a dead end. Maybe the old man knew it from the beginning to the end. He made you bear too much. Qin Tian said. By the time the couple returned home, most of their friends had already arrived. Wang Chen and the other 2 stood on one side, while Luo Qiming and Lu Qinghan stood together. Have you known each other? Qin Tian walked forward and looked at the 2 clearly divided groups of people. I've known him before. Lu Qinghan spoke first, with an embarrassed look on his face. Qin Tian noticed that her eyes drifted towards Wang Chen from time to time, and she seemed a little scared. What's wrong with you 2? Luo Shuyu walked forward, pulled Lu Qinghan over and asked. Lu Qinghan lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake. There's a little conflict between us, a small misunderstanding. Lu Qinghan looked like she was afraid that Wang Chen would beat her. But Wang Chen's explanation to Qin Tian was completely different. He glanced at Lu Qinghan and said, This Miss Lu is quite skilled. I was helping to arrest someone at the time. It was dark, and she thought I was a criminal. She threw me to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. At that time, Wang Chen was pinned down by Lu Qinghan and couldn't move. He wanted to open his mouth to explain, but Lu Qinghan found a steamed bun from somewhere and stuffed it into Wang Chen's mouth. At the same time, he confidently said, "If you have anything to say, go and tell the police later." Wang Chen still feels sore in his cheeks when he thinks of the situation at that time. Isn't this a case of doing good with bad intentions? Isn't it enough to just explain it clearly? Qin Tian said. At that time, Lu Qinghan apologized to Wang Chen after he figured out the situation. However, when the two met again now, Lu Qinghan felt a little embarrassed when he thought about what had happened before. The episode ended quickly, and the group held a simple banquet at the Luo family's lakeside villa to celebrate the Luo family's great victory. Taking this opportunity, Qin Tian explained the family of three's next itinerary. They were going to go back to their hometown and stay for a few days. Everyone expressed their approval. Now that Luo's plan is on track, Chen Shi is slowly withdrawing the Chen family's influence from Luo's. On the other hand, Shan Shixian is also reducing the Shan family's influence on Luo's. Lu Qinghan told Luo Shuyu some good news. During this period of time, she had been in charge of the Lu family's business, which was gradually getting on the right track. And with the help of Luo Shuyu, the Lu family's business had grown a lot. Therefore, Lu Qinghan was recognized by his family and now he has regained his freedom. I have to thank my good sisters, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to clean up this mess so quickly. Lu Qinghan sighed. She was the only daughter of the Lu family and was supposed to inherit the family business, but her parents had mismanaged the business, and by the time it came to her, the Lu family was just clinging on to its last breath. Now that he has been able to revive the Lu family, Lu Qinghan has gained extraordinary recognition within the family. After a whole day of leisure and celebration, Qin Tian and his family went to bed early, preparing to choose gifts and set off back to their hometown tomorrow. But it was still dark. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Luo Shuyu received a call, and then Qin Tian was also woken up. The couple drove out of the villa and rushed to the sanatorium immediately. The call was from Luo Dongshan. He just said one sentence, and he took the old man away, and asked Luo Shuyu to come in person to see the old man for the last time. Chapter 44, Life on the Line. Is he crazy? Luo Shuyu's face was filled with rage, and at this moment he wished he could tear Luo Dongshan into pieces. My grandfather's health has been poor to begin with, and now he has been kidnapped by people sent by Luo Dongshan. If anything unexpected happens during this period of time, I'm afraid we will only be able to see him for the last time. Now Luo Shuyu felt that he was still too kind. She dealt with the Luo family's side branches and drove people like Luo Dongshan and Zhu Yali out of the Luo family, but she did not let them stay away from W City and the old man. She really regrets it now. I should have thought of this. This will definitely happen when they are desperate. Luo Shuyu held his forehead with his hand, feeling his temple throbbing. In the first half of the night she was still immersed in the joy of preparing to go home with Qin Tian, but in the second half she was overwhelmed by worries. After a while, his face became much paler. Don't worry, nothing serious will happen with me here, Qin Tian said. Now Qin Tian only hopes that Luo Dongshan still has some conscience and will not really go to extremes. At this time in the abandoned factory area, Luo Dongshan was tying the old man to a chair with his own hands, cursing as he did so. You old immortal, you never thought that this day would come. You looked down on me in the beginning, but you still died in my hands in the end. Luo Dongshan has been living a life of drunkenness and dreams during this period of time. It's not that he couldn't survive after Luo Shuyu drove him out of the Luo family. It's just that as soon as he left the Luo family, Luo Dongshan became addicted to gambling, and soon lost all the tens of millions he had. Afterwards, he sold all of Zhu Yali's jewelry. After losing all his money, he went on a drinking binge. Today, Luo Dongshan has an untidy beard and reeks of alcohol and sweat. He roared hysterically, "Speak, speak." Luo Dongshan once told the old man that he wanted to inherit the Luo family business and he could take over. But the old man at that time just told him coldly to get out of the study and never mention the matter again. I told you to talk. Now you tell me to get away from you. He kicked the old man's leg again and again until it was bruised all over. Then he seemed tired, stopped to catch his breath, then picked up the bottle of wine beside him and took a few sips. At this moment, Luo Shuyu ran in anxiously. Luo Dongshan said on the phone that Luo Shuyu should come alone, so now Qin Tian is just hiding in the dark and has not appeared. Stop. Luo Shuyu frowned. She could see that Luo Dongshan had gone crazy for a while. Luo Dongshan. Luo Shuyu said, gritting his teeth. I'm your father. Luo Dongshan roared. You've been like this for a long time. I'm your father. Do you have even a little respect for me? Do you still know that I'm your father? I gave birth to you and raised you. Where would you be without me? Luo Shuyu was silent for a moment and responded. Did you think about this when your mother was pregnant with Qiming? Her tone was calm as she asked the question she had always wanted to ask Luo Dongshan. When you acquiesced to Luo Tianqin's plot against me, did you ever think that you were my father? Luo Dongshan was silent. Once upon a time, when Luo Shuyu was born, Luo Dongshan was also ecstatic about the birth of his first child. His hands were shaking as he held the baby. He also vowed to do his best and use everything he had to love the child. But in just a few years, after he suffered repeated failures in taking over the management of Luo's company and was questioned by shareholders, the outside world and everyone else, his mentality changed. Especially when the old man began to personally take care of Luo Shuyu and teach the young girl business knowledge, Luo Dongshan's inner defenses collapsed. He began to blame others, his temper became bad, and he became unable to accept his failure. He began to want to take revenge on everyone in the Luo family, on old man Luo, and even on his wife who never contradicted him and was always gentle and caring about everything he did. It rained heavily on the day Luo Qiming was born. By the time Luo Dongshan finished fooling around with Zhu Yali and rushed to the hospital in dishevel, his wife had already passed away. Since then, Luo Dongshan has become a completely different person. He became stupid, mean, and arrogant. Did you shed a tear when your mother died? Luo Shuyu asked. Perhaps everything that happened has become blurred in Luo Dongshan's memory. But he still remembers the scene in the hospital vividly. At that time he was squeezed outside the crowd, and the old man's reproach echoed in his ears, but Luo Dongshan's mind was blank at that time, and he just looked at the human figure under the white cloth from a distance. Something died inside him at that moment. Shut up! Luo Dongshan pointed at the old man. If he was willing to trust me a little more, how could things have turned out like this? It's all his fault. As he said this, Luo Dongshan punched the old man in the face. The already weak old man fainted. You're crazy. Luo Shuyu hurriedly wanted to step forward, but saw Luo Dongshan took out a gun from somewhere and pointed it directly at the old man's forehead. Come one step closer and I'll kill him. Luo Shuyu stopped and didn't dare to go forward. I can give you whatever you want, don't be impulsive. If you only look at the conversation, it is hard to imagine that the relationship between the two is actually father and daughter. Okay, then give the Luo family back to me. Luo Dongshan laughed wildly. No, you also want that pretty boy, that little bastard you gave birth to die. Hearing these words, there was no longer any mercy in Luo Shuyu's eyes. What? Are you angry? When you treated us like dogs, did you ever think that you would face the situation today? Luo Dongshan arrogantly knocked on the old man's head with his gun, full of madness. Do as I say, otherwise this old guy will die now. Luo Dongshan roared again. Don't get excited yet. Luo Shuyu originally wanted to let Luo Dongshan relax his vigilance a little, and then Qin Tian could take advantage of the opportunity. But the scene at the moment was so empty that no matter how fast Qin Tian was, he couldn't be faster than Luo Dongshan shooting at zero distance. There is a box in front of you. Sign the documents inside and Luo's company will return to the hands of those who should truly control it. Luo Dongshan pointed to a black leather suitcase on the side. Luo Shuyu walked over and opened the box, revealing some documents inside. Given Luo Dongshan's current situation, it is absolutely impossible to make such meticulous preparations. There is only one possibility: Luo Tianqin is planning behind the scenes. In desperation, Luo Shuyu signed the documents and showed them to Luo Dongshan. But when Luo Shuyu signed the last document and stood up, Luo Dongshan had already aimed the gun at her. The two men were only 10 meters apart. If Luo Dongshan fired this shot, Luo Shuyu would definitely die. Since you are no longer useful, just die first. I will soon let that pretty boy accompany you. Bang! A loud bang echoed in the factory, and Luo Dongshan pulled the trigger without hesitation. Chapter 45 died this summer. At that moment, Luo Shuyu saw the fire from the muzzle, and her movements stopped on the spot. Perhaps because she knew that she couldn't dodge the bullet, she didn't make any more moves. If she died at this moment, she would really regret it. Maybe she shouldn't be so impulsive and do such a dangerous thing when she has everything. The memories of spending just a few months with Qin Tian flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. The expected situation of being hit by bullets did not occur. Qin Tian's figure appeared in front of Luo Shuyu, and the bullet penetrated Qin Tian's shoulder, leaving a bloody hole in his left shoulder. Blood gushed out, instantly soaking Qin Tian's clothes. Luo Shuyu widened her eyes, her anger almost swallowing her up. "Leave it to me." Qin Tian did not hesitate at all in his next move. He appeared in front of Luo Dongshan in an instant and kicked Luo Dongshan on the right hand holding the gun. The Glock pistol was kicked away, and Luo Dongshan's entire right arm was completely bent and deformed. He covered his arms in pain and fell to his knees howling. "It's you again, you beast." He stared at Qin Tian, the malice in his eyes making people feel uncomfortable. Qin Tian was supporting him just now. He thought that after Luo Shuyu signed those contracts by delaying the battle, Luo Dongshan would relax for a moment, so he could take advantage of the opportunity and knock him down. But unexpectedly, his brain had been completely damaged by the alcohol, and he directly shot Luo Shuyu. Qin Tian had no choice but to use his body to help Luo Shuyu block the shot. "Where is Luo Tianqin?" Qin Tian contacted Wang Chen before coming in. "Although it was embarrassing to wake him up in the middle of the night, it was an emergency and I had to apologize later." Wang Chen also told Qin Tian that Luo Tianqin suddenly disappeared. "What? Are you scared?" Luo Dongshan hissed and looked at Qin Tian with resentful eyes. "You're right to be afraid. Even if I die today, Tianqin will help me avenge." Qin Tian was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he carried the old man on his back and ran outside. "Qin Tian, the wounds on your body." Luo Shuyu felt a little heartbroken when he saw the deep red color spreading on Qin Tian's white shirt. "I'm fine. I'll leave this place to you." Qin Tian shook his head and left the old factory area without looking back. After he left, Luo Shuyu's eyes when he looked at Luo Dongshan no longer contained any of the old emotions, only pure indifference and murderous intent. "What do you want to do?" Luo Dongshan looked at his daughter in horror, who had almost died under his gun just now. Luo Shuyu simply picked up the steel bar at hand, held it with both hands, and smashed it directly at Luo Dongshan's shoulder. "Ah!" Luo Dongshan screamed, his entire shoulder was covered in blood. He rolled over and twitched on the ground, the pain from the two injuries almost making him lose consciousness. But Luo Shuyu had no intention of letting him go. He stepped on Luo Dongshan's thigh again and swung the steel bar down hard on his back. "Help!" Luo Dongshan was in so much pain that he lost control of his bowels and bladder, and his whole body was like a smelly maggot, crawling on the ground. "Shuyu, I am your father. After all, I have given birth to you and raised you." Luo Dongshan's voice was as thin as a mosquito. For some reason he thought of Luo Shuyu, who had just entered the Luo family. She was still a girl under 20 years old at the time, but on the first day she gave a warning to the shareholders who looked down on her. It seemed that she had never been a weak girl, but she would appear weak when there was nothing she wanted to protect. But once someone touches the things she cares about, no matter if it is the Luo family or Qin Tian and his daughter, she will immediately turn into a demon. Luo Dongshan kept begging for mercy, but Luo Shuyu, driven by anger, had no intention of stopping. She kept waving the steel bar in her hand, raising it up and lowering it, until Luo Dongshan was dying, hanging on to his last breath. Luo Shuyu also let go of the steel bar, looked at his hands that were rubbed bloody, and sat down on the ground, lost in thought. When Wang Chen and his men arrived here, they were so shocked that they were speechless. He didn't expect that his sister-in-law, who looked weak on weekdays, had such a side. "Help Mr. Luo to bandage and disinfect the wound." Wang Chen looked at Luo Dongshan and ordered, "Give him a breath, don't let him die here." After the medical staff bandaged Luo Shuyu's hands, Luo Shuyu, who had been in a trance for a long time due to shock, finally came back to her senses. She pulled the medical staff's arm and asked in panic, "Where is Qin Tian? How is Qin Tian now? Where is he?" Wang Chen then personally drove Luo Shuyu to the hospital. At this time, Qin Tian and the old man were both pushed into the operating room and were receiving emergency treatment. Although Qin Tian is very strong, taking the bullet still had a significant impact on him. After the old man was sent to the hospital, he fell into a coma due to excessive blood loss. Because this was an internal matter of the Luo family, Wang Chen only used the most streamlined staff this time and only brought a few of his confidants to handle the matter. When they arrived at the hospital, Qin Tian had already been pushed into the operating room. Wang Chen had to immediately communicate with the hospital and ask them to cover up the fact that Qin Tian was shot. After waiting for several hours, the door of the operating room finally opened. Luo Shuyu stood aside anxiously, trying to calm herself down. "Doctor, is my husband okay?" The doctor was notified when the operation was performed. Qin Tian's injuries were serious, and after he came out he found out that his wife was Mr. Luo, who was recently in the limelight in Province H. Therefore, I was a little worried that Luo Shuyu would lose his composure and start a fight. Unexpectedly, Luo Shuyu did not lose his composure, but there was a hint of heartbreaking sadness in his restraint. She feels very guilty now. "Don't worry, Mr. Luo. Your husband is very strong and he will wake up soon." The doctor comforted Luo Shuyu. When Qin Tian woke up the next morning, Luo Shuyu was lying on his right side with a frown on his face, sleeping very uneasily. As if noticing that Qin Tian had woken up, Luo Shuyu also woke up quickly. "Are you awake? Do you feel better?" Even though her own face looked very ugly, she still asked Qin Tian if he was feeling better. Qin Tian nodded and gently grabbed Luo Shuyu's hand. "What's wrong with you?" He placed Luo Shuyu's hand on his cheek and rubbed it gently. "It's okay. I just used my own hands to settle some things personally." Luo Shuyu forced a smile. This may not be the most beautiful smile Qin Tian has ever seen from Luo Shuyu, but it is the most free and easy smile he has ever seen from Luo Shuyu. But as I laughed, my tears could no longer be controlled and fell like broken strings. Qin Tian raised his hand and wanted to wipe away Luo Shuyu's tears, but Luo Shuyu had already wiped them herself. However, no matter how she wiped, she couldn't stop crying. "Don't cry." Qin Tian propped himself up and sat up, holding his wife in his arms. There were many other things that happened on the same day. Luo Dongshan died this summer, and Zhu Yali was arrested for theft. After 12 hours of rescue on the operating table, the old man finally woke up. Although the old man's condition worsened a lot this time, his spirit seemed to be much better. But just when Luo Shuyu thought that the matter was over, he didn't know that there were still people waiting in the dark for an opportunity to strike. Chapter 46, Kidnapping at Midnight. Luo Tianqin was standing outside the hospital, waiting for the men under Mr. Zhang from the southeast of H province to come back with information. About half an hour later, Mr. Zhang's men came back. "I've checked it. Qin Tian is now lying in the ward." Hearing this, Mr. Zhang turned his gaze towards Luo Tianqin. "What does it feel like to see your parents off in person?" Mr. Zhang said with a playful smile on his face. "I don't know what you mean. It was Luo Shuyu who killed him." Luo Tianqin's eyes were evasive. "Really? Is that so?" Mr. Zhang stared at Luo Tianqin. Luo Dongshan's behavior plan was arranged by Luo Tianqin himself, and Zhu Yali's so-called theft was also carried out by Mr. Zhang under Luo Tianqin's command. He just wanted to make Luo Dongshan and his wife disappear in front of him, so that even if Luo Shuyu really died, Luo Dongshan and his wife would not become an obstacle to him. You wanted to have one less person competing with you for the Luo family's inheritance, so you framed your biological parents. But I think you're really overestimating your own abilities. Mr. Zhang was not optimistic about this action. He just treated all this as a game and wanted to see what would be the final fate of Luo Tianqin. "What are you going to do now that Luo Shuyu won't leave Qin Tian?" Mr. Zhang asked. "We can only take a gamble." Luo Tianqin was not sure. At that time, Luo Tianqin exchanged the help of Mr. Zhang and others for the price of seating most of the Luo family after the success of the plan. Now these people are staring at him. If his plan fails, he will eventually die. Fortunately, after half a day of waiting, Luo Shuyu did leave the hospital with the help of Wu Ma, and it seemed that he was preparing to return to the Luo family. "Mr. Qin is injured. Miss, would it be better if you take care of him closely?" Aunt Wu felt very strange. Qin Tian was injured, and Luo Shuyu also had injuries on both hands. Why didn't they just receive treatment in the hospital? This would also allow the two of them to be closer. "Let's go back today. Yen Yen is still at home, and we can't let her worry too much." Wu Ma reluctantly accepted this explanation and went home with Luo Shuyu. On the other side, Luo Tianqin's eyes gleamed brightly. Now the opportunity has come. Qin Tian is not here, and the Luo family's lakeside villa has never had any security. As long as they sneak in at night and take Luo Shuyu away, then even gods will be unable to save them. Let our men get ready and start the action tonight. Mr. Zhang looked at Luo Tianqin's excited expression, but felt that it would not be that simple. Although he had never fought Qin Tian directly, from Qin Tian's previous battle record, he knew that this man was not only strong in his own right, but also surrounded by many capable people. He was also meticulous and rarely missed key information. Luo Tianqin, the biggest trouble at the moment, has disappeared for such a long time, it is impossible for Qin Tian to be unaware of it. There is only one possibility, Qin Tian is fishing. But Mr. Zhang did not tell his ally what he was thinking. For him, it was also a pleasure to see how Luo Tianqin died at the hands of Qin Tian. Luo Shuyu returned home quickly. As she said, Xiao Yanyan was indeed very worried when she found out her parents were not at home early in the morning, and she pulled Wu Ma aside to ask them for a long time. Later, when Wu Ma left in an emergency, Xiao Yanyan wanted to follow her, but Luo Shuyu told her on the phone not to bring the child, so she had to leave her at home. Mom, what's wrong with your hand? The little girl wanted to pick up Luo Shuyu's bandaged hand to take a look, but was afraid of hurting her, so she had to watch carefully from the side, not daring to get too close. It's okay. Luo Shuyu responded with a reassuring smile to the little girl, then put his hand on her little hand. Mom doesn't feel any pain anymore. Where's Dad? Luo Shuyu was stunned for a moment, then explained. He has something to do and will be back soon. Luo Shuyu couldn't explain the whole thing yet. He could only wait until Qin Tian recovered a little before dealing with the girl. No matter what, Xiao Yanyan felt much more at ease because Luo Shuyu returned home. After dinner and washing up, the little girl went to bed with her mother. But at this time no one noticed that a figure quietly sneaked into the house. He first picked up the sleeping Luo Shuyu and Xiao Yanyan, and then moved the mother and daughter to the other room. Then he curled up and slept in the master bedroom, holding a stuffed doll in his arms. Then just wait quietly. It was midnight when a rustling noise was heard from the windowsill of the master bedroom. Then there was the sound of 4 people's footsteps landing. The movements of this group of people were very gentle, and it was obvious that they were all professionals. Then comes a series of actions, opening the window, walking to the window, etc. The leader made a gesture, then wrapped the person in a quilt and moved away with the quilt. Because the target of this kidnapping was special, the few people thought that there would be no accidents, so they did not confirm whether it was the correct target and left directly. After that, there was another bumpy ride in the car before we arrived at the destination. This is still an abandoned factory, in the middle of a dense forest in the suburbs. We agreed before that one hand would hand over the person and the other hand would hand over the money. The kidnappers were hired by Luo Tianqin. Luo Tianqin had also searched inside W City before, but when those gangs heard that their target was Luo Shuyu, they basically ran away. In the end, we had to find this group of young people from other places. But this also means that some problems will arise. Just like now, Luo Tianqin was counting the commissions for these people while listening to them complaining, "This beautiful CEO is really heavy. I just weighed her and she is heavier than an average man." You are stupid, isn't there a child? I must have calculated the child's weight before I said it was heavy. A group of people were making noise here, and Luo Tianqin, who heard their conversation, suddenly stopped what he was doing. What? Luo Shuyu weighs less than 100 pounds, how could he be heavier than a normal adult male? He looked at the person wrapped in the quilt again. If they were kidnapped, Luo Shuyu and her daughter should have been terrified. Even if Luo Shuyu could remain calm, how could the child not scream and cry? Looking at the shape again, it is clearly a person curled up. Moreover, this man was much taller than anyone else present. What's wrong? Why did you stop counting the money? Are you trying to shirk your debt to your brothers? The kidnappers surrounded Luo Tianqin. Now Luo Tianqin felt a little regretful. When he was looking for people, he should not have only focused on this group of people's kidnapping skills, but also should have seen whether they were mentally normal. Did you determine the target before you kidnapped him? Are you sure it's him? Luo Tianqin asked twice in a row, and the kidnappers shook their heads. Who else could be sleeping in the master bedroom of the villa? Isn't this naturally Luo Shuyu? Luo Tianqin didn't waste any more words. He walked forward and directly lifted the thin quilt. Then he saw a smiling face that made him want to bang his head against the wall and die on the spot. Chapter 47, The Last Clown Show of the Damp Rat. The people who were captured were not Luo Shuyu and her daughter, but Qin Tian. At this moment, Qin Tian had a smile on his face and was looking at Luo Tianqin with a playful look. I was sleeping well at home, why did you suddenly arrest me? Damn it, shouldn't he be lying in the hospital? Why is he here? Luo Tianqin was furious and pointed at Mr. Shang's men and cursed. Are you all just idiots? You can't even keep an eye on people. Turning around, he got angry at the kidnappers again. You are all a bunch of idiots. Don't you know how to watch carefully when you kidnap someone? The plan was ruined and Luo Tianqin was furious. But he seemed to have forgotten one thing: his current situation and status. Mr. Zhang's people immediately looked gloomy and warned, Luo Tianqin, we are working for Mr. Zhang, watch your tone when you speak. Also, this is clearly your plan that failed, don't try to shirk responsibility. If I were you, I would think carefully about how to make amends now. Luo Tianqin's anger only lasted for a few seconds, and then he calmed down. It's a mistake, but you can't not pay the bill, right? The kidnappers were not afraid of Luo Tianqin losing his temper, and would not give him any face. Luo Tianqin was sure that if he didn't pay the bill, the kidnappers might turn against him on the spot. If you kidnap the wrong person, I'll deduct 40% of your money. Take your money and get out of here. Luo Tianqin gave the kidnappers the balance and then drove them away. After resolving all this, he turned his gaze to Qin Tian again, his face full of worry. If the person kidnapped was Luo Shuyu, everything would be easy. He would just need to ask Luo Shuyu to hand over everything in the Luo family. But now the person appearing in front of him was Qin Tian. For a moment he really didn't know what to do. I think we might as well kill him directly. Our previous plan failed because of this kid, right? Mr. Zhang's men approached Qin Tian aggressively, each of them looked ferocious, as if they wanted to eat Qin Tian alive. Are you idiots? He is a congenital warrior. What threat can you guys pose to him? Luo Tianqin took out a gun and pointed it at Qin Tian's forehead. It will only work this way. As he spoke, more than a dozen guns were pointed at Qin Tian's head. I say, you don't need to make such a big fuss. I was just injured yesterday. How can I take care of so many of you by myself? Qin Tian showed his weakness to the enemy and even lay on the ground motionless. Do you really think I'm stupid? The reason why Luo Shuyu didn't show up here is because you noticed my plan and temporarily replaced someone. Luo Tianqin was still panicked. He couldn't figure out what Qin Tian was planning. Now he could only hope that the weapon in his hand could really threaten Qin Tian. But that's obviously not the case. That's because what you did was too obvious. Qin Tian looked at Luo Tianqin, his face full of disdain for his little tricks. Luo Dongshan has already been reduced to living on the streets. Where did he get the manpower and resources to come up with a plan to kidnap the old man? How stupid do I have to be to not think that this is your plan? Luo Tianqin gnashed his teeth. So you appear here now just to humiliate me? But have you ever thought that even a congenital warrior can die? Bullets can still penetrate your body. Really? But Qin Tian looked completely indifferent. Since you think you can, then just try shooting. As he spoke, Qin Tian even closed his eyes. Shoot, kill him. Luo Tianqin gave the order, and everyone present frantically pulled the trigger at Qin Tian. But just when the bullet was about to touch Qin Tian, he disappeared. What's going on? Luo Tianqin looked around in panic as if he had seen a ghost, trying to find where Qin Tian was. The next moment Qin Tian patted Luo Tianqin on the shoulder, which frightened him. Luo Tianqin hurriedly turned around and fired, but Qin Tian simply lowered his body and punched Luo Tianqin in the abdomen. Then he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and he collapsed to the ground like a shrimp, vomiting stomach acid in large gulps. Agog! The rest of the people wanted to run, but under the shock of Qin Tian's eyes, their legs became weak and they couldn't move at all. Slap yourself in the face, 100 times each. Qin Tian ordered calmly. And these people also realized that if they wanted to survive, they had no choice but to do as they were told. Then the sound of crisp applause echoed in the empty factory. How could it be? Didn't that shot have any effect on you? Luo Tianqin didn't believe it. Even if he was a congenital warrior, he wouldn't be able to recover as usual today after being shot yesterday. Yes, of course. Qin Tian pressed the gunshot wound. It's probably equivalent to being bitten by a mosquito. Qin Tian walked back and forth in front of Luo Tianqin. It was only because of this injury that Qin Tian realized how horrible his body functions were now. In the past, he just lamented that he had never been sick for more than 20 years since he was a child. Now he knows that even if a bullet pecked a hole in his body, it can be fully recovered within a day. While recovering, Qin Tian felt something in his body was being consumed. Luo Tianqin closed his eyes in despair and pain, and let out a final cry of anger. Why? Why do you always side with Luo Shuyu? I can obviously become the heir of the Luo family. Why? I should be. He couldn't even utter the last shout as Qin Tian simply took off his socks and stuffed them into his mouth. Stop barking like a dog. No matter how indignantly you bark, no matter how time waits for no one, no matter how much you act like you failed just because of bad luck, it won't change the fact that you are a complete and utter dank waste. Qin Tian patted Luo Tianqin's head. If you had the guts to stand in front of Luo Shuyu and confront her head-on, I'd consider you to have some backbone, but weren't you relying on others the whole time? Luo Tianqin widened his eyes. After Qin Tian revealed the essence of the matter, Luo Tianqin fell completely silent. At dawn, Wang Chen took these people away, and Luo Shuyu drove over. How is it? Are you okay? She ran to Qin Tian as soon as she arrived and asked anxiously. I'm fine. In fact, after Qin Tian was captured yesterday, he left a message for Luo Shuyu. Where is Luo Tianqin? Luo Shuyu's face was filled with anger, and he wished he could eat Luo Tianqin alive. He has been taken away. Based on what he has done, he will never be able to get out of here in this lifetime. Qin Tian did not let Luo Tianqin see Luo Shuyu for the last time. Because there is no need. For someone like Luo Tianqin, if you give him one last chance to meet him, he can act as if he died heroically in front of Luo Shuyu. Qin Tian would not give him the opportunity to perform. The weather is not very good. It looks like it's going to rain. Qin Tian put his arm around Luo Shuyu's shoulders. Let's go home first. Chapter 48. Let us get to know each other again. The sky darkened as the couple made their way home. The weather in W City is often like this in the summer. First it is cloudy, then the air is filled with the smell of earth, and then it rains heavily. By then the rain was so dense that people couldn't even see the road clearly. It is for this reason that the driver drove faster. After returning home, Luo Shuyu didn't ask anything, but just pushed Qin Tian back to the master bedroom and let him have a good rest. She went straight into the kitchen and cooked a pot of chicken soup under the guidance of Wu Ma. When Qin Tian woke up around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it was still raining heavily outside. Xiao Yanyan was sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, holding the plush doll that Qin Tian had bought for her when the family of 3 went to the amusement park. She stared at the world outside the rain in a daze. Qin Tian could smell the aroma of chicken soup from a distance. Wu Ma was not there, and Luo Shuyu was serving him soup. Qin Tian sat down at the dining table very naturally. After a while, Luo Shuyu came over with 2 bowls of soup and sat next to Qin Tian very naturally. The distance between the two was very close. Qin Tian could even hear Luo Shuyu's heartbeat gradually getting faster. I made it, try it. Luo Shuyu's face was full of anticipation. Qin Tian took a sip and the expected contrast that the CEO must be a poor cook did not appear. The soup stewed by Luo Shuyu was perfect. It tastes very good, and you can tell it was made by you. Qin Tian commented sincerely. Really? Luo Shuyu took a sip himself and found that it was indeed different from what Wu Ma and others made. You see, cooking is such an interesting thing. Even if 2 people follow the same recipe, the results are always different. Qin Tian said this and took another big sip, and soon the bowl of soup was empty. Another bowl. Luo Shuyu stood up and walked into the kitchen again, while Qin Tian followed Xiao Yanyan's gaze and looked out the window. The rain gradually became lighter. In his impression, if such rain continued for about 5 days, many places in W City would be flooded. The sound of rain is very hypnotic. Luo Shuyu placed the second bowl of soup in front of Qin Tian. Qin Tian did not answer. Instead, after taking the bowl, he calmly said something that shocked Luo Shuyu so much that he was stunned on the spot. Actually, I owe you an apology for what happened 4 years ago. Qin Tian raised his head and looked directly at Luo Shuyu. It is difficult to say what Luo Shuyu's mood is at the moment. She knows that Qin Tian will remember that incident one day, but she didn't expect that Qin Tian had already remembered it. When did you find out? It's my first day here. Qin Tian said. It turns out that I have been acting like a clown for so long. Luo Shuyu pouted, not very happy that Qin Tian had hidden this from her. Coming back to her senses, she said to Qin Tian, it was not your fault in the first place. Luo Shuyu shook her head. Although she was drugged at the time, she was still conscious of everything that happened. At that time, choosing Qin Tian was the best option for her under the bad circumstances. A frog jumped out of nowhere outside the window, attracting Xiao Yanyan's attention. So she followed the frog with her eyes and her body moved along with it, running back and forth in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. It's better to say that I should thank you. Luo Shuyu stood up and took Qin Tian into his arms. Qin Tian pressed close to Luo Shuyu's chest, listening to her strong heartbeat. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would still be stuck in the quagmire. Perhaps everything happened in the beginning because Qin Tian felt some sympathy for Xiao Yanyan and the mother and daughter, and also because of what happened back then, Qin Tian himself felt a little guilty. But today, everything is different. Why don't we get to know each other again? Qin Tian's voice was muffled. Luo Shuyu let him go and smiled. Hello, I'm Luo Shuyu, your wife. Qin Tian cleared his throat and looked serious. Qin Tian, your husband. Dad, there's a big frog outside. Little Yan Yan ran over, raised her head to look at her weird parents, then held their hands and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Quack, 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 the frogs sound in a myriad of ways. And just at the moment when the three of them stood in front of the window, the rain stopped and the sun shone through the clouds. The next day at the Luo family's lakeside villa, Qin Tian undressed and showed the wound on his shoulder. It's really all recovered. Wang Chen leaned in and looked at the gunshot wound on Qin Tian's body. Not only has the bullet hole healed, but there is also little scar left. All that can be seen now is a faint mark, and it will soon return to its original state. I've seen several innate warriors before, but I heard that it takes some time to recover after being injured. No one is as amazing as the boss who can recover as before in just 2 days. After all, Shan Shixian was from Yanjing, and his family knew something about warriors. Then there is only one possibility. Boss, your realm is more than just a congenital warrior. Wang Chen made a very bold guess. If this is true, it's too exaggerated. Shan Shixian said he found it hard to accept. Even among the well-known martial arts families in China, it is rare to reach the Xiantian realm in your early 20s. As far as I know, only the young talents in Yanjing have this talent. But what kind of resource allocation are those people born into? Now it is said that Qin Tian's realm is more than just innate? That's too eye-catching. Several people kept talking, but Chen Shi remained silent. Although he has never been interested in these topics, he usually doesn't remain silent like this. What's wrong, Chen Shi? Why don't you say a word? Shan Shixian could see that Chen Shi was worried. After handing over the joint group of Luo's and Chen's families to Luo's subordinates, Chen Shi has been a little absent-minded. It's okay. I'm going back to my hometown in the south soon. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be back after I finish some things. Chen Shi's face didn't look good. If something happens, don't keep it to yourself. Qin Tian patted his shoulder. Chen Shi forced a smile. I know. He refused to say, and the crowd did not dare to force him to answer. Chen Shi was like this in the past. Whenever he encountered problems, he would just ask Qin Tian for help. Everyone met in the morning and then went about their own business. In the afternoon, Qin Tian accompanied Luo Shuyu to choose gifts. Luo Shuyu originally wanted to spend some time to prepare as well as possible, but Qin Tian said that his parents at home did not have many hobbies and needs. In Qin Tian's opinion, they have always been the kind of people who are content with just enough material life. So in the end, Qin Tian accompanied Luo Shuyu to pick out an ink vase for Qin's mother, some expensive supplements, and prepared some jade and other gifts for Qin's father. In the end, Qin Tian looked at the bill of tens of millions and still sighed that Luo Shuyu was too nervous. 99% of the things she gave to her parents were not used by them, nor did they need them. And didn't they already prepare the biggest gift? That's it, Xiao Yanyan. Chapter 49 Qin Family Background. Qin Tian's family lives in a village south of W City, in the middle of a lake area. More than 80 years ago, most of the area was still a lake. Later, after the arrival of pioneers of our grandfather's generation, fertile fields and fish ponds were reclaimed, and the area has become prosperous as it is today. The family of 3 set out from the lakeside villa. Qin Tian drove, and it actually took more than 2 hours, a little over 100 kilometers, to arrive. Plus, today is not a holiday, so there was no traffic jam. Luo Shuyu was feeling nervous along the way. Do you really not have any photos of your uncles and aunts? She admitted that she was really a little nervous. She was not so nervous when she cooperated with Chen Shi to build a trillion-level industry. They don't like taking pictures. Qin Tian told the truth. It's not that I dislike it, but I am very resistant to it. Don't be nervous, they are all very easygoing people. Qin Tian said. After listening to Qin Tian's words, Luo Shuyu had an image of an ordinary peasant couple in his mind. They were kind and generous. Although they were a little long-winded and sometimes unreasonable, their love for their family was warm and pure. Qin Tian's father should be wearing work clothes in this season, with sweat all over his face, while his mother should be in the kitchen preparing meals and waiting for them to come back. Thinking of this, Luo Shuyu had some expectations in his heart and felt much more at ease. Yes, with Qin Tian's personality, such a passionate yet gentle person, his parents must be easy to get along with. As the tall buildings gradually disappeared from their sight, the wilderness and endless ponds came into view, and they were about to reach their destination. We're here. It's the one at the intersection. Luo Shuyu and Xiao Yanyan leaned out at the same time and saw a bungalow with green tiles and white walls. There were 2 sycamore trees and a row of cypress trees in front of the house, and a circle of flower beds around the house. In the afternoon, there are a few peach trees and a small pond. Woof woof! The Qin family's big yellow dog ran over from a distance, wagging its tail. Puppy! Xiao Yanyan greeted the dog, and the puppy stuck out its butt and wagged its tail as if it was going to break. For some reason, Luo Shuyu suddenly felt calm. Dad, we're back. Qin Tian got out of the car first and then went downstairs to get the gift. But he called out and got no response. After a while, someone came out. Luo Shuyu stood there blankly with the gift in his hand, looking at Qin Tian's mother, Lin Xianshu, who came out of the house pushing her wheelchair. Before, Luo Shuyu had a lot of imaginations about her mother-in-law. She had imagined whether she would be fat or thin. But I never thought it would be like this. Lin Xianshu has been sitting in a wheelchair for many years and her body is a little weak. Her face is beautiful and sad, with her long black hair draped over her shoulders. She looks very young and has a beauty and temperament that ordinary people can never match. She smiled as soon as she saw Luo Shuyu. You must be Shuyu, come here so I can take a closer look. Luo Shuyu couldn't move his legs at all. She saw a familiar feeling in Lin Xianshu, a tenderness that she had only felt in her deceased mother. Mom! Luo Shuyu took small steps forward and squatted beside the wheelchair. Lin Xianshu gently touched her face and said, "Good girl, welcome." Qin Tian looked at the two of them, and then he walked around them with a bunch of things in his arms and went straight into the house. Before coming, Luo Shuyu called Qin Tian's parents uncle and aunt, but when they met, he called them mom. I shouldn't worry so much about you. Qin Tian stood aside. Soon, Xiao Yanyan also walked to her grandmother's side and looked at her grandmother, who looked very young, with curiosity. Little guy, let grandma hug you. Lin Xianshu stretched out her hands, but Xiao Yanyan was a little hesitant. The little girl turned her gaze to Qin Tian, and after receiving Qin Tian's affirmative look, she threw herself into her grandmother's arms. The old man and the child rubbed their faces against each other, and the little girl laughed out of amusement. Just then Qin Tian's father also came back. I'm back. Qin Tian's father, Qin Zongheng, rode a motorcycle and stopped in front of the gate. He took off his sunglasses to protect himself from flying insects, and he looked like an older Qin Tian. The resolute and handsome face was full of traces of time. A scar ran vertically across his right eye, adding a bit of murderousness. Luo Shuyu now felt that he was a little naive. It is obvious that Qin Tian is not an ordinary person, and his parents are even less likely to be ordinary people. I'm back. Qin Tian nodded. In his impression, his father Qin Zongheng has always been a silent and resolute man. As far as he could remember, he had never heard his father complain. Afterwards, Qin Zongheng prepared the ingredients and Qin Tian also went to help, while Luo Shuyu and her daughter accompanied Lin Xianshu. As soon as Qin Tian left, Lin Xianshu asked Luo Shuyu to take down a box from the high cabinet. There was a photo album inside, and the photos in the album were about Qin Tian from childhood to adulthood. The 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren gathered around the photo album, and Lin Xianshu told them about Qin Tian's past deeds. Don't be fooled by Qin Tian's appearance as if he is very honest. Whenever he went to a place, he always liked people to recognize him as the big brother. I really don't know where he got such a strong addiction from. Lin Xianshu pointed at a photo of Qin Tian when he was in junior high school. Qin Tian doesn't want to be a gangster, he just wants to make more friends with whom he can confide. He was alone until he was 12 years old, and Lin Xianshu taught him basic academic subjects personally. He was also very lonely when he was a child. Listening to her mother-in-law's story, Luo Shuyu couldn't help but feel the same way. Later they kept flipping through Qin Tian's high school and every year he attended college. Has he never been in love before? Luo Shuyu was very curious. Just looking at that face, there should be a lot of people who like Qin Tian Kai. Not really. It's just that some girls have expressed their affection for him, but he has never been interested in them. Lin Xianshu said. Qin Tian would never hide anything from them. Then don't you want to know what happened between us before? Luo Shuyu asked a little nervously. But Lin Xianshu just shook her head gently. Qin Tian only told me that he loves you. That's enough. At this time, Qin Tian in the kitchen was scraping the scales of the fish. His movements were skillful and quick. Just now, he had simply told his father Qin Zongheng everything that had happened during this period. Don't you have anything to ask after listening to it? Qin Tian thought that his legendary experience during this period would at least cause some emotional fluctuations in his father. As a result, Qin Zongheng didn't care at all and just cut the vegetables quickly. Is this a big deal? I've trained you since you were little. If you can't even beat a few innate warriors, then my efforts are in vain. Dad, you are so arrogant. Is there really some story or background about our family? Chapter 50 Parental Responsibilities. Qin Zongheng was silent for a moment. It seems to be true. Qin Tian did not stop his movements and continued to process the black carp in his hands. Do you remember that when you were very young, your mother's legs were actually healthy? Qin Zongheng did not go straight to the point, but first mentioned some past events. At that time, she would often hold you and tend to the flowers and plants. Qin Tian was only 1 or 2 years old at that time, so he didn't remember it. As far as he could remember, his mother had been sitting in the first wheelchair that Qin Zongheng had welded himself. But even though she had difficulty moving, Qin Tian rarely saw any resentment from his mother. Did something happen after you gave birth to me? Qin Tian asked. Qin Zongheng shook his head. Your mother had already been poisoned before this. The chronic toxin had already started to take effect when she was pregnant with you. It was impossible to treat her when she was pregnant with you, and it was too late to treat her after you were born. Fortunately, the poison did not affect Lin Xianshu's life in the end, but only made her unable to move. Who did all this? Qin Tian was puzzled. Why didn't my parents ever tell me about such a deep hatred? Your dear grandfather. What? Qin Tian had never heard of his grandfather's family. He didn't even know these people existed. Why? Why do you do this? Because your mother and I were not allowed to be together at the beginning, but we both came together and made it a fait accompli. In fact, the situation back then was much more complicated than what Qin Zongheng said. At the beginning, he and Lin Xianshu were indeed in love with each other, but they were both in a big family and had no choice. People from both sides arranged marriages for them separately and forced them to break up their relationship as soon as possible. So it was you, Dad, who came up with the idea? I didn't realize you were the kind of person who would act on impulse for love. Qin Tian lamented that his taciturn old father had such a contrast. Qin Zongheng shook his head. I was forced to do it after your mother got me drunk. But even though he spoke so innocently, Qin Tian could still see a hint of cunning in that tanned old face. If someone is really drunk, there is no way to make it a done deal, so stop pretending. Ahem. Qin Zongheng cleared his throat. In short, this is what happened. In that era, such things were not considered trivial matters. The reputation of 4 families was damaged, and as the culprits, your mother and I had almost no way to survive. Qin Zongheng said. It sounds difficult. Qin Tian agreed. The day we escaped, I had this scar on my eye, and your mother was poisoned. Qin Zongheng said. When you were little, I was worried that the toxins would affect you, but fortunately you were born healthy. Thinking back to what happened back then, Qin Zongheng still felt a lingering fear. But Dad, you're exaggerating. Where are your 2 families from? Qin Tian had to be mentally prepared. The Qin family of Yanjing, and the Lin family of Yanjing. Qin Zongheng said. Qin Tian didn't express any opinion. Anyway, these 2 companies sounded difficult to deal with. Listen to Qin Tian. Qin Zongheng said earnestly. I have trained you since you were a child in the hope that you will one day be able to protect the people around you, not in the hope that you will avenge us. Fighting against those stale behemoths will do you no good. He was just persuading and saying that it would do no good to Qin Tian, but he did not mention whether Qin Tian had the ability to defeat big families like the Qin and Lin families. Because he has always recognized and supported Qin Tian, no matter what the circumstances. After fleeing here, Qin Tian and his wife were taken in by an elderly couple who were infertile. When they saw that Lin Xianshu was already pregnant, they kept the 2 of them and took good care of them. Qin Zongheng asked at the time. Isn't the old man afraid that they are fugitives? The old man didn't answer. After Lin Xianshu gave birth to Qin Tian safely, Qin Zongheng received a piece of teaching that he would remember for the rest of his life. Parents should be their children's greatest support. As Qin Zongheng and his wife have never experienced true love from their parents, they deeply agree with this, so they have always devoted everything to Qin Tian. When Qin Zongheng's probing gaze was completely removed, Qin Tiankai agreed, I understand. If they don't take the initiative to come to me, I won't do anything. But you know, I always seek revenge, Qin Tian thought to himself. Qin Zongheng shook his head helplessly. About 40 minutes later, Qin Tian called out that it was time for dinner, and Luo Shuyu ran to the kitchen to help serve the dishes. Today's dishes are very simple, consisting of some seasonal vegetables and fresh river food. Luo Shuyu was particularly fond of the water chestnuts and fish made by Qin Tian, while Xiao Yanyan and Qin Tian were crazily eating crayfish. At the dinner table, the family chatted from time to time, followed by a burst of laughter. After dinner, the little girl followed her grandfather to catch fireflies around the flower garden. They put them in jars and the fireflies flickered, which was very beautiful. Qin Tian washed 2 peaches picked from the backyard and handed one to Luo Shuyu. It's not very hot today. The countryside breeze and the chirping of cicadas and frogs make people feel even cooler. Luo Shuyu took the peach from Qin Tian's hand and took a bite. The sweet and sour juice filled his entire mouth. How do you feel? Qin Tian asked. Although my parents are very different from what I imagined, I am still very happy and feel very peaceful. Today is the day when Luo Shuyu feels that time has passed the slowest since he was born. I want to stay here forever. Qin Tian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, but did not express his opinion. But even though it was already dark, Luo Shuyu still caught Qin Tian's smile. He pulled Qin Tian's face with his left hand and said angrily, What's wrong? Are you laughing at me? I dare not, I dare not. Qin Tian said he dared not, but he laughed even louder. Luo Shuyu just felt angry and hit Qin Tian's chest with her head. Qin Tian took a step back in pain and said with a grin, What are you doing? Are you murdering your husband? Who told you to laugh at me just now? I didn't. I just thought about how we live here and can be with you every day, and I smiled happily. Luo Shuyu didn't believe a single punctuation mark in these statements. Okay, I know. Luo's still has so many employees. I can't let go. And Luo's is the continuation of the Luo family. Luo Shuyu said, Let's take a step back. In the future, Luo's will belong to our daughter. Whether it's left to her as a dowry or something else, the scale of Luo's will definitely get bigger and bigger. Yes, Luo Shuyu's ambition meant that she would not be a woman who could stop easily. At the same time, little Yan Yan ran around with the jar in his hand. He first showed it to his grandmother and then ran towards his parents. Qin Tian picked up his daughter and listened to what she said, but his mind was already wandering somewhere else. Qin Tian still kept in mind what his father said during the day. Chapter 51, Just a Martial God. The leisurely evening rest lasted until 8 o'clock. When the mosquitoes gradually increased in number, the family returned to their respective rooms to rest. Qin Tian slept in a master bedroom that was open from north to south. The entire room was about 30 square meters. The furnishings in the room remained the same as when Qin Tian left home some time ago, with a bed, a table, and a wardrobe. On the liftable computer desk is the computer that Qin Tian assembled himself when he was in college. Next to the desk is a guitar stand with 2 electric guitars on it. One is a Gibson LP Black Beauty and the other is a piezoelectric nylon string guitar. It can be seen that Qin Tian's life used to be not much different from that of a normal boy. He loved playing games and also played musical instruments. In comparison, Luo Shuyu has no experience of this kind of life at all. After Qin Tian turned on the computer, he connected the guitar to the sound card, put headphones on Luo Shuyu, and then played a solo for her. Luo Shuyu was astonished after listening to it. She didn't expect that Qin Tian was not only a martial arts genius, but also so talented in music. How about I set up an agency for you and you can debut directly? Luo Shuyu took off his headphones and joked. No, then wouldn't I become a little celebrity clinging to rich women? Qin Tian kept shaking his head. Afterwards, Qin Tian introduced to Luo Shuyu one by one what the things on his desk were used for. In addition to assembling the computer himself, Qin Tian also did the spray painting of the case and graphics card, and modified several handles. Someone invited me to join a professional team a few years ago. Qin Tian raised his head and looked at Luo Shuyu with an attitude of "Look how awesome your husband is. I didn't expect my husband to be so omnipotent." Luo Shuyu responded. Of course, she didn't think that Qin Tian's words were childish or anything like that. She just wanted to understand Qin Tian better, in every aspect and every detail. Then it's time to rest. The family of three slept on Qin Tian's big bed. Luo Shuyu and Qin Tian looked at each other face to face, while Xiao Yanyan slept between them, curled up in Qin Tian's arms. In any case, this was the first time that Luo Shuyu slept in the same bed with Qin Tian while being conscious, so he couldn't help feeling a little nervous and uneasy. She woke up several times in the middle of the night, and each time she stared at Qin Tian for a long time before reluctantly falling asleep again. This resulted in everyone getting up the next day, but Luo Shuyu was still sleeping, and he didn't sleep well. Outside the house, Xiao Yanyan was pulling the ears of a 60-pound yellow dog and rubbing its head hard. Ouch! Da Huang was a little annoyed by the little guy and cried for help to Qin Tian. Qin Tian ignored him, but changed into light clothes, preparing to have a long-awaited sparring match with his father. Sit down. Xiao Yanyan pointed her little hand downwards, and De Huang sat down reluctantly, then stuck out his black tongue and breathed out continuously. Stretch out your hand. Another instruction came from here, but Da Huang was already a little impatient. It whimpered and wanted to run away, avoiding Xiao Yanyan with a look of reluctance on its face. It seems that I can only beat you into submission. Xiao Yanyan grabbed Da Huang's short mouth with one hand, clamped the dog's legs with the other hand, and threw it to the ground with a bang. Are you convinced? The little girl pressed the dog. I don't know whether the dog is convinced in his heart, but he certainly shows it on the surface. On the other side, the father and son just used simple moves to collide, but the power was also terrifying. There were gusts of strong wind during the fight between fists and feet, especially the fist wind from Qin Tian, which could almost tear a person apart. If Qin Tian's previous opponents appeared here, they would know that the strength Qin Tian had shown before was only 1/10 of his true strength. After the brief exchange, Qin Zongheng expressed his affirmation to Qin Tian. Very good, your talent is much better than mine. Qin Tian wiped his sweat and asked, Dad, what level of talent did you have in Yanjing back then? What level? Qin Zongheng thought about it and realized that before he met Lin Xianshu, he was basically a martial arts fanatic. He had no idea what the outside world thought of him. But on the day I escaped from Yanjing, I heard those people call me the reincarnation of the god of war. It's just average. If you go to Yanjing, you will face many tough opponents. Qin Zongheng said. Is it so exaggerated? Qin Tian felt that he was strong enough. There are a lot of people in Yanjing who are stronger than me. What kind of place is that? After that, when Luo Shuyu got up, the family had a simple breakfast. Qin Zongheng rode his bike out to work, while Luo Shuyu and her daughter accompanied Lin Xianshu to prune the branches and leaves of the flowers and remove insects. Lin Xianshu cut a lily and handed it to Luo Shuyu. Luo Shuyu knew that this was a blessing between her and Qin Tian, so she said thank you. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Tian took the mother and daughter to the fields. He took some fishing gear and the dog. The couple was fishing by the river, and the little girl was running wildly on the ridge of the field chasing the dog. Taking this opportunity, Qin Tian told Luo Shuyu everything about his family's past. Luo Shuyu was surprised for a moment after hearing this, but soon calmed down. What do you think? Luo Shuyu asked. I really want to see why these family members in Yanjing are so crazy. I also want to ask if they feel pain when they plan to kill their own children with their own hands. Qin Tian said. But it's not time for us to go to Yanjing yet. Luo Shuyu nodded. They still needed to accumulate strength. As he was speaking, a fish was hooked. Grass carp, it looks like it's quite big. Qin Tian jumped up from the folding stool and started to play with the fish. Just when it was about to be pulled ashore, a yellow figure jumped into the water and swam over with the fish in its mouth. Da Huang, you really like to meddle in other people's business. I'm almost getting the scoop net. Do I need your help? Qin Tian picked up a dead branch on the side of the road and threw it on Da Huang's head. Da Huang let out a roar, spat out the fish in his mouth, and started shaking water around Qin Tian and the others. Da Huang, get away from me. Qin Tian kicked it directly. After hanging for another half an hour, Qin Tian picked some lotus pods by the pond, found a few melons in the field, and then went home with his daughter on his back. After returning home, they took a bath. Qin Tian peeled lotus pods for Xiao Yanyan, while Luo Shuyu took a nap in the room. Half an hour later, Qin Tian walked into the room and sat down beside the bed. Luo Shuyu in front of him was wearing cool clothes, short-sleeved shirt and hot pants. After shedding the sharpness of the big CEO, Qin Tian saw a strong sense of girlishness in her. Even without makeup at this moment, Luo Shuyu was so beautiful that Qin Tian was shocked. As if possessed by a ghost, Qin Tian stretched out his index finger and poked Luo Shuyu's soft cheek, and then his eyes fell on her moist red lips. So he hooked his finger and touched it lightly again. But just before his fingers touched his lips, Luo Shuyu woke up. Her watery eyes were full of doubt. But the next moment, no one knew what Luo Shuyu was thinking. Her red lips opened and closed gently, and her pearly teeth bit Qin Tian's index finger. Qin Tian felt an electric current running through his heart, and he stood there in a daze for a moment. Chapter 52, Half-brother, also the murderer of his mother. Qin Tian admitted that he just looked tough. Looking back, when the two met for the first time and that incident happened 4 years ago, Luo Shuyu was basically in the dominant position. The relationship between the two is basically the same now. It seems that Qin Tian is quite capable, but in fact, as soon as Luo Shuyu makes a move, he can't even move. Qin Tian suddenly felt his hands a little wet, and then he saw a hint of provocation in Luo Shuyu's eyes. No, I have to be tough for once. He was determined to take the initiative this time, but before he could react, Luo Shuyu kissed him on the cheek. Then Luo Shuyu gave a light push, and the invincible Qin Tian, the man who could kill an elephant with one punch, fell on the pillow like a boneless person. Why are you blushing? Luo Shuyu placed her white and slender fingers on her pink lips. Didn't you want to touch here just now? Qin Tian's face was burning and red as if bleeding. But in Luo Shuyu's eyes, Qin Tian looked so cute that she wanted to kiss him again. Just then, a sneaky little head appeared at the door. Luo Shuyu's gaze flew over, and the little thing just flashed outside, and then after a moment, it secretly looked over again. It seems like it will have to happen only next time. Luo Shuyu moved away from Qin Tian and said regretfully. Yeah, maybe next time. Qin Tian scratched his head, not knowing where to put his hands and feet. Before Luo Shuyu woke up, Qin Tian thought she was like the female classmate in high school who would blush if teased a little, but now it seems that he is the one. It seems that subduing Luo Shuyu is a long and arduous task. Qin Tian had such delusion. While life here continued peacefully and tranquilly, Chen Shi was preparing to leave City W. Just pack up quickly, and then I'll go back to the south. Chen Shi personally put the last few documents into the paper cutter. Mr. Chen Shi's assistant sounded a little sad. Chen Shi was leaving, but he was returning to the south alone. All of these employees were handed over to Luo Shuyu by Chen Shi. After a week of personnel handover, they will officially become employees of Luo's. What's wrong? Chen Shi looked at his assistant who was standing there without moving, somewhat puzzled. Chen Shi recruited this assistant when he was having a midnight snack one day. At that time, the 19-year-old girl set up a stall to earn money to support herself while studying. When Chen Shi was paying the bill, the girl gave him a small change because he was handsome. The girl, who is now Chen Shi's assistant, is deeply impressed by every word Chen Shi said at that time. You can come and work for me, said Chen Shi. What? At that time, the girl did not react to what the elegant and handsome young man in front of her was saying. But the next day, for some unknown reason, she gave up her popular stall with a daily turnover of several thousand yuan and chose to work for Chen Shi. Thinking back to the present, the girl looked at Chen Shi and said puzzledly, Mr. Chen, I don't understand. Aren't you very happy here? Why do you want to leave? No reason. Chen Shi did not explain. Some things don't need to be known by too many people. If you are just worried about your future career, then don't worry. I have recognized your ability, and Mr. Luo will recognize it too. In the future, you just need to let nature take its course, and you will naturally have a place in Luo's. Yes, the girl knew about this, but that was not what she wanted to say. Okay, pack up and leave. Chen Shi raised his wrist to check the time, his brows furrowed. Just as the assistant was about to leave, the office door was kicked open. Then a large group of people rushed in. Chen Shi looked at the person who came, frowning. Get out, he said to his assistant. The young assistant sensed that something was wrong and ran away from the edge of the group. The leader of the group of people who had just entered looked at the young assistant, then sneered, pulled down his sunglasses on his nose, and cast a cold gaze at Chen Shi. Long time no see, brother. Long time no see, Chen Yanhao. Chen Shi called him by his name. The man in front of him, wearing a purple suit, standing in a strange posture and with an evil look on his face, is Chen Shi's half-brother, Chen Yanhao. As the only son of the Chen family, their father inherited all the Chen family property. He married 2 wives successively and had 2 children, Chen Yanhao and Chen Shi. Chen Shi is the same age as Qin Tian and is 22 and almost 23 this year, while Chen Yanhao is 5 years older than him and is already 27. As a large southern family with strong clan values and emphasis on tradition, the Chen family had long ago determined Chen Yanhao's identity as the heir to the Chen family. Just 8 years ago, 19-year-old Chen Yanhao killed Chen Shi's mother. After some discussion, the family decided to save him. After that, Chen Yanhao was sent away for 8 years and only returned this year. The first thing he did after returning to China was not to go home, but to find Chen Shi first. I heard that my little brother who used to only dare to hide in the corner and tremble has now grown up. Not only has he built his own career, but he is also doing very well. Chen Yanhao walked around in Chen Shi's office. But why do they look like they are going to move away? Then your information is a bit delayed. I have closed all Chen family's businesses in Province H and am ready to go home. There was no panic on Chen Shi's face as he looked directly at the murderer who killed his mother. Go home? Do you want to go back to that home? Chen Yanhao sat down on the table and asked Chen Shi with his head tilted. I heard that teenagers tend to become psychopaths when they see that kind of scene, but you don't seem to be affected at all. When the bloody incident happened 8 years ago, Chen Shi was there. When Chen Yanhao stabbed Chen Shi's mother in the heart with a knife, Chen Shi huddled in the corner with his limbs limp. Even if he closed his eyes now, Chen Shi could still accurately recall every detail of what happened at that time. But the fear had left him. You've never seen anyone killing someone in front of you, yet you're still so perverted. Chen Shi said expressionlessly. Chen Yanhao sneered, well, at least you were a little sharp-tongued, not bad. He stood up, suddenly turned around and punched Chen Shi. Chen Shi was not in a hurry, he took the punch steadily and then said contemptuously, get lost. Okay. Chen Yanhao spread out his hands and smiled arrogantly. I heard that the old guys wanted me to compete with you to see who was capable of inheriting the Chen family. Do you think you have the ability to compete with me? If we're comparing who's crazier, I certainly can't beat you. Chen Shi was so calm and composed from beginning to end. This image is far from the impression Chen Yanhao has of Chen Shi. At this moment, he was actually a little panicked, afraid that he would really lose to this little brother who could only hide behind his mother and wipe his tears. Since you are so confident, let's meet in my hometown. Chen Yanhao put on a big show, and a group of people left again. As soon as he left, Chen Shi collapsed to the ground like a deflated ball. Chapter 53 Chen Shi chooses to believe. Chen Shi left W City on the next day's flight. Before boarding the plane, he called Qin Tian. At the same time, Qin Tian was walking barefoot in the water catching fish. Chen Shi? Qin Tian answered the phone and slowly walked towards the shore. What's wrong? There was silence for a while on the other end of the line, followed by the sound of unsteady breathing. As a good friend of 4 years, Qin Tian could sense that Chen Shi was very confused at the moment. I'm going back to the south. I'm just saying hello to you. Are my sister-in-law and Cheyenne okay? Chen Shi's tone sounded no different from usual. Everything is fine. Qin Tian looked back and saw Luo Shuyu, the big CEO, catching fish barefoot in the mud. She didn't care that her clothes were covered with mud. Why do you suddenly want to go back to the south? Qin Tian asked. There are some things at home that I need to take care of. Chen Shi was struggling. He didn't know whether he should bring Qin Tian into his trouble now. If the 4 of them were roommates in the past, Chen Shi would not have hesitated. He would definitely tell Qin Tian about his predicament and ask Qin Tian for help. But now, Qin Tian has a wife and children. Just that? Qin Tian asked. That's it. Chen Shi still didn't say it. But he also vaguely felt that perhaps Qin Tian had noticed something. The events of the past few months replayed before his eyes. The courage and ability displayed by Qin Tian and Luo Shuyu were extraordinary, something Chen Shi had never seen in anyone else before. Why can't I trust them? Perhaps what he thought was a big trouble was not worth mentioning at all to Qin Tian. Chen Shi clenched his fists and remained silent for a while. He finally spoke, if possible, let's go to the Magic City next week. Now Luo's new industry has just started, and there are more people Luo's needs there. Please convey this to my sister-in-law. Okay, I understand. Qin Tian agreed. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shi took several deep breaths to calm himself down. Now they can only take a gamble. If Qin Tian and his wife can make a name for themselves in the Magic City, then the families in the south will be able to fight against them on equal terms. If the attack on the Magic City fails, they can only retreat back to W City. There is not much risk in doing this. An hour later, Qin Tian was carrying 2 buckets of small fish and chatting with Luo Shuyu as he walked. He conveyed Chen Shi's plan, and Luo Shuyu said that this was her original arrangement, and then asked Chen Shi why he was so anxious to return to the south. I think something must have happened at home. Qin Tian knew Chen Shi too well. Maybe there are some problems that he can't solve, but he doesn't want to involve us. Then isn't Chen Shi in danger? Luo Shuyu said. Now we can only rely on Chen Shi's ability. Qin Tian was a little worried, but since Chen Shi made such a choice, they could only trust Chen Shi. After returning home, Qin Tian spent 2 hours processing the small fish and fried them as a side dish. During the next few days at home, the family of 3 spent a leisurely time together, sometimes going fishing by the river, and sometimes going to the fields to catch shrimps. Xia Yanyan chased Da Huang around all day long and got a lot tanned. The day before returning home, Qin Tian suddenly found that the little girl was a little tanned. He held her and sat at the gate, smiling. How come you got tan like this yesterday? The little girl spread out her hands, and the palms and backs of her hands were obviously different colors. He. She grinned in front of Qin Tian, and compared with her white teeth, the marks of tanning were more obvious. That's good. If you don't get a tan in the summer, you haven't had serious fun. Qin Tian said. Having said that, when Luo Shuyu noticed this in the afternoon, he still applied sunscreen to Xiao Yanyan and did not let her run around in the hot sun. Another change is that Luo Shuyu gradually got used to sleeping with Qin Tian. She even felt more at ease and slept better when sleeping next to Qin Tian. It was enough that the mother and daughter had different sleeping postures, but now there were 2 of them. Qin Tian collapsed when he woke up in the morning. Xiao Yanyan fell asleep sideways and kicked Qin Tian on the forehead. After Qin Tian woke up, Xiao Yanyan seemed to be still dreaming. She moved her little feet and kicked Qin Tian a few more times. Qin Tian dodged the bullets but couldn't dodge the kicks, and was kicked hard on the forehead. Looking down, Luo Shuyu had 1 foot kicked into Qin Tian's stomach, and the other foot was hanging on Qin Tian, sleeping very comfortably. Qin Tian was squeezed 50 centimeters to the side of the 2.8-meter bed and slept on his side the whole night. The worst thing was that if he moved back a little, the mother and daughter would move forward a little. Okay, squeeze me, okay? Qin Tian held Luo Shuyu's left ankle and gently scratched the sole of her foot. Luo Shuyu frowned slightly, but because he slept soundly, he didn't want to wake up. This aroused Qin Tian's playful desire. He gently stroked each of Luo Shuyu's shiny toes, and then gently tickled the soles of her feet. Qin Tian. Luo Shuyu roared, and then kicked Qin Tian in the stomach with his other foot. But she was no match for Qin Tian. Qin Tian just squeezed lightly and held Luo Shuyu's feet firmly in his hands. Now no matter how hard Luo Shuyu struggled, he couldn't move. Let me go. But Qin Tian will not stop. Luo Shuyu struggled while feeling the itch that spread from the soles of his feet to his heart. Qin Tian didn't let her go until her face turned red. As soon as he let go, Luo Shuyu picked up the pillow and threw it at Qin Tian. The Qin family was noisy early in the morning. Afterwards, the family got up around 8 o'clock, packed their luggage, and prepared to return to the lakeside villa today. After breakfast, Qin Zongheng packed up the things he had prepared for Qin Tian's family. They were basically some fresh ingredients from the countryside, as well as a bouquet of flowers prepared by Lin Xianxu for Luo Shuyu. Luo Shuyu felt a little sad as she hugged her mother-in-law whom she had just met for 6 days. What's wrong? Are you going to cry? Lin Xianxu gently stroked Luo Shuyu's cheek. Whenever you feel tired, come back. Mom is waiting for you here. Mom! Luo Shuyu threw himself into Lin Xianxu's arms. In comparison, Xiao Yanyan is not that sad. She originally wanted to take the Qin family's big yellow dog away directly, but Big Yellow has never liked staying in the yard, and she was afraid that he would not be too accustomed to being kept in the villa. So Qin Zongheng found 3 puppies and let his granddaughter choose one to take away. A yellow dog with white face, a 4-eyed iron-covered gold dog, and this mountain buffalo with red clay pine. Qin Zongheng took the 3 dogs off the car. Xiao Yanyan didn't make a choice, but just looked at the 3 puppies. After a while, the coffee-colored Alpinia Rubrex puppy came towards her, wagging its fluffy tail and whimpering at her feet. The little girl picked up the puppy and said, "I want this one." This puppy has a short mouth and a big frame, and it looks like it can grow to about 60-70 kilograms. It doesn't move even when Xiao Yanyan holds it by the neck, and it seems to have a good personality. After packing up and saying goodbye, the family of 3 drove home. On the way, Qin Tian saw that Luo Shuyu was a little absent-minded and thought she was reluctant to leave. Who knew that after a while he would find out what Luo Shuyu was planning? Chapter 54. Qin Tian didn't sleep all night. When Qin Tian went home, he was familiar with the route, so he drove much faster. After arriving home, Qin Tian was moving things out of the garage and saw Luo Shuyu instructing Wu Ma about something. By the time he finished moving his things, Luo Shuyu's 2 assistants had already arrived. Assistant Guan, as Luo Shuyu's personal assistant, has now taken over a considerable part of Luo's affairs. Luo Shuyu delegated power to her in the hope that when the company expands outward in the future, there will be a reliable person to look after it. As Assistant Lu is Qin Shi's assistant, Luo Shuyu hopes to take her to the Magic City, where she will demonstrate her strength in the new battlefield. The 2 of them made a brief report. Luo Shuyu saw that Assistant Lu was not in a good mood, so he spoke out to comfort her. "You will meet again one day, so don't be too sad." Luo Shuyu explained that Chen Shi's departure was more of a protection for them. "I believe he doesn't want to get you into trouble." Assistant Lu was very young, only 19 years old this year. Although her ability at work is unquestionable, she still finds it difficult to fully control herself emotionally. Chen Shi's departure was a very sad thing for her. Seeing that his persuasion didn't seem to have much effect, Luo Shuyu could only assign them new tasks and then sent them away. "What's wrong? Why are you frowning?" Qin Tian sat next to Luo Shuyu and pointed a finger at his forehead. "Nothing." Luo Shuyu shook his head and held Qin Tian's hand. After experiencing that kind of peaceful and harmonious life, Luo Shuyu admitted that he was a little uncomfortable returning to the current hectic and fast-paced life. Some even want to escape. She would wonder if everything they have now is enough. But reality won't give her a chance to relax. Luo Shuyu handed a document to Qin Tian and said, "We haven't even gone to the Magic City yet, and someone has already set their sights on us. Someone in the Magic City is sniping at Luo's industries across the board, and is ready to fight Luo to the death. It seems that we have to speed up our trip to the Magic City." Qin Tian said. "Someone is urging them, so they have no choice but to be anxious." Later in the evening, Luo Shuyu prepared the itinerary for the family of 3 in Shanghai. They would have a new residence in Shanghai, and Luo Yanyan would have a new kindergarten. When Qin Tian called for dinner, the mother and daughter had just settled the puppy and arranged their itinerary. "We will set off in 2 days," Luo Shuyu said. In addition to the family of 3 and their pet, Xiaoyu also went to the Magic City. The Luo family doesn't need too many servants now. Aunt Wu is familiar with life in W City, so she lets her stay here. After arriving in the Magic City, Xiaoyu will be responsible for taking care of Xiao Yanyan, and they only need to find another cleaner. After dinner, Luo Shuyu sat on the sofa with his computer and continued working. Qin Tianyi went into his room and found that all his things had been taken away. He looked down from the second-floor railing and said to Luo Shuyu, "Where are my things?" Luo Shuyu didn't look up and said, "I've put them all in the master bedroom cloakroom. From today on, you can move into the master bedroom." "Move to the master bedroom? Doesn't that mean the 2 of them will sleep together starting today?" Qin Tian walked into the master bedroom bathroom, washed his whole body thoroughly, then lay down on the bed and took a nap with his eyes closed. After a while, Luo Shuyu also walked in. Although it was clearly her room, she moved very carefully, fearing to disturb Qin Tian. She even walked up to Qin Tian, stood in front of him, stretched out her hand and waved it, trying to confirm whether Qin Tian was really asleep. Seeing that Qin Tian didn't respond, she walked into the bathroom. After soaking in the bathtub, Luo Shuyu slid into the water, with his nose above the water and his mouth blowing bubbles underwater. "Don't be nervous, Luo Shuyu, don't be nervous." This is what she thought in her heart, but when she thought of Qin Tian's sleeping face, she felt a little warm. Half an hour later, Luo Shuyu came out of the bathroom. She sat on the other side of the bed, gently tucked open the thin quilt, put her legs in first, and then slowly moved her whole body in. She slowly approached Qin Tian and then hugged Qin Tian's arm. Qin Tian was startled and he could no longer pretend to be asleep. When Qin Tian opened his eyes, Luo Shuyu was already close to him. The distance between them was only a few inches. Qin Tian could smell the faint fragrance emanating from Luo Shuyu after bathing. To be honest, Qin Tian's whole body was stiff and he really didn't know what to do. Should he respond? Thinking of this, Qin Tian put his hand on Luo Shuyu's waist. But this time Luo Shuyu froze again. The two of them remained in a stalemate for a while, and neither of them took the next step. Ahem, the air conditioning temperature is a bit low, Qin Tian said. Ah. Luo Shuyu, who had been hiding herself under the quilt, came out and responded, the air conditioner temperature seems to be a little low. After the question and answer, silence fell between the two again. After a while, Qin Tian turned over and asked, do you want some water? I feel a little thirsty. Me too. Luo Shuyu looked at Qin Tian eagerly. Qin Tian took a glass of water, took a sip himself, and handed the rest to Luo Shuyu. Luo Shuyu gulped down a few sips, but did not swallow the last sip. Instead, he handed the cup to Qin Tian and looked at him eagerly. So after Qin Tian put down the cup of water, he saw Luo Shuyu sitting on the bed, with puffy cheeks and her hands supported behind her back. She stood in front of Qin Tian with her proud figure under her pajamas. Under the moonlight, Luo Shuyu's long hair was draped over her shoulders, and her bright and watery eyes looked at Qin Tian lovingly. At this moment, Qin Tian seemed to be bewitched, his mind was blank, and he gradually approached Luo Shuyu. Luo Shuyu easily pushed Qin Tian down and kissed him directly. A lot happened that night. Qin Tian admitted that he actually thought about taking the initiative at the beginning. After all, he was taught a hard lesson by Luo Shuyu when they first met 4 years ago, and now of course he wanted to prove himself. But in the end he was still defeated. At breakfast the next day, Luo Shuyu was in high spirits, while Qin Tian yawned continuously, wishing he could fall asleep with food in his mouth. Mr. Qin, did you not sleep well last night? Aunt Wu brought Qin Tian a cup of hot milk. Not good? Qin Tian didn't sleep at all yesterday. Looking at Luo Shuyu again, she had been looking at Qin Tian with a strange look since early morning. When Qin Tian looked at her, she always avoided his gaze embarrassedly. Humph, shyness is just a disguise of this woman. Fortunately, Qin Tian is the only one who needs to deal with this beast in sheep's clothing in this life. It's a little bit uncomfortable to sleep together at first, but it will be fine once you get used to it, said Aunt Wu. It would be nice if a new life could be born into this family. Yeah, it's all Shuyu's fault for not sleeping very well, Qin Tian said. I thought Luo Shuyu would refute it, but unexpectedly she just drank her porridge and said in a soft voice, I will change it. Qin Tian was shocked. He wiped his face and threw a few wolfberries into the milk cup. Chapter 55. She's getting closer. Qin Tian originally thought that it was Luo Shuyu's first time yesterday, and he had tasted the sweetness, so he had no intention of letting him go. But unexpectedly, Luo Shuyu still had no self-control that night. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Qin Tian was sweating profusely. He reached out for his cell phone, turned it on and wanted to check the time. Before he saw the result, Luo Shuyu slapped the phone away with a slap, and stuck it to Qin Tian's ear like a devil, saying in a coquettish and charming voice, it's still early, it's okay. Qin Tian wanted to call for help. Fortunately, Qin Tian is a warrior and recovers quickly. He can basically return to normal after a short rest the next day. But Luo Shuyu is different. After all, she is an ordinary person. It's okay if she doesn't get a good rest for one night, but she can't do it for 2 consecutive days. Look, in broad daylight, she curled up on the sofa and fell asleep. Qin Tian was sitting in the kitchen drinking coffee, his eyes passing through the living room and falling on Luo Shuyu. Luo Shuyu's outfit today is very homely and like a typical wife. In Qin Tian's old impression, Luo Shuyu was young and cute. When they first met, what Qin Tian saw was Luo Shuyu's childish image. After they got married, there was a short period of time when Luo Shuyu behaved very coldly. But that was just a disguise after all. She soon couldn't hold herself back in front of Qin Tian and turned back into the delicate girl she used to be. Now what? Now she is cute and charming, and can turn into a devil when necessary. Qin Tian put down the coffee cup and walked into the yard. Xiao Yanyan was dressed very professionally. She was wearing a sports outfit, her waist bag was full of dog snacks, and she had a small whistle hanging around her neck. Because Luo Shuyu was still resting today, she never blew the whistle. Chocolate, sit down. She pressed her hand down and issued a command. The puppy, named Chocolate by Luo Yanyan because of his fur color, immediately sat down, wagging his curly tail and staring at his owner. Certainly. After another command, the puppy stopped wagging its tail and sat there motionless, staring at its owner with its little eyes. Good dog. Next up is a little snack reward. Qin Tian watched his daughter's training and exclaimed, "It's quite smart, smarter than De Huang." Xia Yanyan nodded in agreement, then grabbed the dog's head and rubbed it hard for a while. "Dad, didn't Mom sleep well last night?" the little girl asked innocently. "Yeah, your mother likes to stay up late too much." "It's okay, I'll try to persuade her tonight." Qin Tian patted his chest, indicating that he would definitely take charge today. Afterwards, the father and daughter played catching frisbees with the dog in the yard for a while. Then I packed some basic luggage and prepared to go to the Magic City. After that, the puppy was given anthelmintic and vaccinations, and time soon came to that evening. At 12 o'clock in the night, the moonlight in W City was cunning, and the moonlight shone in through the balcony. Qin Tian gently pressed Luo Shuyu's shoulders and asked her to sit on the bed. "What's wrong?" Luo Shuyu's eyes were blurred. Even in the moonlight, her charming look made Qin Tian unable to take his eyes away. "No, no." Qin Tian shook his head and said seriously, "You haven't had a good rest for a few days. This is not good for your health." Luo Shuyu immediately felt a little aggrieved and looked at Qin Tian with a pout. The pajamas, which were not worn very well to begin with, slipped off her shoulders, and Qin Tian's heart skipped a beat. "What's going on?" Qin Tian pinched himself. The effect of this woman's charm on him is too severe now. Qin Tian simply didn't explain at all. He just hugged Luo Shuyu and held her in his arms to prevent her from moving. Sleep. Facts have proved that moderation is best. Luo Shuyu was in much better condition the next day, but Qin Tian suddenly realized that Luo Shuyu became softer and softer after he behaved more aggressively. Just like now, on the way to the airport, the family of 3 sat in the back row, and she insisted on letting Qin Tian sit in the middle. Xia Yanyan didn't care much about these things when she was with the dog, but Qin Tian clearly felt that something was wrong. Especially when Qin Tian looked at Luo Shuyu, she would always say, "What's wrong, husband?" Qin Tian would tremble every time this happened. He was really a little scared. What is even more frightening is that when the two of them walked outside together, Luo Shuyu always held Qin Tian's arm and followed him closely. After getting on Luo Shuyu's private plane, Luo Shuyu fell asleep next to Qin Tian, while Xia Yanyan sat alone opposite the couple. Qin Tian always felt that the little girl had a strange look in her eyes. "Your mother has been tired recently, please understand," Qin Tian explained. Xia Yanyan felt it was a little strange, but she was also used to the interaction between her parents. She has grown a lot during this period of time, not only in height but also mentally. In the past, she was always used to relying on Luo Shuyu, and would feel afraid when faced with any problem, but now she has become accustomed to trying to solve the problem herself first. The plane landed a few hours later, and Assistant Lu, who had arrived in Shanghai earlier, had already arranged a car to pick us up. After getting in the car, Assistant Lu told Luo Shuyu some basic information, and Luo Shuyu immediately returned to work. "The company's site selection and other matters have been completed, and your residence has also been purchased as required. Assistant Lu is worthy of being the person Chen Shi has chosen, and his work ability is indeed extraordinary. Thank you for your help." Luo Shuyu only made Qin Tian feel a little relaxed when he returned to work. Luo Shuyu is obviously cold, hard and sharp when he is working, but this makes Qin Tian feel more comfortable. Could it be that I have a masochistic tendency? Qin Tian doubted himself for a moment, then shook his head vigorously. How could that be? How could a man as macho as Qin Tian like to be yelled at by his wife to get out? Absolutely not. We haven't gained a firm foothold yet this time, so we need to keep things quiet in the early stages. Before we can clearly identify the enemy and ourselves, we should try not to cause too much trouble. Luo Shuyu ordered. Tell the people in the lower departments not to act too aggressively. All decisions at this stage must be reviewed by me before implementation. Yes. Assistant Lu recovered for 2 or 3 days, and his condition improved somewhat after he returned to work. She also figured out that Chen Shi had never had any other intentions towards her and he simply admired her abilities. After another 50 minutes drive, the group arrived at the Riverview villa that Luo Shuyu had bought in the Magic City. The mother and daughter took care of some work while the other went to walk the dog, leaving Qin Tian alone to carry the luggage. They didn't bring much, mostly gifts from relatives and friends, as well as some souvenirs from outings. After Qin Tian put his things away, he simply prepared some dinner. Since he didn't prepare many ingredients, he could only cook 3 bowls of clear soup noodles and 1 poached egg for each person. The family finished the meal while sitting in the house with dust sheets covering every corner. It seems that where you live or what you eat is not very important, as long as the family is together. Chapter 56, Because She Lacks Security. Tonight, Luo Shuyu slept well because of the fatigue from the journey during the day. The next morning, when the mother and daughter got up, Qin Tian had already returned from buying groceries. It will take a few days to recruit people for the villa, so Qin Tian took care of all the miscellaneous tasks during this period. Hot dry noodles and steamed dumplings. Qin Tian brought breakfast to the table, then poured out 3 cups of thick soy milk and added a spoonful of sugar to each cup. Enjoy your time. After the family had breakfast, Qin Tian first bought some home appliances online, and then cleaned the entire villa. During this time, Luo Shuyu was sitting in the restaurant working. Other places were full of clutter, so she could only work here. After a while, Qin Tian came over to change her cup of tea, and then continued to do his own thing. And little Yan Yan was always in the courtyard, practicing martial arts in the first half of the day and playing with the dog in the second half. By about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Tian had finally tidied up the house inside and out. Although there was nothing furnished in the house, it finally didn't look like a model house. When Luo Shuyu raised his head tiredly, the whole house had been completely renewed. "Hubby, you're so awesome." Luo Shuyu trotted over and hugged Qin Tian's neck. "Just some small chores," Qin Tian said. After all, Qin Tian also gets a salary of 50 million, so isn't it reasonable for him to do such small things? Later in the evening, Qin Tian prepared a sumptuous dinner, which was mostly dishes from the Magic City, and it was quite suitable for Luo Shuyu's appetite. Qin Tian poured himself a glass of cognac. This is a toast to a new beginning. Luo Shuyu picked up the red wine glass and Xiao Yanyan picked up the juice. The family clinked their glasses and then feasted on the meal. Luo Shuyu could never find fault with Qin Tian's cooking skills. If she ate the meals Qin Tian cooked every day, she would probably gain 3 pounds in less than half a month. Another peaceful night passed. It seemed that after Qin Tian's serious talk, Luo Shuyu did exercise some restraint. At least Qin Tian could go to bed before 11 o'clock every day. The next morning, Luo Shuyu went out early, saying that she was going to look at the company's site and arrange the layout of her office. Qin Tian cooked some preserved egg and lean meat porridge. After breakfast, the father and daughter practiced basic skills together after a long time, and then reviewed some moves. "Yes, you are more talented than your father was back then," Qin Tian praised. If Xiao Yanyan can practice persistently, her achievements in the future may be higher than Qin Tian. But the little girl was obviously not interested in this. She was very interested in the daily basic exercises, but when Qin Tian taught her other things, she was obviously not interested. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Tian received a call from the courier and went out to pick up the package. As soon as he walked out, the other party looked at Qin Tian puzzledly. A short-sleeved shirt for 75 yuan, a pair of pants for 45 yuan, and a pair of shoes for 199 yuan. The courier guy felt that Qin Tian should be someone with a similar living standard as him, so why would he live in such a place? "Brother, do you live here?" The courier boy asked curiously as he helped Qin Tian move things downstairs. "Yes, this is my home." Qin Tian looked at the other party's puzzled eyes and became playful. "Is there anything that confuses you? Just ask." "No, I just want to ask you, my friend, why do you, a rich second generation, dress so simply?" Qin Tian seems to be about the same age as himself. If he is not a rich second generation, how can he afford to live in a house in this area? "I'm not a second generation rich kid. I'm a gigolo." The image of the charming old lady immediately appeared in the courier boy's mind. "You know, the flower language of steel wool is forbearance and wealth," Qin Tian said. The courier thought about the scene and felt a chill. "So buddy, are you okay? I see you look pretty energetic. Be careful not to get sucked dry." Qin Tian shook his head. "You don't understand." As he said this, he pretended to be about to cry. The delivery boy frowned and said, "But brother, you are a good-looking man, and you don't have to rely on rich women for a living. Why do you have to put yourself in such a difficult position? I told you, you don't understand how long it would take to earn 100 million on your own." "What?" The young man broke into tears. "A rich woman gave you 100 million? Qin Tian nodded, then shook his head. "You don't know, I actually don't want it." "But..." Just as he was about to continue speaking, the courier had already taken all the packages, turned on the ignition, and drove away. "Why not leave? Are you going to make yourself jealous to the point of bleeding?" But Qin Tian was just thinking about joking and didn't notice that Luo Shuyu was standing not far behind him, looking at him coldly. Qin Tian! Luo Shuyu roared. Yes. Qin Tian stood at attention. He felt comfortable all over his body, and a sense of energy flowed from head to toe. The awkward feeling I had these days is gone. Seeing Qin Tian's playful smile, Luo Shuyu got a little angry, walked up to him, crossed his arms, and said angrily, "The words of the steel wool ball are for barons and wealth, right? What have you been enduring?" Luo Shuyu asked. "I'm afraid this is not a good thing to say outside." Qin Tian muttered softly. Luo Shuyu blushed and pulled Qin Tian into the house. But when the two of them stood in the living room, Luo Shuyu didn't know how to get angry. Humph. In the end, he just snorted and sat on the sofa, his eyes never falling on Qin Tian. Qin Tian was not afraid at all, he just thought she was cute. I was just joking with him. Apparently the courier boy realized that Qin Tian was talking nonsense, otherwise he wouldn't have just run away. My wife is so cute, fragrant and soft, she is definitely not the kind of rich woman they imagine. Qin Tian sat next to Luo Shuyu and gently put his arm around her shoulders. But you are indeed a little rich woman. It means being young, yes, just being relatively young. I don't like you saying that. Every time Luo Shuyu heard Qin Tian mention the matter of being a gigolo, she always remembered that there was a contract between them. She didn't know why she was always reluctant to mention this matter. Luo Shuyu didn't understand why, but Qin Tian understood very well. Whether it was because he was unwilling to mention the contract or because he had been acting too unrestrained recently, it was all because Luo Shuyu did not actually feel completely secure in his heart. She was still a little afraid that Qin Tian, who had suddenly appeared in her life like the sun, would suddenly disappear. All this was just a dream. After waking up, the reality she experienced was only the first 20 years that she wanted to escape from. I understand. I won't mention it again from now on. Qin Tian said as he opened a large box, took out a rabbit doll and stuffed it into Luo Shuyu's hand. A little gift for you. Luo Shuyu felt much better holding the doll. Do you like it? Luo Shuyu nodded and buried his face in the fluff. Just when Qin Tian was about to say something, someone appeared at the door. Qin Tian could sense a hostile aura from a distance. He turned his gaze towards the gate and saw a burly man in a black suit standing in front of the door. He took off his hat and greeted Qin Tian. Chapter 57. Do you like stopping people in the suburbs so much? What's wrong? Seeing that Qin Tian suddenly stopped talking, Luo Shuyu also looked out in the direction he was looking. Within Qin Tian's sight, there stood a man who looked like he was not easy to mess with. We have just arrived in the Magic City, and we have been keeping a low profile during this period. It shouldn't be the case that any trouble will come to us so soon. Qin Tian said. I'll go see what this guy is like. Good. After walking out of the villa, Qin Tian used facial recognition to open the door and stood in front of the burly man. The man's suit was bulging, his muscles were knotted, and his neck was as thick as his thigh. But although he had a ferocious look and the physique of a heavyweight boxer, he was extremely respectful and polite when facing Qin Tian. He just bowed his head slightly and nodded, and when Qin Tian came closer, he said respectfully, Mr. Qin. Do you know me? Or does the person behind you know me? Qin Tian said. He observed and found that the sturdy man was an innate warrior. Even if the other party's aura was restrained, it was difficult to hide from Qin Tian's perception. More importantly, the sturdy man exuded a strong bloody aura all over his body, and it was obvious that he had rolled in a pile of dead bodies. Qin Tian glanced at the tattoo that spread across his arm. The tattoo pattern is a number, and it must be very obvious what this number represents. It's my boss. He heard that you and President Luo came to the Magic City, so he asked me to give you an invitation. As he said that, the sturdy man took out the invitation letter from his arms and handed it to Qin Tian. Qin Tian took it and glanced at it. I hope you two will be there on time for the charity dinner in 3 days. The sturdy man bent his body and took a step back. Then I won't bother you anymore. Having said that, he left. Qin Tian fanned himself with the invitation letter, walked into the house still a little puzzled, and handed the invitation letter to Luo Shuyu. The other party knows who I am. Qin Tian didn't know that there were people who knew him in the Magic City. Shall we go? Luo Shuyu nodded. Go, since we are here, we have to socialize, why not go? When the time comes, as long as we arrive at the scene, we will know whether the other party is an enemy or a friend. The next day came. Luo Shuyu didn't eat breakfast early in the morning. After kissing the father and daughter on the forehead, she drove out by herself. By the way, we have to send Yen Yen to her new kindergarten today, don't forget. Luo Shuyu warned. New. After breakfast, Xin Tian drove his daughter to the new kindergarten. When he saw the address of the new kindergarten, he couldn't help but complain, why are kindergartens built on a small hill in the suburbs? While driving up the mountain, Xin Tian saw a car parked on the side of the road. Next to it was a man about the same age as Xin Tian, who was looking at the blown left front tire and was helpless. Xin Tian originally wanted to drive straight past, but when he passed by, he saw a little girl sitting in the man's car, so he backed up and stopped next to the man. Flat tire? Need help? Xin Tian asked, leaning out of the car window. It would be great if you could help me. The man said sincerely. So Xin Tian stopped behind the man and got out to help him change the tire. This kind of situation rarely happens. I don't know why the tires suddenly had problems today, said the man. That's right. I see you rarely drive, Xin Tian said. Yes, before it was usually our family driver who drove us, but today I'm taking my daughter to kindergarten, so I wanted to come by myself. The man suddenly remembered something. My name is Huang Tianwu. I haven't asked for your name yet. Just call me Qin Xian. Xin Tian waved his hand and didn't say his real name. I'm really sorry to bother you today. If possible, please leave me your contact information and I'll treat you to a meal some other day, Huang Tianwu said sincerely. No need, it's just a piece of cake. Xin Tian didn't care much. At the same time, Huang Tianwu's daughter Huang Xiaoming was lying in the back seat, looking at Xiao Yanyan in another car. At this moment, Xiao Yanyan was looking out the car window and didn't pay attention to this sight. After the car was repaired, the two drove to the kindergarten one after the other. After confirming each other's information, they sent the child in. Xiao Yanyan was wearing a cute aqua blue uniform and walking in front with her bag in one hand. Huang Xiaoming immediately caught up with her, running out of breath. You, what's your name? Huang Xiaoming stood in front of Luo Yanyan with her hands on her hips, holding her head high, looking very proud. Luo Yanyan looked around and then pointed at himself. Yes, that's you, Luo Yanyan. Little Yanyan replied. Very good, Luo Yanyan, from today on I am your friend. Come, this is your first time here, hold my hand. As she said that, Huang Xiaoming stretched out a little hand. Yanyan held her hand and was led inside. The two fathers standing outside the gate couldn't help but find it a little funny when they saw this scene. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, my daughter seems a little too familiar. Huang Tianwu smiled awkwardly, but also felt strange. He knew his daughter's temper very well. Normally, she hated getting close to people, but now she would stop people from making friends. It's okay, he's just a child, Qin Tian said. To be honest, I don't really know how to get along with this child. Her mother passed away on the day she was born. All I can do is try to stay with her as much as possible, Huang Tianwu muttered. I thought that children of her age would be very close to their fathers, but she always stays away from me and is not close to me at all. Do you know what's going on? Xin Tian glanced at Huang Tianwu's silly look and felt helpless. Every child is born with a different personality. I'm also a first-time father, so I'm afraid I can't help you much. Maybe you could try to pay more attention to what your child wants and be more attentive. At this time, Xin Tian couldn't say that my child has been sensible since birth, never cries or makes a fuss, and doesn't need to be coaxed. Huang Tianwu nodded, and the two of them drove down the mountain, one after the other. Along the way, Xin Tian was still driving behind Huang Tianwu, but when the two reached halfway up the mountain, several cars were blocking their way in the middle of the road. Again? Xin Tian was annoyed by this kind of thing, but the next second he realized that it was not directed at him. Huang Tianwu, who was parked in front, got out of the car and confronted the 12 people. Xin Tian had long seen that Huang Tianwu was a postnatal warrior with considerable strength, but there were two postnatal warriors among the group of people who stopped the car. With 2 against 1, Huang Tianwu had no chance of winning. To help or not? Xin Tian tapped the steering wheel with his fingers, and finally got out of the car and stood next to Huang Tianwu. Kid, this is none of your business. If you know what's good for you, just stay away. The other party didn't want to involve irrelevant people. Actually, this matter is a bit complicated, and I'm not a completely irrelevant person, Xin Tian said. After all, this is the father of my daughter's friend. After hearing these difficult words, several people did not hesitate and rushed over with machetes in hand. Chapter 58 The Most Untouchable Person in the Audience. 58 The Most Untouchable Person in the Audience. Huang Tianwu just felt sorry in his heart. Qin Tian was just passing by to help, but now he was involved in his trouble, so he immediately stopped Qin Tian behind him and went to meet him alone. Facts have proved that Qin Tian's vision was correct. Huang Tianwu was indeed a leader among acquired martial artists. Even when fighting 1 against 2, he did not fall into a disadvantage. Huang Tianwu pushed out with both palms, separated the 2 machetes into 2 sides, then raised his right foot and tapped the chests of the 2 acquired martial artists. Then the 2 men stepped backwards, and after taking several steps, they steadied their bodies and stopped. Good boy, it's just as you said, your skills are extraordinary. The 2 martial artists looked at each other, and then stepped forward again to restrain Huang Tianwu, and then several of them bypassed him and went straight to Qin Tian. Interesting. Qin Tian didn't expect that this group of people had some brains. They saw that Huang Tianwu didn't want to involve Qin Tian, so they planned to capture Qin Tian to threaten him. It's just a pity that the person who should not be provoked the most in the whole audience is Qin Tian. Seeing that several people bypassed him and went straight to Qin Tian, Huang Tianwu was a little panicked for a moment. When he was distracted for a moment, the blade brushed past his temple. Mr. Qin. Huang Tianwu felt extremely guilty at this moment. If Qin Tian was hurt because of him, he would be really ashamed. Don't be distracted. But Qin Tian was not at all flustered. He just reminded Huang Tianwu to calm down, and then slapped the thug closest to him on the head. The opponent's eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground with a thud, foaming at the corners of his mouth and fainted. Is this guy also a warrior? Everyone was in a panic. If Qin Tian wasn't holding us back, the situation would be very bad. Didn't I say that I wasn't? Qin Tian took a step forward, used his right hand as a pair of pliers, grabbed the thug by the throat and lifted him up high. After the thug's eyes turned black and he fainted, he threw him out more than 10 meters away. Damn it, I've met a tough guy, run first. Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining 10 people were about to run away. Huang Tianwu chased after them, but these people had already started their cars and were ready to run away. Just when Huang Tianwu was about to give up the chase, Qin Tian's figure rushed out like a flash of lightning and kicked one of the cars hard. The more than 2-ton car was kicked by Qin Tian and spun several times, then hit the guardrail on the side of the road hard. Except for one post-natal warrior, everyone else in the car was knocked unconscious. Qin Tian beckoned Huang Tianwu to come over. Thank you. Huang Tianwu glanced at Qin Tian but didn't dare to look at him any further. Although he was just a small acquired warrior, he had seen the demeanor of those innate strong men in the family. None of those people said that they could kick a car away like Qin Tian did. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Huang Tianwu opened the car door, pulled out the innate warrior, and pressed him to the edge of the cliff. Tell me, who asked you to come? The other party received a large sum of money, so of course he would not easily reveal who it was. He just spat out blood bubbles and said disdainfully, you know who asked us to come. You know it very well. Huang Tianwu, you are a member of the Huang family, you can't escape this. Huang Tianwu frowned. Then he took out his cell phone to call the police and waited for them to arrive with Qin Tian. It seems like you know very well what is going on. Qin Tian asked. Yes, family disgrace should not be made public. These are just some of the petty intrigues in the family. Huang Tianwu's first impression on Qin Tian was that of a somewhat naive young man, but when he said this at this moment, Qin Tian felt a heavy aura of decadence from him. Qin Tian had felt this kind of aura in people like Chu Mingxian before. It was a kind of decadent atmosphere coming from a big family. Anyway, thank you for today. If you hadn't helped me just now, I might have suffered a loss. Huang Tianwu was still frightened. Qin Tian shook his head, no. Then Qin Tian drove away. As Qin Tian said, he still prefers to keep a low profile for now. He can help others but he can't really get involved. On the other side, Luo Shuyu had just driven to the downstairs of the company and was about to get out of the car when he saw a beautiful figure approaching quickly from the passenger seat and knocking on the car window. Luo Shuyu unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned over to look over. She was a stunningly beautiful woman, wearing a high-end white dress, with 7-figure worth of top-quality jewelry around her neck and wrists. Can you help me? The other person lowered her body, and now Luo Shuyu could see her true face. The face was pure and beautiful, and the eyes were full of affection. At this moment, there was a hint of anxiety on her face, and anyone who saw her would feel sympathy and want to help her. However, such a beautiful woman who obviously looks wealthy actually has a bit of a silly air. Luo Shuyu could tell at a glance that this woman was the kind of person who could be deceived by him if he just put some effort into it. Then help her? Then the door lock opened, and the woman opened the car door and got in. As soon as she sat down, she took out her vibrating cell phone from her purse and turned it off, but soon the phone rang again. "Are you annoying?" The woman yelled angrily, but suddenly remembered that the person next to her had just helped her, and it would be impolite to yell at him now. So she turned around and looked at Luo Shuyu. But at this glance, she was stunned. You. What? Luo Shuyu supported his face, smiled, and looked at the other person with interest. I. And what about me? It seems that Luo Shuyu's guess was correct. This woman is indeed a little silly. You are so beautiful. Luo Shuyu has received countless compliments over the past 20 years, but she said this was the most simple and sincere compliment she had ever heard. Well, what Jin Tian said one night, "You are so beautiful," was the most sincere. You too? Luo Shuyu asked. You seem very anxious. Are you hiding from something? The other person shook his head, nodded, and then said, "By the way, I haven't asked you what your name is yet." Luo Shuyu. Nice to meet you, I'm Yi Qianqian. By the way, don't you know me? Yi Qianqian asked as if it was a matter of course for all of China to know her. Don't you know me either? Luo Shuyu asked back. Oh, that's right. Yi Qianqian scratched his head naively and said. It doesn't matter. From today on, we know each other. Yi Qianqian was completely immersed in the joy of making friends with beautiful women, and she didn't realize that outside the car, a man wearing a baseball cap and with a gloomy face was about to cause trouble. Luo Shuyu pointed outside the car. Even from such a distance, Luo Shuyu could see that the violence in this man seemed to be about to overflow. Do you know him? Yi Qianqian looked over and was so frightened that her neck shrank and she almost found a crack in the car to crawl into. Chapter 59. It seems to be his property. If you don't know him, I will call the police. Luo Shuyu knew that Yi Qianqian was avoiding this man. But as to what the relationship between the two was, she was still not very clear. No need, I know him. Yi Qianqian looked a little distressed. The person standing outside the car is Yi Qianqian's agent inside the car. This year marks Yu's 5th year as Yi Qianqian's agent. Yu feels that the piece of jade he carved is trying to move further and further away from him. Looking at the present again, Yu had just been observing in the dark. When he called Yi Qianqian to tell her that he was coming over, Yi Qianqian hid in the flashy Ferrari in front of him. In an instant, many possible scenarios emerged in Yu's mind. For example, Yi Qianqian was embraced by the owner of the sports car in front of her, and the two were having an intimate conversation, or Yi Qianqian had actually already found a rich young man without telling him, and the two had already secretly decided to spend their lives together. Thinking of this, Yu clenched his fists, but he didn't realize at all that he had already crossed the line too much as an agent and even began to have unrealistic fantasies. But he looks pretty fierce to me. Will you be okay? Luo Shuyu expressed his doubts about the relationship between the two. Yi Qianqian shook her head. It's okay. He's my agent. We've known each other for 5 years. Having said that, Yi Qianqian opened the car door and walked out. Luo Shuyu got off the car soon after. Yu breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Luo Shuyu was not the handsome and wealthy second-generation man he had imagined. Brother Yu. Yi Qianqian lowered her head. Qianqian, how many times have I told you not to run around? How could I possibly harm you? Yu put himself in a very high position. He believed that Yi Qianqian should obey all his words. And this lady, do you know her? Yi Qianqian shook her head. Just when Yu wanted to continue lecturing, Luo Shuyu spoke. I didn't know him before, but I know him today. Luo Shuyu pointed to the building behind him with full aura. I am the president of Luo Corporation, Luo Shuyu. Yu was stunned for a moment. Apparently, he knew that a large company from H province had recently opened a branch nearby. It seemed that it was the building in front of him. It turns out to be Mr. Luo. I'm so sorry. Qianqian is still a child at heart and is usually a bit rebellious towards me. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Won't. The other party behaved very politely and perfectly in front of Luo Shuyu, but Luo Shuyu found it strange no matter how he looked at it. Mr. Luo, can I have your contact information? Yi Qianqian pouted and walked to Luo Shuyu with a somewhat aggrieved look. Of course. Luo Shuyu gave Yi Qianqian his WeChat account and mobile phone number and asked her to save them separately. Also, you don't have to call me Mr. Luo, just call me Shuyu. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianqian was delighted and called out softly, Sister Shuyu. Luo Shuyu nodded. She was indeed as cute as he had imagined. After solving this little problem, Luo Shuyu came to the company, and assistant Xiao Lu had been waiting for a while. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Luo Shuyu said. No, it's still early. Assistant Lu took Luo Shuyu to visit each department and let every employee get to know the young and beautiful president. Most of the employees had only heard of the legend of Luo Shuyu, that she was young and promising, and a super beauty. Those who can enter the Luoshi Magic City branch are either management elites who have held high positions in other companies, or talented people who graduated from prestigious universities. They all wanted to believe that Luo Shuyu was a capable leader, and that he had fought the battle in Province H very beautifully. But to say that she is a great beauty is not necessarily the case. Many times, rumors like this are just flattery of the leader. But when the employees really saw Luo Shuyu, they were indeed stunned by her beauty. The uniform suit, the red-bottomed black high heels, and the silky hair. Most of the time, there was no need to look closely, but this first impression would be deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. Luo Shuyu herself is very approachable, so the employees quickly feel at home with her. Today is my first day at work, so I'll treat all employees to milk tea. Luo Shuyu turned around and told assistant Xiao Lu to do it. The inspection of the entire department took about 3 hours. Luo Shuyu also asked about some things like the resources needed by the departments below, and basically all of them were approved. On the way to the president's office in the exclusive elevator, Luo Shuyu asked assistant Xiao Lu. Do you know a star named Yi Qianqian? Yes, she's very popular recently. She debuted at the age of 15 and has appeared in dozens of movies and TV series to date. She is the best actress of the new generation and has won the Best Actress award. She is so young and can win the Best Actress award. Luo Shuyu sighed. Yes, and she has played many types of roles. A new drama of hers is currently airing. Luo Shuyu nodded. Boss Luo, why are you suddenly interested in these? Assistant Xiao Lu has the impression that Mr. Luo is all about work and family, and she also asked Assistant Guan about this. For Luo Shuyu before Qin Tian appeared, work and family were two huge mountains that made Luo Shuyu breathless. After Qin Tian appeared, the family became Luo Shuyu's charging station. No, I met Yi Qianqian this morning. Luo Shuyu did not give too many details. By the way, Yi Qianqian's agency seems to be nearby. Assistant Lu's biggest hobby is watching dramas and showing off her fanbase. Recently, Yi Qianqian is her favorite. By the way, they seem to be very concerned about whether I was single or not. Luo Shuyu said. Yeah, it's normal to have these gossips in the company. After all, Luo Shuyu is beautiful and so young. If they are curious, you can just tell them that I am married and have children who are old enough to help with cooking. Luo Shuyu said. Clear. The president's office is on the top floor of the 30th floor. According to Luo Shuyu's request, a rest area was also arranged here. One is that Luo Shuyu can take a break at noon, and the other is that he is afraid that he will be too busy to go home, so he can rest here. In the past, both situations occurred, but now it is more like the first one. Now Luo Shuyu looks forward to going home every day. When Luo Shuyu walked into the office with great interest, he found that someone was already sitting in his seat. The man turned the chair around and faced away from Luo Shuyu. What's going on? Luo Shuyu glanced at assistant Xiao Lu, who also said he didn't know what had happened. Who are you? Luo Shuyu walked closer slowly. What? Now that you have a happy family, you have forgotten about me, your ex? The other person turned around his chair, stood up suddenly and patted the table. Luo Shuyu. The man had a flamboyant head of long golden hair, and he looked very imposing. Chapter 60. Someone took her place. Su Jin. Luo Shuyu walked over and hugged the other person. It turned out that this beautiful and flamboyant woman was Luo Shuyu's family's former private doctor, the one that Luo Shuyu said would go home to inherit the family business when Qin Tian asked about her. What do you mean by ex or not? Luo Shuyu let go of Su Jin. The other person was basically the same as Luo Shuyu had remembered him, with a fiery personality and a generous manner. I heard from Assistant Guan that you are married. Su Jin pulled Luo Shuyu to sit down, and he sat at the table. Assistant Xiao Lu understood and left, leaving only the two of them. I thought you would find someone better, but I didn't expect you to find the person from 4 years ago. Su Jin sighed. When she went to Luo Shuyu to work as a private doctor, Xiao Yanyan was already over 1 year old. At the beginning, Luo Shuyu's attitude towards Su Jin was very cold. But later on, he couldn't resist Su Jin's passionate personality, and they became close friends. After knowing everything that had happened, Su Jin also provided psychological counseling to Luo Shuyu several times. Of course, Luo Shuyu was much stronger than she thought, and he hadn't reached the point where he needed someone to comfort him. There's nothing better, Luo Shuyu said. What? Su Jin looked at Luo Shuyu in disbelief. I said there is no such thing as a better person. To me, Jin Tian is the best. Listening to the love-brained man's speech, Su Jin pressed his forehead. Are you busy now? How about we go downstairs and have a cup of coffee and chat slowly? Su Jin made a gesture. Can. The two sat down in the cafe downstairs. Su Jin asked about Xiao Yanyan's current situation, and Luo Shuyu said everything was fine. Originally, Su Jin had a deep prejudice against Jin Tian. After all, although Jin Tian was just a passerby who was innocently involved, Luo Shuyu was really hurt. With this idea in mind, Su Jin never thought that Luo Shuyu would really find Jin Tian one day. Tell me about yourself. How are you doing now? Luo Shuyu picked up the coffee and took a sip. Me? Su Jin held up his face and put sugar cubes into the cup one by one. If someone asked her how her life was now, she really didn't want to say it, but the person asking the question was Luo Shuyu. You also know that I was arrested and taken home. The Su family is one of the largest medical families in the Junko Delta economic circle. Su Jin's grandparents died in an accident in their early years, and the young father Su took on the responsibility and made the Su family prosperous. But the Su family has only one daughter, Su Jin. As part of the traditional circle, the Su family, a century-old medical family, naturally could not accept letting their daughter inherit the family business. I originally thought that it would be troublesome enough for me to go back and inherit the family business. Su Jin sneered. But I didn't expect that they would ask me to go back and marry a son-in-law. Luo Shuyu frowned when he heard this. This was far from what she knew at the beginning. Su Jin went to W City to escape the mess in his family, and met Luo Shuyu there. When Su Jin left the Luo family, it was Su's father who came to pick him up. Luo Shuyu had a deep impression of Su's father. As the heir to a medical family and the head of a large group, Luo Shuyu did not sense any airs of a superior from him. The other party even prepared a generous gift as soon as possible to thank Luo Shuyu for taking care of his daughter during this period of time. When your father took you away, he told me that you would go back to inherit the family business. How did things turn out like this? Luo Shuyu was puzzled. You ask me, but I don't know. Su Jin stirred the sugar in the coffee cup, feeling very unhappy. Anyway, when I got home, I found a man 2 years older than me living in my house. He was like my parents' son and was more familiar with that house than I was. Su Jin felt that his parents were crazy. She returned home as soon as possible and couldn't accept all this. But the man just calmly packed his luggage and moved out. It was not until Su Jin returned to the family group to work that she realized how powerful the man who temporarily replaced her was. I admit that he knows how to run the Su family's business better than me, but let me marry him? Forget it. Su Jin felt awkward thinking about it. I would rather give the Su family to him, and I will go back to your place and be your family's private doctor. So Su Jin moved out, and the man moved back into the Su family. To be honest, Su Jin did not smell any conspiracy from the other party. He is young and promising, graduated from a prestigious university, gentle and modest in his dealings with others, and even has his own outpatient clinic 3 days a week. Not only that, he is also very popular among patients. But Su Jin just couldn't accept that she had to be with this man who suddenly appeared. Let's not talk about me, let's talk about you. Su Jin asked curiously. I haven't met your guy yet. Is there any chance for me to meet him? Luo Shuyu nodded, and as if he suddenly remembered something, he took out his cell phone and searched for it. Su Jin sat opposite, looking at the photo in Luo Shuyu's mobile phone album with a frown. Judging from the composition, none of these photos of Luo Shuyu were taken properly. Not only that, there is something clearly wrong with the scenes in many of the photos. Su Jin sighed. Luo Shuyu, what have you become? About 3 minutes later, Luo Shuyu picked out a few photos that could be shown to Su Jin. The photo shows Qin Tian holding little Yen Yen, and the father and daughter are playing in the yard. She looks pretty good. This was Su Jin's first impression of Qin Tian. Since Luo Shuyu likes it so much, there must be no problem. Oh, by the way, Grandpa isn't in very good condition recently. If you have time recently, could you go back with me? Luo Shuyu said. After the incident in Luodanshan, the old man has been in hospital ever since. What's wrong? Has the condition worsened? Su Jin asked. Luo Shuyu did not hide anything and told Su Jin everything that had happened before. After listening to this, Su Jin was speechless for a long time. It seems that if Qin Tian was not here, Luo Shuyu would be in real danger. So what are you going to do now? Are you planning to settle down in the Magic City? Su Jin was somewhat curious about the future development of the Luo family. Yes, I have made a long-term plan. It is not easy to settle down in the Magic City at this stage. Luo Shuyu tried not to think about how difficult it all was. If one stared at the progress of the plan all day long, it would easily make people depressed. At this moment, Luo Shuyu's phone rang. Hello, husband. Her voice became soft. Su Jin frowned and stepped back. What is going on? Is this the magic of love? He could actually turn an icy woman like Luo Shuyu into the delicate woman in front of him who could be made to cry with just one punch. Okay, I understand. Luo Shuyu hung up the phone. Qin Tian is coming. Su Jin nodded. It seemed that now he could meet the great god who changed Luo Shuyu.